conference etiquette. To ensure you get optimal benefit from the program, we have listed a number of points to facilitate an enjoyable event.
Good morning. Kasa. Kenya. I'll start off by just giving you an overview that that housing for a long time, there's nothing happening. I presentation is a special option for incremental housing. The right questions that see are best for matter. We know 1% and we are spending. So I'll just give you some on the housing situation and how some of since land. I've been in the incremental housing finance space for the last 19 years. I've had an opportunity to work in 26 African countries. And I'll be sharing you what are some of the lessons learned in the product design for the people in the informal sector across Africa. Move on. So when you look at this picture, I think it should resonate to most of people in Africa, how they do their housing. This is a photo on a program I was working on in DRC, the eastern part of Congo, that is Bukavu and Goma. So as you look at that initial house and you see that journey, that every person has an inspiration to get to that bottom of the house. So this person, that's where he started. You can see the next house has some improvement, the next and the next until today. But when you ask ourselves, do we facilitate our people on this journey of housing development, and which is happening over 90% of the housing in Africa? This is the journey. Then when you ask financial institutions, do we recognize this, or we think this is nothing, it's waste of time? But this is what our majority of people are doing. Move on. So when you look at housing development, housing is a process. It's not just an event. And it has many actors within the whole process. And within that whole process, there is financing moment at every stage. So as a financier, you must understand how complex the housing ecosystem is. If you don't understand this and you're financing, you are only looking at the end product, but you are forgetting it is a journey that people are walking through to get that ultimate house. So when you look at designing a product, there are two aspects that we always have to take cognizance of. One, we always talk about negotiable and non-negotiable. So when you look at what are the attributes that constitute that incremental housing product, because you must have a product for you to finance, and you must understand what are those attributes. Then, what are some of the aspects that you will be compromising about? So those are the two aspects that we have always to look at. So when you look at, there's always a health tension. There's the end user, then there is the financial institution. So the convergence of those two opposing aspects is what will essentially give us a product. So when you're an institution, you must ask yourself, whom am I trying to serve? What does he prefer? What can he afford? Then you build it. So when you look at the statistics that have shown, over 80 or 90% of the housing across the world is built incrementally. There's no doubt, but do we acknowledge that? And when we are doing our housing delivery, coming up with designs that are incremental in nature, that takes cognizance of the affordability aspects, because you can never increase people's income. That is fixed. So, but if you are giving them a full audit, they're looking at you. Do you understand my predicament? So when you look at almost 7% of the adults in less developing countries are the ones that can afford a mortgage, which is a sad situation, but this is the reality we know. But we've been talking about these things for the last 19 years. I've been talking with Festus. I knew Festus for almost 19 years. We've been discussing about this. The statistics we know, but what are we doing about it? Why are we concentrating our energy on something that's not moving a needle at all? So when you by JP Morgan, when you look at who are working with the majority, we are looking at cooperatives. You look at in Kenya, we have over 50 million people. Somebody can guess how many mortgages does Kenya have? We have barely 30,000 mortgages. So when you look at 30,000 mortgages, then you ask yourself, how are Kenyans building their houses? They are cooperatives. So what is the model for cooperatives? Incremental building and financing. They deliver over 90% of the housing in Kenya. So we have systems that are facilitating our people to own houses, but we are not taking cognizance of that reality. So when you look at most of the enterprise loans, whether in commercial banks, cooperatives, microfinance institutions, 30% goes to housing. Ask them to do housing, we ask them an impossible question. Then the clients become more smarter. I want business expansion, but they're expanding their house. So who is more smarter? So when you look at the UN Habitat, these statistics have been there. I don't like talking about statistics because I've talked about it for the last 19 years. But when you look at the numbers, they are very disappointing and very appalling. That when you look at the numbers the number of houses that we need to be delivering by the UN statistics, you look for this. You ask yourself, how many houses have we contributed from where you sit? So when you look at this UN Habitat by 2010, now we are in 2025. We always quote these statistics. We think they will not arrive. They arrive. You think, has anything changed? So forth. So one of the key aspects that incremental, does the policy that we have, does it recognize the reality? Yes or no? The next aspect, we have right environment that can facilitate incremental building, which our people are practicing. They don't seek your approval, they will continue doing it. So you have just to accept and make it happen. Then we not just need to take the leap of faith and acknowledge that people unless that journey about us, and just say, let's support that process. Then we have the institutions that need to work with these masses, the 80 or 90% of the population in Africa. Do they understand working with the informal sector? It will take us forever to formalize the informal sector, true or false? We have to live with it. It's part of Africa. But if we think it is nothing, it will continue to exist. They don't seek our approval. Then the other aspects, do we have replicable models that can be taken upon, that other people can learn from? There are two institutions I supported in Uganda and Kenya. In Uganda is the second largest bank in Uganda. Is doing an average of 15,000 loans a month, which are incremental loans. The average loan size is $1,000. $1,000 multiplied by 15,000. How many banks give mortgages of that value in a month? Those are the questions that we should be candid about. Then incremental housing is still not understood, but is being practiced. We like it or we don't like it. So access to land, finance, are the obvious things we've talked about. I don't want to reiterate more about that. Then the capacity for institutions to work with this segment is another thing. Risk management. People will always ask, the people in the informal sector, they are very risky. Let's only work with people in the formal sector. Like the Kenya Bureau of Statistics showed for Kenyan case, that the number of people who are earning $1,000 income, guess how many are they in Kenya? The formal sector, barely 100,000. Earning $1,000 a month. Then if we are providing houses of $60,000, $70,000, who will afford them? We are not being real. So the other aspects on the borrowers is always important to start from the end user. Whom are we trying to serve? Do we understand them? Do we understand what they prefer, what they want? Then we supply. Because I always say it's only in housing we never win. Because if we knew that, we will not be struggling and trying to market. I have houses I want to sell. Because the demand is there. Why is it that it is not effective demand? It's a wrong solution. So one of the aspects is that when you are doing housing, you must understand what housing. And for housing professionals, it takes you years to learn what housing development is, isn't it? But do financial institutions with their financiers, do they take them through to understand housing development? You can't finance what you don't understand. That is our tragedy. So one of the challenges is the institutional capacity and policy level. Is essentially when you have well-designed products, even the policy regulators, they will have an opportunity to understand. Like I remember one time the central bank governors from across the world, they converged in Dar es Salaam. And the former central bank governor of Kenya was asked, why was M-Pesa successful in Kenya and other places is struggling? He said, us as a regulator, we didn't understand what M-Pesa is. So how can you come with regulations for something you don't understand? At times, leave it to grow for also you to take an opportunity to learn. So the other aspect is I talked about capacity. Then the other solution, institutions have been financing people in the informal sector, the cooperatives, microfinance institutions. Let's leverage on that practice that has already been proven over years. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Then the other aspect is the institutional capacity from all levels. We are talking about aspects at strategy and operational level. I've just worked with the Housing Finance Bank in Uganda. It's over 60 years. It was established in Uganda to facilitate to house Ugandans. And I told you Uganda has an average of 10,000 mortgages, a population of 50 million. So for them now to get into the incremental housing strategy, I had to be involved at the level of the strategy, up to the board level to do a presentation, to have the same understanding from the highest level up to the operational level, which we are always impatient. We are always transactional. We want just to disburse. What product are you disbursing to? So the other long-term funding, I've always heard about this whole issue that mortgages are not growing because there's no long-term funding. How can long-term funding come at an interest rate of 20 or 30% per year? You are just killing that person. So there are very systemic issues that we have to go head on if really we are going to have an impact. Thank you.
If your hands are not too busy, please put them together some more for him. Thank you very much. When he was doing his introduction, he said he came all the way from Ghana, from Kenya. Welcome, sir. How was the journey? If you go to Kenya, I finished eating eba okra soup in Nigeria. I went to Kenya. They told me, I said, do you have fufu? They said, no. I said, we have inyama choma and ogali. I said, what is that? They said, you use the meat to eat the fufu. I said, how much is the meat? By the time they told me, I said, can you just give me the fufu? I will eat and leave the meat for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item very quickly is a very important one, and we want to especially appreciate those from who will be taking us through the next. Is a very, very interesting session that will deal not only on investment, but on a beneficial investment that will affect everybody in the value chain, courtesy of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Murphy. Please put your hands together for them. As we delve into this, we are taking a look at Nigeria's bold initiative for a 1 trillion naira fund, 200 raised the first tranche, mortgages and off-take guarantees, and we're sure that everyone will benefit on the value chain. This will also bring international investors, and private sector-driven initiative gives it some credibility, and to tell you that the process will be very, very fast. So I'll take just some time to just look at share with us, because in the next 1 hour, we hope to be done with this. And immediately after that, we will take the next. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the opening at this point, and then we'll be talking about financing Nigeria through financing Nigeria's housing future, the transformational role of the MBRIF. So may I invite, therefore, permit me to invite for the keynote address this morning, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer for the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Please welcome Dr. Armstrong Ome Takan. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to deliver for us the opening and keynote speech to prepare us for discussions as they come. Please, can we clap for him again? I know that the team has been working. In this session, we'll also have messages from the National Coordinator for MRIF. May I especially acknowledge Mr. Yakubu. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. Sorry, we're honored to have you. Also with us is the MD of AIHS, Wale Duto. Together. Our panelists will be talking a little later. We have also from Diafa Fatimilehi, we have Mr. Boyega Fatimilehi. Please put your hands. Thank you much. Also here we have Ms. Fumi Ekundayo from STL Trustees. Please put your hands together for her. From Olaniwu Ajayi LP, Mrs. Yewande Shembore. Please put your hands together for her. And from Q Shelter Limited, we have Bing Alamu. You're welcome. Please clap for him. So our program today will look like this, as simple as it is. We will take very quickly a message from the MD. We'll take a panel session. We'll take a look at what MRIF is about, and then we'll go ahead to talk about other parts of MRIF. And then before long, we'll talk also about unlocking capital for affordable housing, the role of government and the private sector. So once more, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite for the open this morning, the Manager and Chief Executive Murphy, Dr. Armstrong Please put your hand together for him. Is the MRIF team here at all? Is the Murphy team at all around? I know they were outside. All right, they're still putting their acts together. We hope they can join us before Christmas. While we are waiting for them to join us, permit me to take a few recognitions. I've seen the past president of NITP and coordinator of the National Nathaniel Ategbuje Foundation for Planning Foundation, Town Planner Nathaniel Ategbuje. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Our sound people, if you're there, can we just play some sound as we get ready to move into action for the next session? Thank you.
There's always been a Baggins living here under the hill. In Baggin, there always will be.
Welcome to Rhythm. Frodo Baggins.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, want to special for your patience and your time. Yeah, I especially appreciate some of our board members who are here with us today. We have the former head of private sector of AFDB, Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Also, His Honorable Barrister David Sule, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Land and Urban Development, Nasarawa State. You're welcome, sir. Also, the former president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Town Planner Tony Ainde. Please put your hands together for him. I also especially appreciate the Executive Director of Operations, Family Home, Dr. Emeka Henry Inegu. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for coming through. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were adding a little to do and what will be happening in the next 1 hour or so. I will be exposing ourselves to a basic intervention on federal government, asset management, to those who are in charge directly of the management of federal government assets wherever they are located. And they have not only done that following principles alone, they have done results, showing experience, even help to see that there is more that can happen for Nigeria. I think we can put our hands together for Murphy for doing a good job. Please clap for them specially. Thank you. To look at Nigeria and believe that it's possible to provide long-term loans at low cost with a single-digit interest rate, 20-year tenor, and 20% equity distribution was looking like impossible until Murphy said this is very possible. May I also welcome the Ministry of Honorable Ministry of Housing, Lagos State, Engineer Olai. Please put your hands together for him. 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 Please put your hands together for So for want of time and based on the exigency of what is happening, we will need to quickly go into the program once again. And may I apologize to the officials of in early, but some other people were held in traffic, but they are here with us now, and we'll go straight into the business of the day. So our program is a straightforward and easy one. First, we will take a look at what is before us, and speeches will be taken. And as easy as it is, we'll delve directly into that business. So to begin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a little exercise to welcome us. Normally, this kind of mood, I just draw their attention and tell them that we should just size. And what it is that I'll just count 1 to 3 and say go, and expect us to just clap once so that we can listen to ourselves. Is it possible? Something we can do? Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I didn't say go. So can we one more time? 1, 2, 3. Let's try it last time. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, what that says is averagely you have to tell a human being something like 3 times before they are able to comprehend. The person who is coming has a very important message to deliver for us. He has one opportunity to say very important things, and I need you to really, really pay attention. And that's why we need to draw your minds and to bring it to you. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we take first after the one that came in from Kenya. And this one is really, really, that's why I'm stalling a little. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have a range of sectors, including transportation, banking, insurance, healthcare, education, and government administration. His career has seen impactful leadership areas across Africa, Europe, and the United States, including positions at KPMG and significant contributions to national development projects such as the Integrated Financial and Economic Management Information Systems and the Voluntary Assets and Income Declaration Scheme. He's an alumni of the University of UK, Imperial College in London, and Harvard Business. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, his leadership has been recognized globally with prestigious accolades such as the African Finance Industry Personality of the Year Award in 2025, African CEO of the Year Award, and in recognition for his as one of the 100 most reputable Africans in 2024. His efforts have also aimed as an influential figure in shaping Nigeria's economic future. As also instrumental in several landmark initiatives, including leading the transformation of one of Nigeria's newest and most efficient agencies, a federal government-owned private equity venture capital powerhouse, which continues to grow Nigeria's economic influence globally. He has spearheaded the development of Project Lighthouse, constantly enhancing Nigeria's tax collection capabilities, and oversaw large-scale national projects such as the Integrated Payroll and Personal Information System, IPPIS, the ICT component of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and Nigeria's Financial Intelligence Unit. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome Nigeria's leading, with over 25 years experience in technology, private equity, and investment management. Let's welcome the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Nigeria's leading institution managing the federal government's investment assets wherever they are. Please put your hands together as I invite for his keynote address this morning, Dr. Armstrong Ume Takang. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome him specially.
Good morning, everyone. I thought you guys came here to at least get some excitement, but the mood in here looks like we're at a funeral. Good morning, everyone. That's more like it. We're more active on WhatsApp than we are here. I like to see some excitement here, much more excitement than we normally have on the housing WhatsApp platform. Let me start by acknowledging the Dorian industry, especially the very organizations, including our leader in real estate. Please stand up for some recognition, please. I'm sure you guys know why I'm asking him to stand up for some recognition, and I'll tell you a story why I asked him to stand up. And okay, my prof at the back, please stand up for some recognition as well. Mr. Olufemi. He's looking at him. That's right. You know, I believe that when people have paid their dues, they have to be recognized and respected. There are many people in this industry, and I believe that it is only fair that they be recognized and respected for what they've done. Because I said it's not just about the money. It's about the passion for the it is about the love for country. It is about love for humanity because most of these people have more than enough for themselves and their family, but they go beyond that to do more for others, for humanity. You know, I have a presentation that I prepared, but today is not a presentation. I will share the presentation, and so it can be shared with all of you. I'd like us to have a presentation on this. Figures bantered around as to what is the housing deficit from 17 million to 20 million to 28 million. But quite frankly, I don't think this session should be about those statistics. We can always find the statistics. You don't need me to know about the statistics. There are AI platforms that can give you a whole lot of statistics on this, perhaps better than anyone else. It's about execution. We've had a lot of conversations around the fact that there is a huge deficit, the fact that many families are homeless across the breadth of this country. But the question is, what are we doing about it? What must we do about it? It's time to stop talking and start doing and acting. And so, you know, that's about less talk and more action. And that's what I want this presentation to be about. And let me tell you a story. For those of you who may not know who MOFI is, MOFI was established in 1959 by an act of parliament by the British. So clearly, as you can tell, the establishment of MOFI predates Nigeria's independence. So MOFI existed before Nigeria's independence. And the reason for the establishment of MOFI was very simple. It is important to distinguish between the role of government in policy making, in regulation, and government's involvement in commercial enterprises or business, if you will. And so Murphy was established to be that entity, that legal entity that would hold government's interests in what called SOEs, state-owned enterprises. And that is why when entities such as Nigerian Airways were established, Murphy was the shareholder that held the shares of government, federal government. When Ajakuta Steel was established, same thing. Delta Steel. Many of the entities that BPE had to privatize were owned by Murphy, and they were running into hundreds of them. And today, Murphy still holds significant shares in a lot of these enterprises that exist, including NNPC, Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Galaxy Backbone, Family Homes Funds, NMRC, Federal Mortgage Bank. All the discos, we have interest in them. TCN. So all of these enterprises are enterprises that government established Murphy to hold interest in them. But for over, as you can imagine, many of them underperformed. That's why government ended up in 1999 to establish the privatization program to get rid of the enterprises that were all underperforming. Many of those that were privatized have gone on to, but for many of them, the jury is still out. But as you can tell, when you have, I always use the analogy of two farmers who each have a hectare of land to plant. One says, I'm in Nigeria, we have fantastic weather, there's enough water. I'll just throw seeds there and come back after 3 or 4 months to harvest the maize. The other one decides that, yes, the weather may be favorable. Yes, there may be enough water. But I have a responsibility to take control of my planting. I will prepare the land properly. I will apply fertilizer in accordance with good agronomic practices. I would plant the seeds. First of all, I would choose the right seeds that will give me the best yield, given my climatic conditions. I would water the soil when I need to, and the right amount of water. I would weed the soil when I need to, and I would tend that to the crop. And when it's time for me to harvest, I will use the best harvesting techniques. Clearly, when you compare those two farmers, who do you think is going to get a better harvest? Who do you think? The second, right? It is the same thing with investments. We cannot make investments, especially investments that belong to the commonwealth of this nation for current and future generations, and place them and just hope and pray those investments will do well. They will not do well. We've clearly seen the results of that. And that is why most of those enterprises ended up being moribund, and many of them underperformed. There is one that I always use as an example. In 1993, the government, in its wisdom, provided $80 million of capital as equity and provided an additional $80 million as a loan to this business. In 1993, it was the most capitalized financial institution at the time. 30 years later, more than 30 years later, not a single dime of, single kobo of dividend was ever paid to government. If you go to Ajakuta Steel today and you think about the fact how much money was invested there, you will shed tears. You go to Delta Steel, same thing. Not to talk about all the real estate properties or real estate assets that we have. If you go to CBD in Lagos today, you will see a lot of the large buildings that used to be used by the federal government before we moved to Abuja. I'm sure the permanent secretary from Lagos can attest to this. Huge buildings in prime location. Most of them are lying fallow, occupied by miscreants. In fact, they pose a security threat. Nobody does that. But that is because we plant our seeds and don't bother to prepare the land, We don't bother to ensure that we plant. We don't weed it when we need to and expect that there will be a bumper harvest after 3 to 4 months. It's not going to happen. That has been our experience for the last over 60 years. That we make investments and expect that those investments will take care of themselves. We don't put the right governance in place. We don't put the right management in place. There is no structure for tracking performance and expect that those investments will deliver the right results. It's not going to happen. And that's why sometimes when we think about the fact that despite all our endowments as a nation, we appear to be cash strapped. We appear to be struggling to fund our budget despite all of that. Let's take an example of a country that decided to do it differently, Singapore. MOFI in Nigeria was established at the same time as MOFI in Singapore. But in 1974, the Singaporeans decided that we have to take our destiny into our own hands. And they converted their MOFI into what is called Temasek today in 1974. And they started with assets of $350 million. Today, their assets under management is over 300 billion US dollars, and they operate in over 11 countries. And they have shares in some of the most iconic global brands, such as Singapore Airlines. In fact, Olam, before it was so recently, was majority owned by Temasek, despite the fact that Olam started in Nigeria. Standard Chartered Bank, before they divested from it, they were majority shareholders in Standard Chartered Bank. So you can see what happens when government takes advantage of sovereign endowments to do something for current and future generations. What did we do with ours? We planted the seeds and hope and prayed that when we show up 3 months after the corn, the maize will be there and we shall have a bumper harvest. Of course, we all know that they never. And so in 2023, the former president, may he so rest in peace, President Buhari, initiated and launched the renewed MOFI. And what was different between the new MOFI and the old MOFI? One, there was a recognition that we needed to be more active in how we manage sovereign investments. We needed the right governance in place, and so there is the Governing Council that is chaired and has members of Federal Executive Council as members of that council. That is the body of shareholders to superintend over all these investments. It also has a board of directors that is chaired by former Minister of Finance, Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, and myself as the chief executive and the lead of the management team. And what is our mandate? We have 3 simple mandates. The first is to establish what Nigeria owns. A lot of the conversations in public fora these days focus a lot on the fact that government has a lot of debts. When you read a lot of columns, you listen to a lot of TV programs, they talk about the fact that Nigeria has hundreds and billions or trillions of nairas of debts. The question is, who is talking about what we own? How much do we own as a nation? And what are we doing about it? And so our first mandate is to create a national registry of our investment assets. And what happened so far? We have compiled the first set of corporate assets. When we came in initially, when we did our first compilation, the assets in the books, based on the records, was 1.25 trillion naira. So the first thing we did was that we need to know what we own, where it is located, both domestic as well as offshore, and ensure that we are able to optimize those assets. We need to sweat those assets to deliver value for Nigeria and for Nigerians. We cannot be close to the stream and be thirsty. We cannot own all these assets and still be struggling to fund programs and take care of the needs of our people. We cannot own all these assets and our people are hungry, our people are homeless. We must optimize those assets. But you first of all need to know where they are and in whose custody those assets are. And so that is the first, creating that assets register. Where are we now? As of 2023, based on audited financial statements of the corporate assets, we have 38.3 trillion naira of the assets under management. So we move from 1.52 to 38.5 trillion naira, and we can tell you authoritatively where they are because it's based on at least 3 years of audited financial statements. And that work is continuing. And that is why we're excited about the partnership that we're going to be having with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development on how to enlist, enumerate, and optimize our real estate assets, federal government real estate assets, because we believe that that's a significant portfolio of assets as well that we need to leverage on to make a difference, to mobilize resources for this country. And that is going to be significant. It will add to that. We have our port assets. Airports are not even on this 30 naira jobs. Our seaports are not included there. And that is one asset that we underestimate. To give you an idea, the Lekki Deep Seaport is a PPP, which is private sector driven. It's a significant asset, just one that private sector put together. Imagine the ones that are owned by governments. In Apapa, in One, in Calabar. Those are all government assets, infrastructure assets. Imagine what we can do with those. Our forestry assets, our marine assets. There are many nations whose main revenues come from fishing and from their aquaculture. That is not even included in our list of assets. So when we think so out, not to talk about solid minerals. So we have no business with poverty in Nigeria. Zero. We have no business with poverty in this country. God has given us everything we need to do and everything that we need. You can throw a seed on the roof of a building, it will grow. It doesn't even need fertilizer. The question is, what are we doing with that which God has endowed us with? It's no longer about aspirations. It's no longer about dreams. It's about execution. It's about acting on the things that we already have at our disposal. The second is professionalizing our corporate assets. These are enterprises where we own shares. I mentioned some of them: NMPC, Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, DBN, NMRC, Federal Mortgage Bank, Family Homes Funds. These are all entities that we own shares in. How many dividends compared to the we saw was Geregu? For many years, Geregu under government struggling to breathe, and Otedola bought it. I'm sure for those of you who are following up what's happening in the capital market, you know what Geregu is worth today and how much dividends have been paid ever since it went into private hands. Ugeli. There are many of them that under government's custody, they underperformed. In fact, most of them were at the risk of dying. What is the difference? It's the same assets. One is governance. When you have an asset of that nature, we need to put proper governance in place. Who is making the decision and whose interest is that decision being made? Management. Ensuring that those who are managing the assets are not based on federal character. It's based on competence. Because when you're going to fly that plane to Lagos, you're not asking the tribe or the religion of the pilot. You want a competent pilot. When you're ill and you're in emergency and a doctor comes to treat you, I don't remember any of you, and I don't think any of you would ask what religion or tribe that person is. You want a competent doctor. So we need competent managers to manage our assets. Accountability. You don't need to beg someone to tell you the status of your assets. And that is why we strongly believe the importance of the capital market. Because if you list your entity on the capital market, you need to make sure that you provide the reports as and when due. Nobody needs to prompt you. It is part of the regulation. You need to be accountable to the shareholders. You need to be transparent. You need to provide information at all times. At any time, people should have access to your audited financial statements. What is happening with their shares? And when it is time to pay dividends, you shouldn't have to go and beg. It's on a schedule. So when government owns shares in businesses, government does not have to go and beg for the dividends to be paid because government is a shareholder, just like anyone else. Those dividends must be paid as and when due. The companies do not keep government money and spend it as they so wish. You pay the dividends when it's due. And that is why, what have we done regarding that? Earlier this year, we launched a corporate governance scorecard for all our portfolio companies. Bar none. If we own shares in your business, you would adhere to that. You have to be accountable. You must be transparent. And we want to see clear evidence of value creation. And how does that value manifest? Two simple parameters. One is capital appreciation. Last year, what was the value of each of our shares in your business? And this year, what is the value of that share? We need to see that it is on the rise, because that is how we know whether or not the board is doing what it ought to do and what the management is doing what it's supposed to do. And what's the second? Dividend payments. Because our view is a business that is not paying dividends tells us that business is sick. Dividend payment is an indication that value is being created. It's an indication that there's liquidity in the business. There's no point being profitable, but you're illiquid. And we've been pushing all our entities bar none that they must pay dividends. They must pay dividends. If you're not paying dividends, we'd rather convert you into a government parastatal where all you do is spend money. But so long as you're a commercial enterprise, you're limited liability, you must pay dividends. We must see that the value of our holdings in your business are increasing. But to do that, the governance must be in place. And that is why we launched the Corporate Governance Scorecard. And in Q1 next year, we're going to have a Murphy Excellence Award, where we're going to have an independent panel of fairly respected Nigerians, and we're going to have institutional representatives as part of the panel to assess our portfolio companies to ensure that they are delivering value, they are impacting their communities, they are adhering to ESG principles, and that our investments are not at risk, because they must have proper risk management structures in place. The Minister of Finance launched it. The board has approved for us to proceed. So in Q1 next year, we're going to be having that. But between now and then, the process of evaluation would start. And any entity that thinks that they cannot subject themselves to those, they might as well invite us to sell our shares. But so long as we have shares in the business, we must see that. Third mandate, mobilizing capital at scale to invest that capital in priority sectors of the economy. This particular mandate of ours is fundamental for the MRIF. And what is it? It is the fact that when you look at the scale of investments that government needs across different sectors, especially infrastructure, housing, roads, government alone cannot do it, cannot mobilize the resources to do that. And here we're running a deficit budget. But to ensure that we're mobilizing until we have the right structures to do so. There is enough and there's a lot of liquidity in the private sector that we can attract to work together with private. I don't know if you were following the story of the 300 billion naira Sukuk bond that was launched recently by DMO. And it was oversubscribed by 700%, 7x. DMO asked for 300 billion. They had interest of 2.1 trillion naira. And they had to return 1.8 trillion naira back to those who had invested, who wanted to invest. It's an indication that there's enough liquidity in the system. The question is, how many viable investment opportunities are we putting out there for people to put their money in? That's what we saw at Mofi. We clearly saw that there is a need for government to mobilize capital at scale to invest in critical sector, and housing is one of those. But leveraging on government resources alone will not solve that problem. Whether you use 17 million, 20, whatever, the fact remains that government resources alone are not sufficient to solve that problem. But you have liquidity in the private sector. You have the pension funds that are over 20 trillion naira under management. 85% of those funds are being invested in fixed income securities, government securities. Why? Because we are not originating enough commercially viable transactions for them to invest in. We saw that as an opportunity. You also have a lot of liquidity in the hand individuals as well as institutional investors looking for good investments to make. We saw that as an opportunity. And so when we looked at sector, think about other sectors that we're looking at. When we looked at the housing sector, one thing was clear to us. We have it's already an investment entity that we own shares in. We have family homes funds. We have NMRC. These are all entities in that sector. We clearly knew that in addition to even the own shares, look at the primary banks. I don't know how many of you have done an assessment of the primary mortgage banks and the size of the balance sheet. Many of them, to a large extent, with all due respect, within the scope of what we need to do in the housing sector, they are too small. Many of the primary mortgage banks, in terms of their balance sheet size, is too small. Many of them, their capitalization is too small. So you cannot rely solely on their balance sheet size or their capital to mobilize enough resources to finance the number of housing units that we have in Nigeria. Something different needed to be done. Can government alone do it? When you look at over the last 20 years, and I've been in this town for over the last 20 years, look at the number of houses where government has invested directly. Some of them have worked, but a lot of them have ended up in a situation, both federal government as well as state governments, building houses that people don't live in. Some of the houses were never completed. When you go to Niger State, Suleja, along Zuba, you see houses that were started and they become shanty towns because they were never completed. Resources were available from the project to be completed. Some of them take 10, 15 years to be completed because they're relying solely on annual appropriation to do it. That's not going to work. So you've sunk in a lot of money on the ground. Nobody's living in the house. You don't have the money. So it's a waste of capital. How about ensuring that from the very beginning, you have all the resources that you need to build a house in 12 months or 18 months so people can move in and you can begin to recoup your availability of capital all at once from the beginning. So how do we leverage on the resources that government has and leverage on the liquidity in the private sector to create a fund that we can now put in that sector? And so we went to the president and said to him, Mr. President, during the campaigns, one of the commitments you made to Nigerians was that you're going to reintroduce mortgages that are low costs, that have the right tenure, and are also at scale for the benefit of Nigerians. And we asked the president, we'd like to approve that we can create an asset base for up to 2 trillion naira. But government must catalyze that by providing some seed capital. And he graciously approved it. I thought you guys would have clapped for the president. The reason is We're very good at criticizing. It's our nature. But when our leaders do good things, it is also important to acknowledge it and applaud them. Because it takes audacity for him to have looked at it and approved 2 trillion naira as a program size and was willing to put up to 20% of that as seed capital from government. He did. When our leaders do the right things, we must applaud it and appreciate it. Because it takes somebody with audacity to do that. So he gave us approval for 2 trillion naira. We came back and we said, if we go to 2 trillion, we can't raise it. But it takes time to deploy that capital. And from the moment we raise that money, so we're not going to do that. We're going to start with half of that. And that's why we worked and said, you know what? We need to make sure that there is a partnership between government and private sector. So we bring in private sector money at a concessionary rate and as a de-risking fund in order to attract private sector money. That was the genesis of the Mofi Real Estate Investment Fund, the MRIF. So we start a 1 trillion naira fund with SEC. Why is that important? I mentioned before, governance is key. None of these PFAs would put their money if they don't believe that there's governance. In fact, the policy of PENCOM specifies the requirements for any investment that they will put their money in. So we went through that and checked what are the things that PENCOM expects to see in order for the PFAs to invest in. Governance is key. The second is that that investment instrument must be rated. It has to be a structure that allows for periodic distributions of earnings to the investors. We looked at all of those and we registered this fund with SEC. We also wanted to make sure that we have a regulator, that it is not about Mofi managing these funds. We're creating an instrument that is out there in the marketplace and got SEC to register that as a program, which means we're going to be raising it in series as we needed it. We went back to the Minister of Finance and said we needed Minister of Finance to make a commitment to that it's not just word, it's indeed. And that's how the Series 1 was raised of 150 billion naira. On the back of the Series 1, we now went to the market and registered Series 2 and subjected it to rating. Augusto AAA and GCR A+. These are all investment grade assets. And we now went to the market to pitch it to the capital market players. We had pension funds that invested in it. We had asset management companies. We had institutional investors, banks, insurance companies, they all invested in it. It was oversubscribed because the structure made it easy for them to come in. And we're going to be listing that instrument in the capital market so that it allows the current investors to exit, so providing additional liquidity. So we structured it from a purely private sector perspective, even though government was the one promoting it. And as a result of that, we're able to raise Series 2 for 100 billion, and it's now 250 billion that is available. And once we get up to 75% utilization of that, of what we have, we'll go back to the market to raise the next one. And we already have a line of investors who want to come in Series 3 and Series 4. For us, the ability to do blended finance, not in theory, I'm sure some of you here who studied economics know about blended finance, was to make sure that we're able to bring in public sector and private sector together to make this happen. And when it was 12% interest rate, and you can get up to 25 years in terms of tenor and at scale. And the idea is to get hundreds of thousands of this. And that for us would be a major, it would be significant, less than 50,000 active mortgages within our entire ecosystem. Yes. Less than 50,000. For 220 million people, It's a major challenge. So for us to address that problem, we need to think and act outside the box. We cannot continue to do the same thing we've done for the last 30, 40 years in the housing sector and expect the same outcome. It's just not going to happen. So we need to have a shock therapy. We need to do things differently. And so when we put this together, we said, you know what? It will not be about being managed by us at Mofi. Let's get a fund manager that is registered by a regulator and supervised by a regulator. Again, governance. That's where in that structure, like every other fund, you have a trustee who represents the interests of all the investors, because to all intents and purposes, we as Mofi are also investors in that fund, and we expect distributions and dividends from it. And the value of our investment in that fund will show up on our balance sheet like every other investment. We have custodians to the funds. Effectively, the proper structure that any fund in the capital market would take. Because our belief is that for us to get to the point where the public sector, the private sector has confidence in bringing their money into the sector, we need to create the structures, we need to have the right governance, there has to be evidence of impact, there has to be evidence of management that knows what they're doing. That is the genesis of MRIF. And our view is that as we continue to deploy the capital, we'll go back to the market and other institutional investors. We have others such as the African Development Bank, IFC, the World Bank, Islamic Development Bank. They all want to come into it. And they love the structure because they know how they can come in. They know how that their money is safe. They can see the impact of it. For every naira that they invest, they can see the beneficiary. They can see who owns the house. By SEC rules, ARM has to submit periodic reports. They don't have to be begged. So it's transparent. There's an investment committee that they are accountable to, and the chair of the committee is an independent member of the committee. It is not from any of the investor community and has no vested interest but to ensure that this program succeeds. And so for us, it's not just about talking, it's about acting. And, you know, again, you may think ₦1 trillion is a lot. It's not. For the magnitude of the challenge that we have, ₦1 trillion is a drop in the ocean, but it's a good start because it allows us to pilot this. And once we pilot it and others see that it is working, our hope is that many other people will create similar funds, target the market. And that is why we're also working. We're almost done with the Sharia compliance part of MRIF. There's going to be a Sharia compliant MRIF that will be coming up in the market soon. We're almost done with that. I thought you'd clap for that. We need to make sure we don't leave out any segment of our society when it comes to things such as housing, because housing is a fundamental right of every Nigerian. And we need to make it easy for Nigerians to own their own homes. But we know that this will not succeed without partnerships. Partnership with primary mortgage banks. And those of you who run primary mortgage banks, I beg you, please recapitalize your institutions. Because when we look at the current CBN rules of how much money we can extend to you, you don't have capacity to utilize the funds we're going to put out there. So they have to recapitalize, put the right governance, bring down your NPLs to be able to access this cash. Because it pains me that we have money sitting there, but not enough PMBs have the capacity to take the money. So that's what I'm saying, that let's have some conversations amongst ourselves. It's the same thing. I foresee that if we do not address the issue of the capacity, mortgages will have the same situation that we have in the electricity sector, where a nameplate capacity is over 14,000 megawatts, but there's a restriction in our transmission capacity. So it doesn't matter, even if you generate the power, you don't have the capacity to transmit it. Same way, if we do not strengthen the lending capacity or the financial capacity of the primary mortgage banks, it doesn't matter how much money we raise, because we must unlend this money through the PMBs. We don't lend directly, we go through the PMBs, because one of the major objectives by Mr. President is to say, how do we strengthen this sector? And how do we provide liquidity for those who are in this sector? So please, those of you who can demonstrate capacity, the world is your oyster. There's enough resources out there, but it's a function of what you can absorb. And that was one of the original objectives. So we would like to see your capacity go up by at least 5 times. Because if 250 billion, we're struggling to find enough PMBs that have the capacity to take the money, that also have low, and their car is also makes sense. So that, for me, if there's any message that should go out of here, it is the fact that the PMBs must step up and scale up their game if we're going to solve that problem. Otherwise, we'll just keep talking about this and it's not going to change. Most of the banks, on the other hand, that have the capacity are not interested because they are used to working with funds with higher margins. You cannot afford to have too much margins in the real estate sector and still keep the rates down. What is the second category? Developers. We need credible developers. I'm sorry to say, the fact remains, and based on the experience of people in the market, a lot of our developers are cowboys. They are not serious businesses. Because for you to take somebody's money and then you hold the money for 6 months and come back to them and tell them that, by the way, prices have gone up, you either take your money back or there's no house for you. I think that is dishonesty at the highest order. Because what it does is that it stifles growth in the sector. It diminishes confidence of consumers and takes away trust. The second element of MREF is offtake guarantees to developers. We're giving developers offtake guarantees that allows them to go out there and borrow money to do their projects. But I guarantee you, we will not compromise on the standards for extending the guarantees, because we're going to do credit checks on every developer before we extend credit to you. And so developers build credible organizations and establish credibility, the more they can access this. That, for me, is the second bottleneck for the growth of the sector. So let us not just be talking about the fact that you have 17 million, 20 million housing deficit. The question is, what do we need to do to make sure we fix that? If we provide all the resources and all of these bottlenecks remain, we will still be where we are. So we must fix that as well. And finally, there has to be some regulation. There has to be regulation so that consumers feel protected. As a consumer, if a developer dupes you, and how quickly can you get justice? So there has to be regulation. And examples have to be set for those who are misbehaving. I believe is that if we are choose, we'll make significant progress in addressing the housing problem that we have in Nigeria. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening, and I'm hoping, I'm praying that we'll all partner together to make a difference in this sector, and that we'll move from talking to acting. We move from acting. Acting has to be underpinned by responsible behavior. It has to be underpinned by us aggressively building our capacity of the institutions, capacity of individuals to learn, who are able to borrow and pay religiously to maintain their credit. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. That was punchy enough. But we have one man who is confident to speak to power, to also be able to tell the truth to professionals in their very own space. Once more, let's appreciate him, please. Let's thank him. So the next, very quickly, he's already seated as those who will listen and ask questions, answer questions from the audience. So very quickly, we'll just invite the other members of the panel to join in this discussion. May I invite a founding partner of DR, Fatimi Lehi and Co., one who started his career as a trainee surveyor but had gone to become a household name in this industry. It is not house without a mention, quote, his signature, or his advice. Please put your hands together for Boyega Fatimi Lehi. Thank you very much, sir, for providing leadership and support in this sector. May I also invite the coordinator for MRIF. Let's welcome Mr. Sani Yakubu. Please put your hands together for him. Also very calm and thorough. Somebody said if he was a medical doctor, if he gave your child injection, you will not feel the pain. Together. I'll also want to welcome the Managing Director of ARM, Mr. Wale Odutola. Please for him. Our coordinator for this panel will be Olutade Olaigbe. Please put your hands together as he comes over to take the stage. Our panel is set. Our discussions is for another 25 minutes. I'm sure they can exhaust that time talking beautifully. All right. So let's clap for them as they take over.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Armstrong. Good morning to the rest of the distinguished panelists. And good morning to our guests here. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Olutade Olaigbe, MD, Vetiva Advisory Services Limited. We're pleased to work with MOFI and ARM to set up the fund, raising, in the first instance, 150 billion from the federal government and blending it with 100 billion from the private sector. We understand that mortgages have started to be disbursed, and the fund is poised to even do more in the coming months. Over the next 30 minutes, I would be honored to take questions and just direct it to our panelists. So they encourage everyone here who may have a question based on the welcome notes that has been given by, just general questions about MRIF. So please feel free to ask your questions. Please signify by raising up your hands, and would ask the ushers to pass the mics around to those who may have questions to add. Thank you very much. So I'll start with the gentleman over there, please.
Good morning once again. My name is Charles Nyangete. For my sins, I've studied global capital markets. So Dr. Takang, I'm glad that you gave us a very thorough exposition of what your institution is set up to do. And I'm just going to take you through a few questions based on what you and the register that shows you have assets under management of 38.5 trillion. I commend the fact that you have professional approach to management. I also commend the fact that you're mobilizing capital. But let me now take you through the things that I think are still need to be done for you to actually achieve some of the things you've set out to do. First of all, I believe our assets are mispriced. Why do I say so? The global credit ratings underrates many African. If we have Africa, the underrating is 4 notches below where it should be. It should be triple B, and it's rated double B. If we take Nigeria, Nigeria is about B minus, it ought to be double B. That's 4 notches up. If you translate that, it comes to 100, that's a 1 percentage point. It means for every borrowing you're doing as a sovereign, you should be saving the equivalent of 1% in interest. I'm not saying about the repayment, 1% in interest. So take our PFAs, for example. For example, the absorptive capacity of the market is critical for what you want to do. Our PFAs only consist of 15.73 billion US dollars at the 24 trillion plus that it is at the moment. Our capital market today is about 84 trillion naira. That translates to about 54 billion US dollars. Our capital market 10 years ago, in June 2015, 1.4 billion naira, that was $57.43 billion. So our capital markets 10 years ago, in dollar terms, was bigger than what it is today. And mark my point here is, we're looking at the absorptive capacity of the market to sustain the mobilization of capital. If your market cannot absorb it without running credit level costs to a very high level, then there's a problem. So these fundamental things need to be addressed. The devaluation of the currency means that the numbers you're giving us today, they're 1/10 of what they were 10 years ago. Okay? So every time you speak of a trillion, it really means 100 billion, 10 in equivalent terms, and in terms of the value in FX terms. And so we need to come to a point where we regain the devaluation in some ways by broadening our economy. We need to do all in tandem. Let me illustrate using an African country. 10 years ago, my 100,000 naira gave me 1 million Tanzanian shillings. Today, my 100,000 naira gives me 150,000 Tanzania shillings. I'm not talking about some foreign country. So you can see the extent of the devaluation of our own vis-a-vis another small African economy. It's about fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline is still lacking for all the governance structures that are set up. At the end of the day, we must demonstrate fiscal discipline. So I think we need to move all of these things together. It's very creditable for all of the institutions you investing the one Pioneer MD of. You need to push through with the scorecard that you spoke about. You need to push through discipline in treating governance as on paper, not just in semblance. It must be done in reality. So those are my points. And of course, when we think of the program that's being let me illustrate again. The 21 billion naira to $1 billion program that's just been approved by the legislators translates things are made, if our rating is correct, to about 300 billion naira savings in the cost of that when you get to borrow, which is about 195 million US dollars of saving that can be made. So all things necessary to bring to the level B, we must push through all the governance structures, reality done to restore confidence in our market. I illustrate again. If at the time we decided to buy new cars for all the new legislators last year, at that time we had postponed that, the naira would have gained a lot more, maybe about 400, 500 naira from where it is today in terms of the devaluation. We need to sequence everything we do correctly. And those are just the building. I think for all the creditable things that you've done, that you still need to go back and walk your way back forward. But nevertheless, I commend you for a very bold and powerful steps being taken. Thank you.
So will you want to reappraise the fact that people can just use less than 1 minute to ask their questions? Is that what you wanted to tell me?
Absolutely.
Thank you,
so
sir.
Just encourage the
Please,
next questions.
just less than 1 minute. If not, we'll
brief.
turn off the mic from the back. Please. Thank you very much.
So
what do you want?
No, we'll take question from the gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you much. My name is Professor Zenganubi, Asset Management, and the founder of Center for Housing and Sustainable Studies, University of Lagos. A board member, technical board member of FHA 2006 and 2007. So, thank you so much for the exposition on the wasting it. You were so emotional about it. You asked us to visit Ajaokuta and really see, say this nation is wasting. Well, unfortunately for me, I lived in Ajaokuta for 2 years as a staff of Federal Ministry. Within Ajaokuta State Complex, you drive 2 hours. You drive 2 hours. Not that you trek. You drive 2 hours within the complex. Is a nation sinking there? So, and the question we have to ask ourselves, the return of just getting asset register. Many have expressed concern about this wasting asset. And I think your group should really move ahead and ask why. Why are these assets wasting? Despite the fact that it has come to the consciousness of the nation. And I want to stay here today that asset will still continue to waste because they were designed to fail. Ajaokuta citizenship is to be fair, and Oshogbo hills. Who are to produce billets to service Ajaokuta citizenship. But Aja is producing circular billets. Ajaokuta citizenship receive rectangular billets. And Oshogbo, they produce billets for international market, to sell international market. And Ajaokuta will continue to buy billets from international market. So from the beginning, we have to interrogate how can design. And the second is, if you can fortunately wait for the second presentation, because we have presentation a monument that can be turned to 1,000 housing units. But why is it wasting? We have to interrogate that. We can't just say that we have abandoned buildings. The federal government sold the secretariat to a private company. The negotiations were saying the principle of when you acquire land for overriding public interest, when you are no longer using it for overriding public interest to the where you acquire the land, you can't sell to the private sector what you acquire. And as long as that will remain abandoned. So one by one, all these under we have to go to it. On the PMI, lastly, on the PMI, that PMI utilize, no matter how much is the volume of PMI, never perform. They will never perform. Because PMI, the essence of existence of PMI is to create loan on existing housing stock. No house stock, PMI will never create loan. So no matter how much they have in their portfolio as fund for lending, as long as we have no housing stock for them to create loan on, they will not create loan. So we have to have understanding of the why are knocking. so that we can have a lasting solution. This work you are doing, sustainable, impactful, for much.
Thank you very much. We'll take a quick response from Dr. Armstrong now, and then we'll move to the side of the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the passion that this is generating. But I think, I think those were more of statements of facts. I'm not so sure how much. It's not as if it's a question. I think it was more of statements of facts. I'd just like to add, I agree with you, sir, about the rating issue. The issue of the fact that the ratings underestimate of our assets is already established. That's not the only challenge. The other challenge is really the fact that when you look at the algorithms underpinning ratings, underpinning even GNIs, GDP, clearly does not favor us, right? Even what underpins the value of currency doesn't favor us. So there are some fundamental global issues in terms of the global financial architecture that must be addressed. Don't wait them to do it for us. We must design our own algorithms, our own framework and structures that favor us. So clearly, I think we're on the same page on that. We're on the same page on that in terms of the fact that once we're able to do proper ratings, it reduces our cost of borrowings, and the savings from the reduction in the cost of borrowings can be used to do many more things. I couldn't agree with you more. From our things, right? The first is the fact that the ability for us to utilize our assets and optimize them is even if assets, then really the asset is not worth much to you. So that is fundamental. And if you think about the fact that the continent is resource rich, but very poor in terms of utilizing that resource, how can you explain to me why a country such as Congo DRC is rated as one of the poorest countries in the world? How is that even possible? It means that the global financial architecture and the way they use to determine the wealth of nation does not give strength to what is our own strength. But then of that problem because it is not in their best interest. So we have to resolve that ourselves. Yeah, we have to do that ourselves. We need to be able to think that favor us. I think that you've said it, and it's part of what we're doing, right? In terms of ensuring that for reasons, we know what the reasons are. We don't need to go consult anyone to know what the reasons are. That's why I said action, action, action. Taking steps to be able to resolve that. And it's the same thing even for the housing space as well. So long as we keep asking ourselves why in the housing, we will not resolve the problem that we have in housing. It is about action. It's about people doing what they need to do. Right? Your point about housing stock, I agree. But I also need you to think about something that I think has been brought up before. It is a mismatch between the types of housing we have and the housing that people need. There's also evidence that there are a lot of empty houses in major cities. Even in this town, there are houses that have been built and not being occupied because the purpose of that was not for people to occupy, but as a store of value. You have the same thing for places like Lagos. And then you also have a mismatch between the high end of the market of people can have 4 houses with just a husband and wife, and they spend 2 days per week in one of those houses. Whereas you go to the inner cities, you have, one house occupied by 10 people. So you have a lot of those distortions, and that's why the issue of housing deficit is not that straightforward, right? There's also the argument that people occupy more space, square foot than they need, and then you have people where too many people are occupying a small space. So those are some of the fundamental issues that we have to address. But the issue of housing stock, yes, of course. And that's why I talked about the issue of offtake guarantee is to address that portion and the partnership that we have with, Shelter Afrique. And also the developers, the credibility of developers, and for them to keep their words is key. because that is also on the supply side. But there are two other areas that I didn't talk about that I think is also fundamental. It's called materials. So long as building materials are expensive, the house prices would hardly go down. So that's also something that we need to fix. How much of the materials for building can we localize to reduce dependence on imports? It's a fundamental part. That also is a major piece of work. There's also the issue about skilled workforce. How many of you have built your house and brought a plumber, and as soon as you move in, you have to redo the house because the plumbing is all messed up? How many of you have built your house, as soon as you move in, the electrical system is all messed up, you have to redo it? There's a huge shortage of skilled manpower in the sector. That's also another area that must be fixed. If we're talking about bridging the housing gap, we do not have enough qualified manpower to fix that. That also. So there are myriad with it, and we'll all have to do the parts that we can to make sure that together we can find solutions for it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So please, just to respond to that last question and add a bit more information, the Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund has, as a second very critical pillar, the provision of offtake guarantees. What do these offtake guarantees say? The offtake guarantee that X construction company can get an offtake guarantee that says today to a financier. So assume the financier is First Bank and it's XYZ and Co. So the Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund is saying that on behalf of the construction company, we assure you, the financier, that if you give money to this construction company and they build up to 75%, we will give we will give mortgages to Nigerians that will buy. It's a different way of approaching, helping to increase the housing stock without the risk that is typically associated with checking on whether the money for the housing construction is being properly utilized. So this is very important. I had to say this because I know that half of the room consists of companies involved in housing construction. Close to 25% of the fund, of the 250 billion, is in one cash form or the other. So the guarantees that we give are cash backed. I challenge you to find in this country any institution other than guarantee. Say to whoever and get to 75%, people that want to buy will be given mortgages to buy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong. Thank you very much, Mr. Yakubu. So we will take questions from this side. We're running short of time. We want to once again encourage us to keep our questions short, simple, and straightforward. And let's try to focus on the matter that we're delivering.
Thank you, sir. I want to now regard you as a last week they were in the State House, your lecture, and some of us were to come up to you to ask a simple question. How Murphy can help us get the true worth of Nigerian words. Because if you look at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, they quoted all their blue chips investment. But when you come to Nigeria, a company like NNPC is non-listed, LNG in Bonny is non-listed, and these are dollar-denominated equity. They are not listed. We're to ask you how you help us so that we can get the true value of our net worth. That is, by the way. Now, my first question is that these don't have. We don't have capacity because we have a 2% band we've been operating with. Family give us a little increment. MRIFT isn't. When you run your books with the credit risk provision that will be made by CBN, you find out, except the PNB is doing some other things, you only need to hold your cost and see how you will move on. So the question I will ask is, how are you first, in the first place, empowering the institutions we have in the ecosystem? Take Federal Mortgage Bank, for example. You have investment in Federal Mortgage Bank. You have investment in family homes and the NMRC. How can you create capacity? Because this capacity you create through them will rub on us as the PMBs. Having said that, you also mentioned that the total mortgages created in the country is about 60,000 mortgages. We had a program 3 years ago with Federal Housing Authority. As at 3 years ago, housing stock created by FHA were over 60,000. The ones created by Federal Mortgage Bank are well over that. I think part of the program we'll have today is the National Housing Data, which is being spearheaded by the Federal Ministry of Housing, Federal Mortgage Bank, NMRC, and IMBAN. The mortgage banking associations are all involved. So we want to plead that Murphy is part of this ecosystem. Let us know how we can integrate all our efforts and see that we have the true, what is happening in the market and how we can improve it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll take question side before the panelists respond.
Okay.
Once again, please, let's keep it very short. And
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Please.
For the opportunity you have given to me. My name is Adedeji Adeshemoye. I was a director at the Central Bank and also director at the Federal Mortgage Bank, and also the architect that set up Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. I will start with the Federal Mortgage Bank, that is to provide optical guarantee. This institution is having capital shortage. This institution is having capital shortage, inadequacy of close to 300 billion. And we have raised this, and you want the institution to be able to provide optical guarantee. This is your institution, you have investment in. Part of our solution is to recapitalize Federal Mortgage Bank first, so that it will be able to provide optical guarantee. Under the capital adequacy, you must provide at least 10% if the guarantee is not crystallized. So you need capital to be able to provide for that. Number two, we have done some job before this team came in, which your assistant here should be able to also advise. We have underwriting standard that is required for you to be able to securitize. That is the reason why we set up NMRC. Okay, so we have 5 different including interest, which the primary mortgage use to be able to underwrite the mortgages. So we have spent a lot of time and resources on the supply side from your speech. We need a lot more on the demand side so that we can be able to take what the supply side is pushing. Otherwise, we push more and there is not going to be to okay. And number 3 of my own is the fact that when you have been able to have this mortgage underwriting, which you have the structure, which we have already started with NMRC as a liquidity company to be able to securitize them. That becomes level, and then securitization will work to be able to reflect this program that you have on ground. Otherwise, the federal government will continue to carry the body resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take our final question before we then take all of the responses at once.
Thank you very much for that concession. I'm Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, President and CEO, Partner Africa, and retired head of private sector operations and head of portfolio management of the African Development Bank in Nigeria here. I have a couple of interactions with Mofi, but today I thank you so much. I know you are a professor from day one, but on this, you have taken all of us to an MBA school where we learned not only about Mofi, but about the Nigerian financial landscape and investment landscape. Now, by AFDB standard, for instance, which is an international standard, this MOFI is a strategic agency of the government and a strategic asset of the government. By AFDB standard, it should have a way of monitoring all those assets. They have a problem about assets. Nigeria is capacity deficit, leadership deficit. And let me explain, don't politicize what I'm saying here. If Jesus Christ come today and you replace Bola Tinubu with Jesus Christ, tackle them on Nigeria. Why? Because if the structure is something is not done about it not work. In the same way, there is no way you could have such an enormous assets and you don't have representation on the board of each of those companies. I mentioned here yesterday, I was an AGM, head of audit and systems of Federal Mortgage Finance Company, which is now part of Federal Mortgage Bank. 28 years ago, I retired. The situation has not changed. Why? FBN need to be If you do that, you will be able to maintain a stronghold of how things works right there. So my question on that is that what is Mofi doing to make its influence known in all those subsidiary companies, not just sit down and be waiting for dividends at the end of the year? Number two, I have an interaction with Mofi. What is Mofi even doing? Mofi has an excellent leader. In the name of Professor Armstrong, I've given you an elevation today, Professor Armstrong. But Mofi has a terrible capacity deficit as well. Let me tell you the truth. My interactions about referring to Mofi, sitting for response. There are Nigerian consultants and professionals out there and the diaspora who want to come home like me. I've been living in Canada for 25 years, but about now I came back to this country. What are you doing to stop? Because if Mofi doesn't have the capacity, you will not be able to even monitor. You don't even have enough machinery to monitor all those companies. Trillion. We are the life of Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Armstrong, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the question around listing. Clearly record the fact that part of the wealth of a nation is the ability to look at your stock market, your capital market. And that's why at the last, when I spoke at the capital market event, between around how do we build a $1 trillion economy? And the question was, what within $1 trillion club doing 19 countries? And if you remember, one of the things that I said was that if you look at the size of the capital market against the GDP, we're at about 15%. Many other countries in that space were at least 75. That is the size of the capital market as GDP at least 75%. In some cases, this was 200%. And so that clearly was an. What are we doing on our own part? If you recall, I said specifically the governor card that we have established. And that is because we can't wake up overnight and list our entities on the exchange without preparing them for it. There's a process. And we've been engaging with the Nigerian Stock Exchange on the things we must put in place before any of our entities qualify for listings. And that's why we have the capital, the corporate governance scorecard in place to begin to prepare our entities for listing. And I always say that even if we were to list our entities just by introduction, not to raise money, it would deepen the market significantly and make it easy for those entities to raise capital from other places. So we recognize that, and that's why we're doing the work that we do. We currently have an asset management policy that is in Federal Executive Council that would also further enhance the capacity and the ability to put those assets for listing. So that's work that is at advanced stage. We're actually doing some work as well with IFC in terms of putting these entities on this thing. And that when we list, by the time we list that on the exchange, it will have a major impact in terms of deepening our capital market, growing our economy, and making it easy for them to raise money. In terms of the capacity of those institutions, yeah, we're working with them. All of them, and that's why our interaction with all of them, we've been interacting with all of them. When we started, we talked about fixing the basics. If I were to look at your share register, does it reflect the true value of the shares or the shareholders and how much they've contributed? If we're adding more, are we through the proper process? A lot of those things were missing, right? So if you don't have those processes, then it's difficult for you to attract an investment. And we've seen that. We have history of entities who have defaulted on bonds. I don't want to name names. Bonds that were raised in the market and they defaulted. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That damages investor confidence. And that is why it is important for us to have the governance and the management so that we understand the implications of some of those things. And it will take some time for us to put them back on the track to go back to the market to do that. But we can't wait until they're fixed. We just continue to do that. We have a recapitalization program. I don't know how many of you followed the MTEF that was released sometimes in December. In that MTEF, there is provision for recapitalization of a lot of these entities. And that was in recognition of the fact that many of them are undercapitalized, and without the right capital, they can't really execute on what they're set up to do. And so if you look at it, we made provision for 1.5 trillion naira for Bank of Agriculture recapitalization, 500 billion to add to what Bank of Industry is doing. And there's a 3 trillion naira line, sovereign guarantee, that was put in that to allow us to raise capital so that we provide more on-lending capital to a lot of these institutions. Processes go through before that money is released to them. And the fundamental part is that the money they have, they must create risk assets from it. It's not about you sitting on that money and doing treasury. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, if you have any resources at your disposal, you must create risk assets because that's what you were set up to do, rather than taking the money and you just putting it in treasury management. So that's fundamental for us. And that's why we are putting processes in place that when we unlend the money to you, we have to see that you're creating risk assets. And for the revenues you earn through placement, you get 0% of that as an incentive for you to create risk assets, right? The issue of FBN, I think we all know where we are on that. And again, it's also one of the institutions that is in line for recapitalization. But a lot of the governance issues there must be put in place for us to be able to attract capital. And we don't want to do it alone. We believe our philosophy is that we need accountability partners when it comes to our institutions. These are other partners that we believe together we can enforce the right type of governance structures in place to get it done. We see that with, for instance, if you take Development Bank of Nigeria, we co-own Development Bank of Nigeria with African Development Bank, KFW, NSIA, and as a result, we're able to enforce certain governance in place. We think that we need to do the same thing for many of those institutions to be able to attract investor confidence. Professor Akinwumi, my colleague from AFDB, you know, the same way I speak truth to power, I like it when you can look me straight in the face and tell me that this is my challenge. And I agree. I'm not going to sit here and deny with you, right? Clearly, from a capacity standpoint, as you can imagine, when you're managing, think about banks that manage a fraction of what we manage and how many staff they have, right? So we recognize very clearly that we need to be the capacity. But I just say to you this. This is a 65-year-old entity. The new one is only 2 years old. So we need time to build that capacity. And a lot of the things we're doing right now is to build the foundation. Build that. If I were to go out today and say to my board, I want to hire 500 people because I think they're probably on cheap cocaine. For me to all those people and build an organization, build the right culture, build the right structures, I need to put that foundation to be able to do that. Unfortunately, in some cases, some things will fall through the cracks. And for some of the response, I apologize for that. And please, you can come and see me personally. Whatever it is that you sent, we'll deal with it. But I'm not going to sit here and defend inadequacy or any challenge. Any area where we're short on, so long as we know it, we would fix it. Okay? So you talked about representation on the board. I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why the asset management policy that is in effect right now mandates that anywhere we have investment, at least 10%, we must have shareholder represent board. And there would also be things such as independent directors, INETs. And this is not theory. Some of our entities already practice that. I gave you an example of DBN. In DBN, we only have one seat, even though we own 60% of it. But there's a shareholder agreement that stipulates the rules of engagement in terms of how the CEO is employed, how the INET, independent non-executive directors, the process for interference is a process outlined in the shareholders agreement. And we see the difference that level of governance makes in that institution. I also talked about the issue of corporate governance code, scorecard. It specifies all of those conditions because that's what we look for in order to determine whether or not you have the right structures and the right governance in place to do that. But I assure you that we recognize a lot of those shortcomings, not only in terms of capacity, but we're building the foundation to do that. And I believe that we've done a lot already, and we're looking forward to this type of positive feedback. This type of feedback is key for us because that is what helps us to build a much more robust system. If I sat and tell you, right, if I say to you that we are as responsive as we should possible, we have subjected ourselves for it. We went to Augusta. We did this. Currently working with rating advisors at the moment to get a rating for Mofi. A whole lot that is being done. I don't know how many of you saw, but we're leading corridor, Lekki from Marina to the Lekki Expressway, 70 corridor. We're going to be extending the bend into we're doing rather than competing with everybody else. We raise it is for the sector, like we're doing for MRIF. We don't disburse directly. We go through the PMBs. We partner with family homes funds. We partner with mortgage and all the other institutions, including FHA, because we believe that for the structure we have, and as we should enabling the risking for the sector.
Mr. Fatima, say a few words before we wrap up this session.
To contribute, like to build this area of about the supply, and that developers who are good, who are capable, will be assisted to provide, because without those buildings, mortgages cannot be created, and that's why the guarantees will be given to anyone who is able to create, build houses the rate that we want. If you go around the city, what you have is that people are building houses. They're asking, they are not being sold, in the region of 200, 300. You finance such buildings on mortgages, but within the limit of what we have, at least between 20 and 100 million that can be produced, that can be accommodated within the fund. Developers that are available, that makes themselves to scrutiny, will be accommodated on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fatimile. One final word from Mr. Olubi.
Okay, I would also lend my voice to the comments that has been made around the deficits on the supply side. MRIF, as has been previously stated, is positioned to support both the supply and the demand side. And what the offtake guarantee has been structured to do, as Mr. Yakubu said, is to provide developers with conditional guarantees where they can approach construction lenders to be able to access construction finance. You would agree with me when I say that the cost of construction is on the high end, and beyond the pricing of the funding from commercial banks to be able to lend to these institutions, to the developers. One of the challenges has been the inability for the developers to demonstrate sufficient offtake, which is what MRIF is coming to do. And from the engagement we've had in the market, from conversations we've had with financiers, there's that comfort that they realize that with a cash-backed guarantee, they are not only able to provide construction finance to us, but price it, taking into consideration guarantee. Some of the conditions of the guarantee, good track record, has to have developed housing units in the past where we can verify, and the developer also needs to be able to have that capacity to raise the funding for the project. There's a lot more to say about MRIF, how it's supporting home buyers in acquiring their properties, as well as developers. We'll be happy to take any questions from interested parties at the MRIF booth just outside this hall.
Please, in case you leave this hall, remember providing mortgages that cover 20 years with 5%, and we will take any cent deposit from the mortgagee. So these are key requirements. We're looking at about many Nigerians as possible can be captured.
We overshot our time for this that have taken time to ask questions, and apologize to those questions of this session. I'll just hand over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have a session later to 4, so we'll be able to together. Can we take a group photograph, please? Let's invite them for this group photograph. Thank you very much. Let's take this picture quickly. May we especially appreciate Murphy for helping to build a digital platform that allows home buyers to list their properties, place that allows for transaction successful. We also thank you for providing off-taker guarantees to developers, an initial concept that allows you to off-take, helping developers to access loans to be able to complete their properties. Thank you very much for setting the pace for others. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together once more. A good job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be brief on the salutation. Others that are waiting, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's clap for them as they take their leave. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I especially appreciate a few of our guests who are already here. We will not... Thank you very much. May I especially appreciate one man who's been described as patient, strong, and a very positive leader, the managing director of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Shehu Usman Osidi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for understanding. May I also especially appreciate the Director General of the NYSC, who was the man who officially moved the Alawi from 33 to 77. It's not easy. Even the CBN could not do that. It took this man to do it. And only 2 days ago, he led over 210 core members to the banquet hall in the villa to get honored by the president, Brigadier General O.O. Nafiu. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
Let me know when I'm at your back. Once you talk, no problem. You can get it.
So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will appeal to us that we clear the area so we can move to the next. We apologize to the Federal and their panelists who have been waiting seriously earlier. So ladies and gentlemen, may I especially appreciate The management who are on the delegation of the Management Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, have been patient, but a few other things. Managers and those
It's not that you can take the man. All right. After that, you have to give FMBN a preamble. Today is your day to be able to enjoy our time. You know what I'm saying? We want to invite family. Who is doing the registration? Welcome address. Oh, yes. It's close.
So let's just take this family home phone so that it's out of the way. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The next, very quickly, we're supposed to have a very special day by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. But I have been mandated to do a very big responsibility, which is hard for me. I have to appeal to the MD that we have a short presentation, and then we will take that one and move on from a sister company. With the kind permission of Mr. MD, we will want to do this presentation. Please, can we all thank the MD? He has approved graciously. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will just do this very quickly. And this, of course, is not intended to diminish the importance of the Federal Mortgage Bank's Day, which is very important to us, and I know many of you are here for that also. But our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is also one who has been graciously celebrated as a professional whose journey reflects not just longevity, but true impact, someone who has successfully bridged the world May I especially acknowledge the presence of the Executive Director, Estate Services of the Federal Housing Authority, Architect Nya Etok Ezekiel. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for. And so, ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome one who is a leader whose work sits at the intersection of finance, infrastructure, and national development. Of pivotal roles in inclusive housing finance, shaping innovative financial products, and executing large-scale programs that touch the lives of thousands of Nigeria. Today, he leads the operations of one of the important enforcement institutions, managing a portfolio of over 200 billion and financial landmark initiatives such as Renewed Hope on Student Housing Scheme. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome for his presentation the Executive Director of Operations, Family Homes Farms Limited, Dr. Emeka Henry Inebu. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon. Standing on the existing protocol, I would like to thank the organizers for this privilege to make this presentation. Just listening and participating in this program over the past few days, sitting somewhere at the back or just participating in the exhibitions, I've had the privilege to listen to a number of presenters, panelists discuss the housing space, the sector. And it's common and it's a fact that we've all seen that there is a need and there is a huge gap. Listening to the last set of conversations that just took place from the MRIF position and the MOFI, it's obvious that there's a lot that needs to be done. But the question, like the MD of MOFI asked, is what are we doing? What are all of us seated in this hall? What are we doing? Are we playing? What impact are we making? What are we willing to do? But for us as Family Homes Funds, we're here to talk about a bit of what we have started doing, a bit of what we want to do with you, and what we want to do together in the coming days. So we have a short presentation. It's not too long, but then it's to ignite conversation and then in the hearts of the people, to just get us to get something doing, to just solve this problem. The housing need is already established as a major need, and we do not need to overstate that fact. But again, the question that remains is, what are we doing to take care of the supply and the demand? What role are we playing? What kind of collaborations are we putting together? How can we put our efforts together to solve the problem? And I like the kind of questions that we've heard already this morning, from the morning till this afternoon. The fact that if we do not get these things done, we're still going to be down round and round the same mountain for years to come. So make title Solving the Housing Puzzle. Indeed, a puzzle. Because over time, we all talk about the fact that affordable housing is not just about shelter, it's about dignity, opportunity, and nation building. Clearly, housing is everything because it takes care of every social need. Now, if you don't have shelter over your head, then you know you have a big problem because you can't even function or even think about anything else. So across the world, countries have made significant economic progress, and they've done that while addressing the basic need for housing. Yet in many parts of Africa, housing remains a pressing development challenge. Now, again, over the past few days, we've all talked about the global housing crisis. Now, this is something everybody has talked about since this program started. But a bit of statistics to just touch it so that we do not just scale over this. And if you look at what is happening around the global crisis, you can see that South Africa, as of 2021, have 3 million units gap. Brazil, as of 2019, 6 million units. And India, 10 million units. But these same sectors, the same parts of the world, the same global challenge has similar challenges faced across all the continents. The urban population growth, outpacing housing supply, rising cost of land, materials, and finance, limited mortgage access for middle and lower income households. Again, the last panel talked about this a lot. Now, just like the MD of MOFI also alluded to, if the cost of financing, if the cost of construction is still high, then we cannot even begin to talk about affordability for mortgages. So, talk about the Nigerian housing crisis. Urbanization is occurring without adequate planning. So, and we have a massive, of course, there is this conversation around, is it 20 million, is it 19, is it 15, and it's still counting. So housing is often unaffordable for the average Nigerian despite vast demand. Without stable homes, Nigerians face poor health, disrupted education, and limited economic prospects. So the question is, where we are. Today, call government, the the subnationals, the private developers, we're simply contributing about 100,000 additional housing units, about that. But of course, there's a concern around the housing data, and then that has not been completed. But then this is just to give you an idea, the gap is huge. We're supplying about 100,000, and this is contributing about 5.6 GDP. But where do we need to be? Million deficit. We should be doing a minimum of 1 million. So let's be honest. How many are we actually doing today? All of us put together, from the federal government to the subnationals, to the private sector, to the individuals, what are we doing? Can we honestly tell ourselves that we're doing 1 million today? Absolutely not. So there is need for us to actually take this seriously and push it and see if we can contribute at least 12% of our GDP. And the crisis, it creates security, it contributes to decreased workforce productivity and exacerbates social tension. Wherever part of Nigeria you're from, you have this similar picture back home, somewhere around your neighborhood. Should it be so? Children facing interruption in their studies, adults struggling with job performance and opportunities. So the question is, how do we design a uniquely Nigerian solution to an urgent, complex problem? How do we solve this? How do we even begin to attempt to make an impact on that area? So what are we doing at Family Homes Funds? What are we doing? That's the question. And this is something we want to share with you, what we're doing. At Family Homes Funds, we have a system-based solution. We have leveraged on ecosystem partnership in crafting multi-pronged adaptive model. We focus on 4 critical levers across the. Quickly talk about that. FHF partnerships as catalysts to meet our objectives. Recently, came up with a framework targeted just at the private sector. Supply you cannot completely rely on government to do this. So we came up with a private sector lending framework. And we said we want to work with private sector to see how they can supply and meet these needs. Critical levers that we're using, we are looking at even social housing. We're doing rental housing, and I'm going to take a few minutes and talk about that, because there is a thriving need for rental housing. And for us, we have seen that as a niche, a massive need. Not everybody wants to own a home, actually, but some people want to just do rental housing. So we need to be able to provide a solution in that area. So we want to scale and affordability boosted by building technology. We're also interested in alternative building technology. How do we build fast? How do we build cheaper? How do we make it efficient? How do we make these houses to multiply? How do we turn Nigeria to a construction site? Those are some of the questions we have asked ourselves at Family Homes Funds. And we're looking at that instructive and technology to solving this problem. So what have we done so far? We're offering construction finance to both private developers and state government to build homes targeted at civil servants and low to medium income earners. Now, if you can take care of that part of the pyramid, I can assure you that the rest of the pyramid will be able to adjust. As of today, our track record says that we've done 18,500 housing units financed across 16 states. We have done 11,900 plus housing units completed and created almost 93,000 jobs across these areas. We're happy to announce again and to remind us that we're working closely with entities and agencies to deliver the Renewed Hope Housing City at Karsana. And this is going to be commissioned sometime this year. And I'm sure that our friends from the ministry will also talk about that. Now we have a home ownership with help to own program. Now what we have tried to do is to come up with a collaborative arrangement with primary mortgage lenders and even with the MOFI, the Emory Fund that they talked about. Now the beauty of what we have developed is that yes, they're delivering at 9.75%, but with a collaborative arrangement with us, We're also delivering these mortgages at less than 9%. We're actually doing ours at 8.75%. And what is required is at least a 10% contribution and a 40% contribution from us, and then a 50% contribution from the primary mortgage lender. And of course, that gives us a blended financing rate that makes home ownership achievable. What we have done with our Help to Own program is that in the past 1 year, we've done 289 mortgages across Nigeria. Thank you very much for that clap. We've done 6.7 billion mortgages disbursed in 2024, and the data is already climbing for 2025. And then average mortgage of what we've done is about 17 years. Total mortgage done catalyzed from the private sector as a result of this program we have brought in is that the private sector has brought in about 4.2 billion. It will interest you to note that we have a 35% home ownership to women. And this is something that we're interested and we're excited about. We would like to see women own homes and be able to purchase these properties. Now, picture. Does it not look familiar? This is what we've seen with student hostels across Nigeria. What a poor sight. I wish you can put up a picture of a student hostel from South Africa to Kenya. I do not want to go beyond the shores of Africa. But we've seen that this is a big need. And as an organization, we're focusing on this. So we're providing rental housing, and we're looking at supporting students and young urban professionals. Now, it will interest you to note that the tertiary institutions only contribute about 10%, and that's not enough. Now, if you look at the statistics of how many students enter our higher institutions every year, you know that this need is a clear and imminent danger if we do not do something about it. So for us, our Family Homes Fund, what have we started doing? We have a rental housing program that is targeted at the mobile generation, and we're looking at doing 38,400 bed spaces. And we've started that already, and we're going to 24 higher institutions, tertiary institutions across the landscape. We're currently at our 6th location, and we expect to do commissionings before the end of this year, where we are delivering at least 1,600 bed spaces in each university. And we're making sure that this is spread across the 6 geopolitical zones. If you can look at that landmark, those are places and these universities that we're going to. And colleges of education, by the way. We're not restricting it to universities. So this is for us a big market. That homeowners, or even putting shelter over people's head with mortgages alone. We have seen this a major place that we can play in, and we're playing well in this. We're looking at upscaling this over the coming months and rolling out new programs that in the coming years, that when our students go to universities, they will have comfortable accommodation well in. Social housing is something else we're also very interested in, and we are doing this for the undeserved. By aggregating philanthropic funds and grants, FHFL has been able to sustainably provide housing for Nigerians' undeserved and vulnerable populace. It's interesting to note that we just completed 100 units at Kaduna for the Adashe Social Housing Project. Thank you very much for that clap again. We've just finished that completion and using alternative building technology, and this place will be commissioned very soon. Look at that beautiful landscape. Look at the outlay of these homes. And this is something that we've made it energy efficient, that these owners can move into these homes and then they do not have to worry about the basic things that will make their lives comfortable. And this is something we're also upscaling. We're looking at doing other locations. We're discussing with other government entities and some private sector organizations to also do in some other parts of the country. What we are learning from both implementation and global case studies, we've learned the following: that housing is a social and economic stabilizer. Public-private partnerships are essential for scale. Now, this is to pause again to say, while we are recognizing that the government has a role to play, the government cannot do this alone. The private sector has a major role to also play in this. Affordability must consider the full cost of living, not just mortgage payment. I'll repeat that. Affordability must consider the full cost of living, not just mortgage payment. And then again, going back to the cost of financing and the cost of construction. These are areas that we must continue to look for areas to bring in intervention in those spaces. So So what's the ripple effect of provision, housing provision? Affordable and adequate housing. It reduces poverty, increases disposable income, skill development, and increases productivity, and foster economic growth, communication. Partnership for growth. We're looking at all of this. These are the people we're partnering with. Of course, from the African Development Bank to AFD to World Bank, of course, the government partners, and then, of course, the others. Like I said when I started my presentation, we're interested in working with private sector to meet our goals. What's our shared vision? At Family Homes Funds, we want to continue expanding housing provision to underrepresented market segments through rental housing, ensure housing remains affordable through innovative financial models, strengthen collaborations with local and international investors to unlock long-term low-cost capital. Our 5-year goal, we're looking at doing 100,000 housing units to be financed and creating 500,000 jobs. So what are we appealing this afternoon? We're saying join the movement. Come on board, let's get this thing done. The housing deficit is not insurmountable. With the right tools, partnership, and mindset, we can deliver sustainable and inclusive and affordable housing scale. Together, let's build Nigeria's future. Thank you very much.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? Did we exhaust all the claps when we were doing that for him earlier? Please, let's clap for him. Let's encourage him and acknowledge the fact that he's done one very beautiful presentation within record time. I think we thank him so much for doing that within time. It was originally planned for about 2 hours, but he agreed to reduce it to this time. Thank you, sir. Very quickly, we will be taking on the next. And once more, I want to especially appreciate all the guests who have come in because of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Please, can we clap for them, please? So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to especially appreciate those who of course will be helping to make this day a very successful one. May we appreciate all the way from South Africa, Ms. Pamela Ngini. Thank you very much. We have also the City Code Mortgage Bank, Mark Yoroki. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we have the Managing Director, Rock Realty, Dr. Ibikunle Adedayo. You're welcome. Please put your hands together. Also is the Chairman of GDL, Mr. Kola Ayeye. You're welcome. And of course, the one who we refer to as the money man, the Managing Director of the FHA Mortgage Bank, Mr. Hayatuddin Atiku. Please put your hands together for him. May I also ask that you especially appreciate those who have worked judiciously with the MD. Let's especially appreciate Yagbo Yaju, Kabir Adeni, our general managers. All of them will be they are here. They've been here since morning, hoping that that we can be on the go for this event. Let's especially also appreciate the Fakeye Oladapo. Please be clapping for them. Elayo Tinam, Larry Kofun, Ahmed Ibrahim, Nafada. Please clap for them. They are all our general managers. Babande Benga is with us. Garba Umar Yusuf, Mwokedi Loretta Obiageli. Please clap for her. Clap for them. Migo Felicia O, Mohammed Jibo Ibrahim, and Abubakar Jamila Adamu. All our general managers, very committed, very dedicated to the work we are doing, and we thank them all for making it a success story at the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for them some more. So, distinguished guests, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, to begin properly, today we will be talking about a very interesting story that turns around operations of surplus in over 30 years, posting an operation surplus of about 11.58 billion in 2024. With the strong statistics, the bank already recording about 6.5 billion surplus, with loan approvals nearly doubled from 39.7 billion in 2023 to 71.5 billion in 2024. Distinguished grace, ladies and gentlemen, with collections that rose from 103 billion in 2024 to over 100, from 1 billion in 2023. We are also looking at diaspora mortgage loan, rent access loan, and non-interest mortgage loan. Issues and initiatives under one man who has made it, who has changed the landscape, who has made the language of mortgage more human-friendly, and making the Federal Mortgage Bank a place that they've actually asked that we put our hands together for this man. He's calm, he's gentle, he's not really a noisemaker, but he makes the noise with his silence. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are not too busy, let's welcome and appreciate our MD. He will not be speaking now. We have a few things to do, but let's clap for him, please. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very much, sir. So to begin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take the recitation of the FMBN corporate statements, and we do that to bank. We'll be playing that for those of us who don't know it. For those of us who are applying to join the bank, we are not immediately recruiting now, but once we are doing, we'll let you know. So it will be on the screen. Shall we therefore rise as we take that together? It's a commitment of the bank to Nigerians, but it can also influence you and spur you to challenge yourself to follow what we do.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking on the bank statement, and we'll start with the vision statement, and then the mission statement, and then the impact of the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the session on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. To be the preferred mortgage institution, providing reliable and affordable access to home ownership for Nigerians. The mission statement, please. To drive delivery of accessible, affordable home ownership by providing sustainable liquidity, innovative products and services, and excellent customer service. The iPad, please. First, integrity, professionalism, accountability, customer centricity, teamwork. Thank you. You may now sit, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is at this junction that we would like to introduce people that are managing the bank, talking about the executive directors and the managing director of the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, first on the list is our homegrown managing director and chief executive, the most wanted master tactician, mortgage finance man of the year 2024, the ultimate game changer, a visionary leader, and the undisputed great lion of FMBA, Shehu Usman, fellow, Chartered Institute of Bankers, fellow, Institute of Credit Administration, and a fellow, certified national accountant, and beyond the boardroom, ladies and gentlemen, all the national titles of Walin Toto and Damali. Please, can we give him a round of applause, please? Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Next is our Executive Director, Loans and Mortgage Services, Honorable Mohammed Abdusani, PhD. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, fellow Nigerian Institute of Management, registered town planner, a unifier, very explicit, and a seasoned boardroom player. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, special recognition goes to our Majesty, the Queen of the Boardroom, Executive Director, Business Development and Portfolio Management, Mrs. Chineye Anosiki, MNIM. And coming closely, ladies and gentlemen, is the gentleman of the boardroom, a passionate transnational leader, is the Executive Director, Finance and Corporate Services, Mr. Ebidapo Odijokun.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please can we appreciate all the leadership and members of staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria that are here. Please, let's clap for them. Thank you very much for providing support to the Managing Director. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a message from one man that we can aptly describe as a transformation. One who touches everything and changes it with everything that he does. When he got into the bank, it was a beautiful place because his immediate boss had already laid the foundation for him to work well. But what is his experience like? Where was he coming from? And they looked at him that because of the battle that he will face later in life as an MD, he needed certain experience in the forest of life. So they sent him to a bank that is named after the king of the forest. He worked at Lion Bank of Nigeria. Later on, they looked at he had to dig deep to get resources from the earth. They moved him to Diamond Bank. And when they knew that he will need international connections to be able to survive as MD, he went on to work with Intercontinental Bank. And then when they knew also that he needed to work and hold the African together, especially as Nigeria will need that interconnectivity, he went on to work with AfriBank Nigeria PLC. He served as group head of public special prudential advisor on housing and chief of staff to the Minister of Housing. And then, ladies and gentlemen, as time went on, he was called to come and pilot the affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome one who is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, member Nigerian Institute of Management, honorary senior member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration of Nigeria. He's a certified national accountant, also a member. So let's especially appreciate the one who we have described in this very little way. One who has introduced innovative mortgage products, especially like the diaspora loan, the home renovation, rent to own under the Islamic finance, where others are trying to learn to begin, is already champion and is playing as a top man. He has played a major role in housing policy reform and the renewed hope housing blueprint. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome for his address the Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Shehu Usman Osidi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to deliver for us the opening statement, the welcome address, and indeed something we can classify as a key.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the DG NYC, Brigadier General Nephew Olakunle, Chief Executives of primary mortgage institutions and other stakeholders in the housing sector, my colleagues from the Federal Mortgage, our friend from South Africa, you are most welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to, on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, warmly welcome you all to the second edition of the FMBN Day at the African Show. This is a special moment for us as an institution, not only to reflect on the progress we have made since our inaugural FMBN Day in 2024, but also to continue to engage with industry stakeholders on how best to reposition the bank to deliver greater value to Nigerians through innovative and inclusive housing finance solutions. Let me especially and most respectfully welcome our special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, ably represented by his special advisor on media and strategy, Mr. Mark Chiesi, whose commitment and leadership continue to propel far-reaching reforms in the housing and urban development space. Honorable Minister, sir, your unwavering support has been instrumental to the modest gains we have and we are deeply honored by your presence today. Permit me also to welcome our esteemed panelists, Dr. Eric Ogunleye, who is a director of the African Development Institute at the African Development Bank Group, who is the lead presenter and moderator for today's engagement. Mrs. Pamela Lulama Inkiri, the Chief Executive Officer for the CFO projects with Affordable Living Solutions Africa, who came all the way from South Africa, but is represented by the husband for the reason CEO of GDL and former Executive Director of AMCON, and Mr. Mark Yoroki, MD City Code Mortgage Bank, and the immediate past president of the Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria. We also have Dr. Ibukon Adebayo, a competent medical director, medical doctor turned estate developer of royalty, which is estate consulting firm. And then, last but not the least, Mr. Hayatuddin Atiku Awal, the MD of FHA Mortgage Bank. I also warmly welcome all invited guests, members of the National Assembly, representatives of development banks, developers, civil servants, members of the invitation and participation underscore and participants. For it invites us today on what works and what does not, of housing finance inclusive, innovative, and sustainable. Gathered in this forum in 2024, the bank has made significant progress in implementing its 7-point agenda, which was introduced to reposition FMBN as broadly outlined during our session here last year. Some of the highlights of the progress we have made include: 1, the closeout of the deployment of the core banking application technology. Our process automation journey advanced significantly with the successful completion of the deployment of the FMBN core banking application. Accordingly, I am pleased to formally inform you that the deployment of the core banking application has been concluded. We are in the maintenance phase, which will run until the end of August 2025, and that is just next month. This is bound to improve how we serve our customers and process our business transactions. At the FMBN Day last year, we announced the constitution of 7 recovery task teams to recover delinquent loans across the country's geopolitical zones. By the end of 2024, the teams had raked in over 10.9 billion naira in bad loans. This was in addition to our normal recovery activities, which also yielded the sum of 3.5 billion in the same year. The recovery from the teams is currently at over 18.9 billion naira. We have also improved our loan approvals significantly, with a total sum of 71.5 billion approved under our loan operations in the past year, compared to 39.7 billion in 2023. Under the National Housing Fund operations, our collections grew by 3 billion in 2024, resulting in total collection of 103 billion naira compared to the 100 billion naira the bank recorded in 2023. Notably, we were also able to clear a 4-year backlog out of our standing audited accounts for 6 years, demonstrating our renewed financial transparency and good governance. I believe by the time we come to this platform next year, FMBN should have been up to date in its audited accounts. Our target is to achieve this milestone by the end of this year, 2025. Our financial performance has also improved. In 2024, as outlined in our management accounts, the bank made an operational surplus of 11.5 billion naira. The first time we have had this such achievement in over 30 years since FMBN came into existence. With prudent management and growing operations, we are out for another surplus in 2020. This is proof that our policies are yielding results and the bank is on the right track. The FMBN is also offering deliberate and substantial support for the Honorable Minister's housing delivery agenda under the Renewed Hope Housing Program of the President and Commander-in-Chief, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. As announced here during the last FMBN Day, we provided a 100 billion naira off-taker guarantee to facilitate the mobilization of required funding for the Renewed Hope Housing Estates program across Nigeria. Those projects are currently ongoing in Abuja, Kano, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, and other locations across the country. Further to this, we have also extended additional funding facility of the sum of 19.9 billion naira for the Karsana project in Abuja. This is apart from our funding of the Renewed Hope City at Igbejuleki, Lagos, to the tune of 27 billion naira to deliver 1,500 units of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. The bank is also providing mortgages for Nigerians who are contributors to the National Housing Fund to obtain the houses constructed under the program across the country. We are also introducing new products to deepen affordable home ownership and promote financial inclusion. As announced during the opening ceremony of this conference, starting this August, we are set to roll out 3 groundbreaking products including the FMBN non-interest mortgage loan, which aligns with principles to cater to the needs of Nigerian non-interest banking models. 2, the FMBN NHF diaspora mortgage loan, specifically designed to provide a safe and seamless homeownership pathway for Nigerians living abroad. This product is to be launched on the 31st of August 2025 in collaboration with NIDCOM and the Central Bank of Nigeria. We also have which is a customized product tailored to meet the immediate needs of NHF contributors in both the formal and informal sectors before they are able to own their own homes. The bank is also working towards rolling out a women housing initiative in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, where everybody to be involved in delivering the housing projects under the scheme will be women, from the design architects to the engineers to the artisans and the laborers, all will be women. I am also pleased to inform you that we have witnessed a major positive shift in our challenge on the single obligor limit requirement by the central bank, which I spoke about here last year. While the final CBN decision is yet to be communicated on the matter, all indications point to an impending resolution to the satisfaction of all parties. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Moving forward, this current management intends to focus on the following. 1, completing all ongoing and outstanding housing projects. Sustaining prudent financial management. 3, improving customer service experience. 4, driving down the non-performing loans portfolio. 5, amendment of our enabling laws, the FMB and the NHF Acts. And 6, pursuing the recapitalization of the bank. And then lastly, sustained engagement with key stakeholders to ensure and service delivery. However, perhaps the most pressing challenge that continues to limit our full potential and which this platform must interrogate is the issue of FMBN's recapitalization. Let me state this clearly. FMBN's current paid-up capital of 2.5 billion naira is grossly inadequate for the size of its mandate. This figure, unchanged for decades, stands in sharp contrast to what is obtainable in similar institutions globally and even among commercial mortgage lenders in Nigeria. To provide context, the FMBN capital is not compared to that of similar housing finance institutions around the world, including India's National Housing Bank, the Housing Development Board in Singapore, Treasury Housing Loan Division in Malaysia, and Fobiste and Infonavit in Mexico, has a capital base in excess of 250 billion, powering their ability to refinance annually. Nigeria, even primary mortgage banks, which operate at a much smaller scale than FMBN, have higher capital bases. It is to be noted that CBN's minimum capital requirements for wholesale and retail development finance institutions are 100 billion naira and 10 billion naira respectively, while state and national primary mortgage banks, which are expected to rely on FMBN for funding, currently have minimum capital 2.5 billion and 5 billion. Currently, the CBN has directed higher capital levels for banks as a way forward to growing a 1 trillion naira national economy. This situation severely undermines our ability to mobilize long-term finance from local and international markets sources, underwrite and finance large-scale housing construction, expand our mortgage coverage to more Nigerians, and ultimately deliver on our mission of actualizing access to affordable housing. We cannot afford to run an institution with a national mandate on a local budget. That is why I must commend the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Amin Musa Dengiwa, who, in demonstration of his strong belief in FMBN's relevance, graciously presented a paper for the recapitalization of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to the Federal Executive Council. This has resulted in the FEC directive for the establishment of an interagency committee to develop a sustainable recapitalization roadmap for the bank. Raise 500 billion naira in new capital to empower FMBN to play its rightful role as Nigeria's apex housing finance institution. Beyond capital injection, this recapitalization process offers an opportunity to fundamentally reimagine the bank's business model to align with global best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why today's session is vital. We have assembled a high-level panel of experts from within and outside Nigeria. We harvest bold ideas, uncover new approaches, and learn valuable lessons on how housing finance can be better structured and implemented by the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. We invite frank conversations and bold proposals. FMBN is open to reforms and ready for transformation. In conclusion, let me reiterate the resolve of the current management team to continue the hard work of repositioning FMBN into a modern, professional, and impact-driven institution. Thank you all once again for honoring our invitation, and I wish you all a fruitful and engaging session. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together once more for the MD, who will go around now and just acknowledge those who are in front and to thank him for such a good speech. Very reassuring, sir. Thank you. The Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Earlier, I introduced one of our board members, but I get here now, former president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planner, Toyin. Well, even a very, very loose something explains President. Someone had described him in the New York Times as the mortgage, and we describe him as saying one who is different and special. This is how they describe him. They said he came like dawn over ledger's sheets, a calculator in one hand and vision on the other, turning deficit dusk into surplus sunrise, where balance sheet once whispered ruin. He walks with the vaults where hope was mortgaged. Brick by brick, he audits silence into shelter. A broker not of bonds alone, but of future stamped with dignity. Coins don't just click in his empire. They echo in the new roofs and restructured dreams. Each surplus is there. He needs not a house, but houses and heavens. His mind is a mortgage with no default clause. Interest compounded, not in numbers, but in trust. He lends belief in below market fear. Underwriting the dreams of the overlooked, where red ink once freed slowly like fear, now grows green, compound, and quiet. He leads ledgers like sculptures, turning arrears into redemption. He is the lender of last resort, not to pockets, but to pride. In his blueprint, even the walls breathe. In his books, hope is never foreclosed. Please put your hands together for him. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I especially appreciate the representative of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dingiwa, FNIA, who, of course, is represented by one who's worked with him close. Special thanks to the Honorable Minister on Media, Mr. Mark Shiche. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. We're honored to have you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly we will take a cultural presentation, and afterwards we'll also have a spoken word performance, and we'll have a short documentary that tells you our story. But we chose a cultural performance. Earlier we had been recommended to bring in international dancers, but we said this is Africa, let's welcome you with our dance.
Is your own on?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will quickly welcome the cultural troupe, as they do for us, a welcome presentation to officially tell you that the FMBN is here and we have arrived to announce our presence. Please put your hands together for them.
I should
As they prepare, I'd walk somewhere hoping that we can get this correctly. They are here. Please clap for them. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. That's, of course, a very wonderful dance that we had. We actually won the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State, leading a team of dedicated and committed staff from Lagos on behalf of the governor. Let's welcome Honorable Maruf Akinderu Fatai. You're welcome. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. We're honored to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few things missing. There is a key here that is missing. If it's your key, you come and collect it. There's also an eyelash missing. So just tell your neighbor to blink so you check if one eyelash is missing, so we can take it and return quickly. So distinguished guests, the next, of course, will be a very short documentary to tell you who we are. So very quickly, to just assure you that what we're doing, our technical team will do that very quickly. But this is also to tell you that under the leadership of the current MD, FMBN has undergone a significant transformation, including visible physical turnaround, robust recovery efforts, expanded NFH engagement, and digital modernization. So our digital team will help us with information on the screen. Let's find out exactly what we have been doing in the past few months. We'll focus on the screen now and get that short documentary done with.
At the heart of Nigeria's drive to make affordable home ownership a reality stands a singular, unwavering institution, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN. As Nigeria's apex mortgage institution, the bank has remained a critical player in the nation's housing finance space. Through its head office in Abuja, zonal offices, and a growing network of branch offices across the country, FMBN continues to bridge housing gaps, open doors of opportunity, and create possibilities for low and middle income earners to own homes of their own. With a robust portfolio of housing finance solutions, FMBN provides access to affordable home ownership through NHF mortgage loan. Eligible contributors can access up to 50 million naira at 6% interest payable over 30 years. Rent to own, a flexible, affordable pathway from tenancy to ownership. Cooperative housing development loan, supporting cooperatives to provide housing for their members. Estate development loan, empowering developers to deliver mass housing for NHF contributors nationwide. Home renovation loan, 1 million naira for home upgrades payable over 5 years, and individual construction loan, financing self-built projects on personal land. These products speak to one simple truth. The FMBN is evolving to meet Nigerians where they are. 1 year ago, a new era began at the FMBN. A leadership team driven by purpose and unified in vision came on board. Led by the Managing Director and Chief Executive, Shehu Usman Osidi, alongside the executive management team comprising 3 other executive directors, this leadership embarked on a clear mission to consolidate, reform, restore to the home ownership aspirations of Nigerians.
We've been able to come with a lot of initiatives, inheriting a bank that has houses that carries baggage. But to the glory of God, we've been able to achieve a lot within the last 1.5 years thereabout that this management came.
Aligned with its 2025 strategic plan, the FMBN introduced new innovative products tailored to meet the evolving realities of today's Nigeria. These products include Rent Assistance Loan to access up to 2 million naira for annual rent payable over 10 months. Non-interest mortgage loan, providing Sharia-compliant financing under the rent-to-own model. Diaspora NHF mortgage loan, Nigerians abroad who want to build in their home country. The bank's effort is strengthened through its collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, championing transformative initiatives such as the Ministerial Pilot Housing Scheme, while advocating the bank's recapitalization to further strengthen its capacity to serve more Nigerians.
When this management came on board, we, for the first time, also through the leadership of our Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa, we had the opportunity presentation for the recapitalization of the bank at the Federal Executive Council. So we believe that for the first time, this issue of recapitalization is getting traction and getting the desired attention.
Today, the bank is not just delivering confidence, accessibility, and dignity through home ownership.
I'm really, happy, and I appreciate the support of Federal Mortgage Bank, and I'll mix the offer. Thank you for making it so easy for me to acquire my home.
The easiest access to fund, and the repayments are very, very convenient. Even if we call it these are at low rate, even those that houses are located in a very secured and conducive environment.
It's like living in paradise, because for you in Abuja, you are a homeowner in Washington DC, so that's the way I look at it there. I felt very elated, very, a lot of peace. That I don't need to start worrying about rent in Abuja again.
At FMBN, collaboration is more than a strategy. It is a commitment to excellence. Through strong engagement with developers and continuous inspection protocols, the bank ensures every project delivers quality, accountability, and impact.
It is because of the support from the Federal Mortgage Bank we're able to achieve this. Civil servants are able to actually key into this project and be able to get their own houses and solve the issue of paying rent. The Federal Mortgage Bank is doing a fantastic job.
So we building, one of the constraints we have is citizens of Nigeria, getting the houses, cash. But with FMBN, it makes it very easy because now we are being paid by the bank and the homeowner gets his house.
At the heart of the FMBN's mission is ensuring affordability and accessibility for low and middle income earners.
affordability is a function of two variables. One is cost, the other is income. So I would say to stakeholders that are attending this conference that we must look at innovative ways of bringing down cost without compromising quality. That means that we need to be able to look at the kind of designs that we have. We have to be able to create affordable designs that will also be adaptable and acceptable and within the reach of the low and medium income earners.
Strategic engagements with stakeholders such as the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC), Trade Union Congress (TUC), and the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association (NECA) also ensure that the bank's impact reaches even further. In just 1 year, the FMBN's leadership has laid the foundation for a stronger and more inclusive mortgage system. Its achievements include NHF contributions. Eligible contributors had access to loans up to 50 to 103 billion naira in the scheme. Surplus performance. Operational surplus of 11.5 billion naira in 2024 and 6.5 billion naira by the first quarter of 2025. Backlog clearance. Cleared 4-year audited backlog 2018 to 2021 within 9 months. Mortgage loan approval. 71.5 billion naira approved in 2024. NHF refunds. 14.4 billion naira refund disbursed, paid with NHF interest at 2% plus for contributors. Loan recovery teams. 7 task forces recovered over 14 billion in loans. Digital core banking launched new systems, reduced processing times and improved work efficiency. Off-taker guarantee and PPP. 100 billion naira guarantee plus 47 billion naira direct funding for renewed hope estates in Karsana, Abuja and Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. Growing NHF base. 658 employers and 178,619 contributors onboarded. Kano State rejoins NHF after 24 years. With the inauguration of a dynamic non-executive board of directors led by a chairman, Honorable Nasir Yusuf Gawuna, FMBN will continue to leverage on partnerships, strengthen its institutional framework, and chart a clear path towards future growth.
Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has made the enabling environment and has made Nigeria a very economically viable state that any investor internationally can come in, more especially in the housing sector, so that we'll be able to provide the desired housing at the desired time.
The future for FMBN is beyond physical buildings. It is building systems, building people, and building confidence to ensure that affordable home ownership is not a privilege, but a reality for all. Because at FMBN, we believe everyone deserves a home.
Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for Federal Mortgage Bank. If you think that not enough, please put your hands together for them. A lot of entertainment, but of the proximity, the management has just let straight into the discussion because we still have, and immediately after that, going to be. May I invite the managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank, Hayat, to join us up here on the panel. Please put your hands together. We also want Mr. Kola Ayeye, Chairman GDL, to join us up here. Please put your hands together for him. We have also with us the Managing Director of Rock Realty, Dr. Ibikunle Adedayo, to join us up here. Please put your hands together. We have the man also who was at the helm of affairs at City Code Mortgage Bank and former president of Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Mark Yoroki. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. We also want to specially welcome, all the way from South Africa, Ms. Pamela Ngini. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. We are honored to have you. Ms. Pamela Ngini, you're welcome. Our moderator for this session, who will do justice to this panel, is Dr. Eric Ogunleye. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Just for you to make one statement, you want to say that.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we South Africa, Madam in Guinea, has is been the hubby, who will just greet us briefly and appreciate us with the fact that she's unable to just join us on the panel. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. How are you? It's great for us to be here. My wife, unfortunately, we had a 17-hour flight last night. At the moment, it's not well. I'm just passing regards, and she said I must just pass regards to all the dignitaries, all the panelists, and she wanted me to take question on her behalf. I said, maybe I will see how the panel goes. I just like to thank everyone, MD, and very great work that you guys are doing. Just extending an invite to Africa, waiting for a partner like yourself. I will thank you. Thank you, bye.
Thank you very much. Hands together for him. That's courage and confidence of his wife. I don't think my wife to an engineering conference. But may I say, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing and Urban Development, Kogi State, Honorable Abanika Taye, you're welcome. Please put your hands together. Very much. We're honored to have you. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, our panel is set. I'll hand over to our moderator to commence business. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And let me start by really expressing high appreciation to an urban development architect Ahmed, ably represented by the special advisor on media and strategy. Who are here present. It is a deep and privilege for me to make a very short presentation, setting the scene, leave it to the specialists that we have in the room, more detailed, deep down conversation, reimagining housing. How do we rebuild? We're grappling with here in Nigeria that requires that we need to really refocus, we need to really reimagine, we need to think differently. It's interesting and commendable that indeed the Federal Mortgage Bank has made a lot of recent times, and most of which were highlighted by the Managing Director and Chief Executive. But the reason we're talking about reimagine, more can be achieved, more can be done. And that is the reason for which we are here today. Now, like I said, what I'm planning to do is just to set the scene and then allow the panelists to dig deeper. Let's go around a few African countries and see what have they been doing? What are some of the innovations? What are some of the strategies they're using to achieve housing finance objectives that they have set? Take a look at Kenya, for example. Of what they call the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company did using a lot of innovation to achieve its housing finance options. One of which is the public-private partnership model. As we know, there are lots of resources that are locked up in the private sector that we need to really unlock, that we can make available for use in the housing sector. That is one key area that we need to look at. That is one area that FMBN need to focus on. These, in Kenya, they also focus on long-term liquidity to mortgage lenders. What they do in this place is to ensure that there is usually a mismatch between the resources that are available in the mortgage sector, which is what? Long term. So instruments that ensure that there's that balance and they can mobilize resources that are long term to finance in the finance in the housing sector. They also have fixed rate mortgages that ensure that interest rates don't change over 20. But we know in some sectors, in some environment like ours, we see inflation rates are very high. You tend to see at the point of contracting a housing loan you had originally, making it difficult for homeowners. When if we could have this kind of instrument that helps, that will. Now let me go, like I said, I don't want to waste a lot of Africa. South Africa has an instrument. And what this instrument does is to focus on how do we finance new first-time homeowners and give them special subsidy, as it were. So they target people within certain salary to earning. I'm not sure whether we have that kind of facility here, but that's that or bridging the gap. A prospective homeowner, and then create an instrument that ensures that that gap is catered for. And that is has worked for them. Country I want to talk about, which is Rwanda, have an instrument called Affordable Housing Fund. And what they do is that the government itself subsidizes interests on housing. Those are directly to the homeowners. And that helps a lot of people to be able to afford housing. People at low income and people at middle income are given this special facility to help them to own their own home. They also reduce mortgage interest from between 12 to 16% through this type of subsidy. I think Nigeria, we can achieve this if we put our minds to it. One interesting thing that you may see that runs through all of these is the fact that institutions is very important. Processes is very important. And I'm happy the progress FMBN is making when it comes to digitalization. These are the type of, more importantly, blended finance is very important. Go on to continent. Well, that is helping them reimagine housing finance. Central Provident Fund security and housing finance that ensure that there is a bridge contribution and what the person can afford. Products that will assist. Also in Germany, what is product as there's a cooperative saving plan and trust. Trust is one of the things that are lacking. Help that is making it difficult in some cases to build formidable housing finance projects. ensure financial trust and discipline assist. So let me close by just mentioning some of the opportunities that we see to improve housing continent. Them is the great opportunity that we have in the sector. As well, 80% of the Nigerian were in the sector. So perhaps the F that FMBN is collecting only able to take care of only 80%, maybe with a few 20%. Sorry, I mean to say percent. And maybe in addition to that, another who are playing in the informal sector. So there has to be an instrument that will help you to target those people and be able to bring them to space. And then the second thing is the fact that what FMBN is already doing, how do you leverage technology to do more? And the third, long-term capital, lending long. Not just get the resources. You also need to think resources. We have a lot in the pension fund. How do we ensure for housing development on the continent? So maybe last point I want to make is, like we mentioned earlier, processes, policy forms are required in this area that can unlock available. So thank you once again. Like I said, it's just a short presentation to thinking as we go on now to the panel.
So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll focus once more on the screen to find out exactly who is in before us. Their profile will play now. A technical team, please, can we do that?
In recognition of their outstanding expertise, professional accomplishments, and invaluable contributions to housing, finance, and development in Africa, we proudly honor the following Ogunleye is a policy economist with doctoral experience in international development, policy, and microeconomic management. He also contributed significantly to the nation. Dr. Ogunleye holds a first-class degree, an exceptional master's, and an award-winning PhD in economics. He has served the Nigerian presidency, Ministry of Budget, and advised multiple global development institutions, including UNCTAD and WTO. Ms. Pamela Lulama Ngini is the Chief Financial Officer for Projects, Affordable Living Solutions Africa, ALSA, with extensive experience in real estate finance, development strategy. She also led major portfolios at Summit Africa and Standard Bank. She holds a master's in international development management from West and executive credentials from the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. Pamela has served as a consultant for IFC World Bank, UOPS, and AUHS at high-level platform A. Mr. Kolawole accountancy and a he reconstructed mainstream bank and and middle through responsible investment. Alumnus of Lagos for his deep commitment to ethical leadership and nation building. Mr. Hayatuddin Atiku Awal, Director and Chief Executive Officer at Bank and President of the Institute of Mortgage Brokers of Nigeria. His leadership record includes serving as President of ASSI BIFA FMBN unit from 1997 to 2000 and Chairman TUC Abuja Council in 2000. As a trained quantity surveyor, he holds PhD, MTech, and PhD, and uninterrupted experience in project management, loan origination, loan workout, and assets recovery. He is a fellow of both the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors and the Institute of Mortgage Brokers and Lenders, as well as an honorary member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Mr. Ibilete Mak, Managing Director, City Code Mortgage Bank Limited, a licensed primary mortgage bank driving access to affordable housing finance in Nigeria. A seasoned finance leader and former president of MBA. Under his leadership, the bank won Mortgage Bank of the Year Africa Housing Awards. He's president of the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, where he championed key reforms in housing finance. He brings over 3 decades of experience in stockbroking, banking, and strategy. Dr. Ibukun Adebayo is a medical entrepreneur with successful ventures in real estate, hospitality, and healthcare. She leads Rock Realty middle-income housing projects and collaborates with NIDCOM on diaspora housing. She is also the founder of Today's Bukka, a 24-hour African restaurant in Abuja with over 320 direct and indirect employees. Strategy and organizational leadership and is pursuing A at Edinburgh Business School. She is also the author of I Want My Home, a practical for middle-income earners, and runs Thrive for Design, an initiative that mentors aspiring women entrepreneurs. With admiration and gratitude, we salute these change makers for their commitment to inclusive growth, mortgage reform, and sustainable development in Africa.
Thank you very much for that. So you can see the diverse panelists we have here. So let's go straight to work. When we're talking about financing, one of the key issues required is resource mobilization. So you to be able to raise the required resources for financing. So let me start with you, Mr. Mark Yoroki. What and how do you think that we can encourage investment in the mortgage sector?
Thank you, sir. I just want to thank Dr. Festus and his board members for this opportunity. This forum has given us an opportunity so that we can have plan how we can create investment. We listened to Murphy, we have listened to, and now we are on Federal Mortgage Bank. with Federal Mortgage Bank, he talked of the NHF contribution, and that we have about 175 Nigerians that are contributing out of 200 million. We can't be talking that the government give us money. If help to empower this National Housing Fund, 20 million Nigerians into this fund, I think they will do wonders. How we will work as a family, how we will work as a team, and create this pool of funds. Because you are talking a mortgage, and without finance, we can't move forward. So we have the NHF fund, and that is the only investment arm we have in the market. Every other thing is going to the market and so on. I also believe a place like Murphy and others can also raise money from the capital market. From the capital market, I expect that just like the MD of Murphy said, they should raise bonds from the capital market, but not through commercial bonds. We want government-backed bonds that will be given at special rates, and money that will be invested in these bonds could be unclaimed dividends. In the country, you have unclaimed dividend. A registrar will just sit on some money, and he sits on it for 20 years, not paying interest to anybody. The government can come up with a policy that all unclaimed dividends could be invested in this bond. Whenever the owners want to receive their money, they recover, we can pay back. And this will be done at a rate maybe about 4%. So the money will not just be idle with one registrar. The other thing I think of is dormant accounts. For us who operate bank, sometimes CBN will say all dormant accounts, sweep them to central bank. This money will be with central bank for 10 years, 20 years. Nobody is doing. So we need a government-backed bond where all dormant money that have been swept to CBN can be invested in this bond. So we now have, beside the NHF money, we also have a pool of funds where FMBN can tap into, FSA can key into, and every other body in the ecosystem. Thank you, sir.
I so much like this innovative approach that you're giving. So more people have to contribute. It shouldn't be just from NHF alone. That's the story I hear. And I like the point about thinking about capital market, unclaimed dividends, and the dormant account. I believe there will be some reforms that will be required to make this happen, but I believe it's not impossible. So given your background, Mr. Ayeye, I know you are also very versed in this area. So how do you think, in addition to what Mr. Yoroki had mentioned, are the other ways we can significantly mobilize resources that can help us to improve housing finance and mortgage finance in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogunleye. And I think the insights you gave us from your short presentation and the intervention of Mr. Yoroki is very, very valuable. I want to honestly commend Mr. Osidi and his team. A surplus of 11 billion is noteworthy, and some of the things we've been told that they've been able to do, loan approvals of over 70 billion. I think we must acknowledge and we must commend them. But that said, just to get a sense of the resource challenge, the last time I checked the balance sheet of the Federal Mortgage Bank, it was somewhere between 500 billion and 600 billion. That was the last time I checked it. Now, even for houses that are just 10 million naira each, if the entire balance sheet were to be liquid, it means that we cannot deliver more than 60,000 housing units. That's the entire balance sheet. So it's valuable that we are thinking about a resource problem. And if you give me a minute, sir. You know, when I was very young, I'm no longer a very young man. There is something that people used to call NPF, You may not remember it anymore. It used to be called the Nigerian Provident Fund. That was about the sole pension management system that was publicly supported outside of the private sector. We contributed token amounts. People have forgotten about the NPF today. It evolved into the NSITF. And even then with NSITF, the total amount of funds available were minimal. But sometime in the early 2000s, under the regime of President Obasanjo, a reform was done. And by that reform, today, we have more than 22 trillion naira in the pension system. The challenge we face is that government has a multiplicity of needs. As we go to government to stick out some funding for housing, the oil industry wants to renovate their pipe lines. The health sector needs to sort out the health issues, education. So while we must keep asking government, the perspective I want to throw to us, the question I want us to ask ourselves is that by a people-led system, over 20 trillion was attracted to the pension system. Can we ask ourselves, what stops us over the next 30 years in having between 20 and 30 trillion attracted into the home financing system by equity? Now, what I have found, because housing is something that really interests me, and I've had conversations with Mr. Osidi. In any high poverty, high interest rate environment, a lot of money that comes into major initiatives, including not just pensions but housing, has to be some form of equity. And when people are poor, the only way they build equity is by contributions over a long time that involves both the contributor and the employer. So, for example, if we say that we want to add 1 million housing units to the housing stock over the next 20 or 30 years, we will look at the income levels and decide at what income level individuals and their employers must start to get some kind of home financing allowance. That is part of their income, but that is not under their control. It's very similar to the CPF of Singapore, which you rightly pointed out. What happened in Singapore is that as you save significant sums towards your pension, you also put significant sums away towards home ownership. So that's one. In terms of equity, I think we should look at, in source of financing, we should look at reform that will make individuals and employers contribute significantly towards home ownership. The second is that the last time is on competition for deposits. I think the last time we checked, I think currently total money supply, broad money, is in excess of 100 trillion naira. I believe that individuals, including individuals who need homes, own not less than 30 trillion out of that 100 trillion. For example, the entire pension system of 22 trillion is not owned by companies. Anything that ends in a pension account belongs to individuals. Most of savings accounts are owned by individuals. I think savings balances are somewhere now around 10 trillion. So, Mr. Blair, before I round up, what I'm just saying is, out of that 100 trillion, there's probably 30 to 40 trillion that belongs to individuals. So, you know, when we talk about mortgage, one of the reasons why I like what we have been asked to do today is reimagining financing. You see, by the time we start talking about mortgage, we are talking about the utilization of the funds. We must worry about how the funds are going to come. We can only utilize what we want. So it will be useful for organizations to collaborate with Federal Mortgage Bank to create savings products that can compete with the private sector out of that 100 trillion. The organization I represent, we started something last year. It's slow in taking off, but but that must be done. So I will stop here, sir, and say two things. We must look at equity from income, and we must look at housing competing successfully for a sizable or a reasonable amount, 10 to 20% of money supply, based on offering products that are attractive enough for depositors to put their money in to support our
I think that's excellent contributions. And that helps us to see the power of reform. I mean, alluding to the pension fund being able to raise 22 trillion as a result of reform. So the question we should be asking is, what will FMBN do to initiate similar reform that can help to achieve that objective? I think that's a very important take-home question as we continue in this conversation. Now, let me come to you. Affordability, Mr. Awal, is a major issue. If you cannot afford housing, then you cannot get housing. And one of the things that FMBN is doing as a channel to making housing affordable is the NHF. So in the context of NHF, what do you think can be done differently to make housing finance more affordable?
Thank you very much. I think first of all, what we need to do is to appreciate Mr. President for first of all giving us the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Second is to also appreciate Mr. President for giving us the right person to man the ministry in person of Architect Ahmed Musa Nengiwa. Third is Mr. President's approval to do the MRIF. And then fourth, of course, is the strengthening of the family home funds, and above all, the right management he has appointed in the Federal Mortgage Bank, ably led by Mr. Shehu Osidi. And again, my parent company, the Federal Housing Authority, under the leadership of Honorable Oye Ojo, had already commenced the process of making home ownership affordable. And, I stand to be challenged. The National Housing Fund, being managed by the Federal Mortgage Bank, has three sources of income. One, of course, is the 2.5% contribution from the individuals. And then secondly, there is supposed to be contribution from the Central Bank of Nigeria. And of course, the third one is collection from the insurance companies. But so far, only one source of income is working, which is the monthly contribution from the eligible contributors to the scheme. So, coming back to your question, to make home ownership affordable, developing or delivering housing should not go outside the three factors of production. One, land, labor, and the entrepreneur. And of course, we now add one, which is information. Therefore, data is important. Information is essential in accessing affordability. You need to understand your target off-takers. Are they home seekers or are they shelter seekers? I classify them as shelter seekers, people that needed shelter over their head. So for you to achieve that, you have to work from answer to question, taking the affordability into context. That will enable you to come up with a design and specification. These are the major ingredients that will bring out or scale down affordability. One, having the right design that takes care of the affordability, the income of the target off-takers. And now second, making sure that specifications are right. And to do that, you must improve in collaborating with various stakeholders. Key to what is making home ownership expensive in Nigeria, one is the process of acquiring land. It's so cumbersome, it's so terrible, it's so difficult, it's near impossible for you to walk through any housing agency or land agency to acquire a land. Secondly, is what has been mentioned by the MD of MRIF, debts of artisans. Debts of artisans. In Nigeria now, we have a challenge. We don't have competent, skilled artisans that can be able to assist in the production of these houses. We rely on imports. Therefore, we must take up the challenge. In between housing deficit, we have, an opportunity to meet up Mr. President challenge, which is creating employment, income, and of course revenue. That will enable us meet up the $1 trillion economy that the President, Mr. President, has challenged us to really meet up. So therefore, like you have rightly asked, we need to scale down on our design. We need to scale down on our specification. This, we must involve the local content. We have highly talented architects, highly talented quantity surveyors, highly talented professionals within the built environment. Therefore, we need to engage them so that we can come up with a template that will fit in to this 28 million housing deficit, and that can fit into our target, off-takers who are largely home seekers. They are not looking for luxury. They are looking for shelter over their head that within time they can improve and make it more comfortable to become their homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I like the point about working from answer to the question. And that is really a very interesting perspective there. The point too about leadership that you emphasize, I think it's also very important. Now, let's come with gender perspective. Most times you hear people talk about women as home buyers or beneficiaries of some schemes, housing ownership schemes. People hardly look at them from the supply side. So, Dr. IBK, I'd like you to come from this perspective to say, what are those untapped potentials that are there for women as housing developers rather than just being home buyers?
All right, thank you so much for that. I'll stand on already established protocols. But I'll also start by applauding FMBN. My company, Rock Realty, has worked with FMBN on transactions, and I will say that FMBN has an open door policy for women. The door is open for any woman. Not just that, FMBN gives you the visibility. So once FMBN people know, oh, you're a woman in the development space, they allow you the visibility. So I'm invited to speak here because FMBN says our women need visibility, right? So I'm the only developer from FMBN right here. But I will put a tweak to it. And I must say that has been if I want to say that was the single success factor for Rock Realty today, is been partnership with FMBN. There's a little tweak to that. The tweak is this. So far, what it is if you can go through the mud, if you can dare to open the doors, if you can walk through a seemingly male-dominated environment, we are happy with you and we will support you. But what we want now is to say, you know what? We are inviting you. There is a platform for you. So in February, when Oga OCD started talking a lot about the Women in Housing Initiative. Now, let me describe that initiative. I know he tried to describe it, but it's basically an initiative where from the developer to the bricklayer, to the painter, everyone to the architect, everyone in that ecosystem will be a woman, and there will be a full initiative dedicated to it. That is basically saying to women that we are inviting you. You are wanted. There is a place for you in this space, and I significantly feel that should be applauded. But sir, Oga Osidi, sir, this is our plea. We need that initiative in setting it up. To one, we want it to be loud, like really loud. Second, we want you to consider a few things. Keep it a little simpler, and I will say why we are requesting for this. We are not asking for handouts. But we need it to keep it a little simpler. Reduce the number of tables, or at least the timelines on the tables. Let it be specific and bespoke for us. And the reason we ask for this is simple. When you give people shoes, it's not the same size that we give everybody. The tenacity that we have, we have tenacity. But for the woman, especially the African woman, our demands are a little bit more. It means that I may not be able to stay in your office for 4 hours because I think of school runs. When my child has something to do in school, he will forgive the father, but will not forgive me if I'm not there. So the time and the things that we need to keep to those, we don't have the same type of playing field. So in putting this initiative together, which I think is beautiful, laudable, and FMBN says in their mission, one of the major things that they focus on is innovative solutions. One of the best innovations is to include women. Women are 49.3% or 49.43% of this nation, which means I will round up 50%. We are half. So if a bicycle wants to run on one wheel, it cannot run well, sir. So we need to be invited. When we come into those spaces, we feel bold. It's a boldness that we have to muster when we come into spaces where there are men. But men don't have to muster that. You are just bold. So we need something that just says, come and do this, because we actually can. And we would be happy if that initiative is particularly, we bring untapped potential. If inclusivity, we all shout inclusivity. It is not by shouting it is by design. Thank you very much to the management of FMB and working with the Ministry of Women Affairs for designing that. But please, sir, in the final design, let it be our shoe size. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So you can imagine what this panel would have looked like without Dr. IBK on this platform. That is, I think the MD heard you very loud and clear. The door will be more open. There will be more simplicity. It would simplify the system. I think those are the key issues that I see. But I see your passion, and I see you talked about some of the things you have done with FMBN. So I just want to tap a little bit into your experience. Now, what do you think should be the approach in the industry that will help to unlock more opportunities for women, especially when it comes to affordable homes for people within the middle income bracket? Still to you, Dr. IBK.
Okay. So generally people or women?
Women.
Okay, just to be clear. First of all, I feel that one of the when it comes to a lot more aware now, but you see the general perception that the concept of real estate is wound around the man. We need to start dealing with it. I have strongly advocated for the fact that if you have more women in development, you will have more women who also say, if a fellow woman is building, one, the woman will chase the woman buyer. Number two, it increases a possibility mindset. Many women today just assume that I don't need to chase a mortgage because my husband provides shelter. But by the time we start saying to them, beyond shelter is also the investment perspective. But there is a lot in that ecosystem that is so male, and it's not the fault of males are generally territorial, so they're territory takers. But if you continue to say to people, and being territorial is great, and I also believe that women should be territorial. But you see, the balance of our makeup does not allow us to be consistently territorial, because if I'm territorial here, I cannot be territorial at home. A man is territorial here and territorial at home. So I feel that is the perspectives that need to change, giving women a lot more visibility. That visibility changes the mindset of both the developer and the potential buyer. And when the developer has a bigger mouth, she's also able to tell the woman who has not bought. So in the women in housing initiatives, for example, a big part of it will be round around telling women, come and buy a house. An end-to-end perspective to it. And I believe that as we begin to own that perspective, I mean, so many things. I like this. I like to use and I do not have any stakes in Access Bank, but I like to use the Access Bank W initiative. What they've done is basically giving a whole a bit of opening in terms of their financing terms and capacity development. And I feel that that in itself will open even other funding opportunities, because international organizations talk about the vulnerable, and they will count women as the vulnerable. So entities that have things that fit the vulnerable actually open up those entities to proper international collaborations, even in terms of funding.
Super. Thank you very much. So, men, I hope you heard that. Be less territorial.
No, I did not say so. I said it's good to be territorial.
Okay. It's good to be, but be
Yes.
less territorial. That's what I mean. Okay. So now let's go to something else. Now we want to talk a bit more about the issue of mortgage security and foreclosure. And let me come to you, Mr. Mark Yoroki. What do you think the government, what are your recommendations, proposals for government in terms of what they can do to address issues of mortgage security, mortgage foreclosure?
Okay. Mortgage security, I think that is talking more on the database. Thank God, like I said, the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank in his paper has addressed a lot of matters. You cannot currently talk of proper documentation in the mortgage ecosystem. You can have a CFO, you go to land registry, do all the findings. The lawyer will tell you this CFO is genuine. But a diligent mortgage banking lawyer will go to the system and find out that CFO is fake. We've had so many of them. You have CFO that could be carrying the title for an Ikoyi property. Meanwhile, the survey plan is Ekpe. So we have all those problems. So if we can address the database thing the FMBN is doing, which I know the Minister of Housing is also driving with NMRC, we will have proper documentation. So having proper security data is one. Then two, if we have all this, it will also help our process flow. So we know that at once we have where we can press a button and we can process all these loans. And where a customer for default, it's like in Nigeria, most customers even plan to default before they take the loan because they are stronger than you. If they default, you go to court and you'll be in the court for the next 20 years. So what we are pleading with the authorities is for all mortgage-related matters to be moved to the investment and security tribunals. The investment and security tribunal handle all capital market matters, and it takes maximum 90 days. Within 90 days, you have a judgment. So one, I would say automation of the system. Let us automate our system by having credible database. Once we have this credible database, we create mortgage. If anybody default, we should be able to have a court that will give us a judgment on time and not frustrating the mortgage bankers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoroki. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Yeye, and I'll be grateful if this can be done in 2 minutes maximum. Interest rate is a major challenge, that constrain access to home financing. So the question then is, what do you think can be done to really bring down the interest rate to an affordable level that promotes housing financing in the country?
Thank you very much. I'll just repeat the things I said before. Equity is zero cost. So the first thing FMBN should do, FMBN should say 23 years ago, the Nigerian pension system was less than ₦1 trillion. 20 years from now, the mortgage financing or home financing system will have up to 25 trillion naira contributed by employees and employers. That kind of money has zero cost because it is money that belongs to the owners. The other thing I said is that I also want to say, I think we need to own our story. I want to plead with the industry. This thing about 28 million deficit, I think it is excessive, it is unsustainable. I think we should look at a revisit of that study to lower the figure. What I think, in answering your question, sir, is the second thing I think FMBN should say is, how does FMBN champion over the next 20 years delivery of 1 million housing units? You see, that is fungible, it is achievable. And part of achieving that will make those people take some of their money that is in that 100 trillion and contribute it to deposit instruments at sub-market rates. When you mentioned the Bospackelsing model in Germany, that's what happens in Germany. You save at below market rates for some time, because after that, you are going to get access to money at below market rates. FMBN is uniquely positioned to champion and lead those two initiatives. It will also involve some rethinking of their roles. I mean, I think the start of what they've done in the last 2 years is superb. I am extremely impressed. But when we look at where we want to get to, there's also a lot to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Mr. Awal, I'm coming to you now. And the question is about affordability and accessibility. And one of the key challenges that tend to constrain accessibility is title of properties. So the question is, how can potential homeowners overcome the challenge of titling when it comes to accessing the NHF fund?
Thank you very much. I think again is to bring the experience of FHA Mortgage Bank dealing with FMBN under what they call funded estate, whether ministerial home ownership or the EDL. When Federal Mortgage Bank discovered that there are no available mortgageable houses, they went into innovating what they call ministerial housing scheme. And through that, in collaboration with FHA Mortgage Bank, were able to deliver 112 housing units in Ikorodu, built by Sedona, where those houses cost, there is none of those houses that cost beyond 15 million naira. And as I'm talking to you, FMBN is working towards getting title to those mortgages. Again, FMBN, in collaboration with us, FHA Mortgage Bank, were able to deliver more than 250 housing units in Gwagwalada. And, all those arrangements were done, understanding the fact that titling is difficult. So FMBN demonstrated capacity by getting a global title to those land, and bearing in mind that at the end of the day, there will be parcellation, there will be deed of assignment, there will be individual titles that have to be issued, granted to the mortgagors. And that I'm happy to say the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is working towards issuing federal title on those houses that we created mortgages on. So the challenge is always for mortgagor to understand, what is required of him, which title is acceptable. Under the Abuja Accelerated Mass Housing Development, where a lot of private developers are participating, global title is issued to developers with the understanding that before development is commenced, they will have off-takers and they will have a layout. That layout is supposed to be registered, approved by the FCDA Development Control. But to the dismay of all the system, plenty of developers, overscoped, they over-design when they're supposed to deliver 200 houses, they went ahead and deliver beyond 250 houses, annexing water lines, annexing other amenities that are provided in the system. So that is making it very difficult for individuals that have taken houses from those estates to get CO4 on those lands. So the way out is to make sure that there is enforcement. Whenever a developer is given a global land, a land in excess of where he can build a single house, there has to be enforcement, control, whereby developers must conform with approved layouts. And when they conform with the approved layout through that arrangement, individual or beneficiary mortgagors will be able to get title. And that will resolve a lot of challenge in the process of mortgage origination. And also, the state government should understand that mortgage housing development is beyond politics. It's something that will impact on the livelihood of the state and citizens of the state. Therefore, I like the idea of what the FMBN is doing. As recent as last week, we saw them in Kano talking to the governor of Kano State, and I'm sure that advocacy and collaboration will yield, results. And I'm sure through the renewed hope, housing home ownership, of which we, FHA Mortgage Bank, had already commenced accessing or facilitating access to mortgage on behalf of beneficiaries. So far, we have facilitated access to more than 5, beneficiaries of the renewed hope estate.
Excellent.
So I'm sure that the issue of titling is adequately taken care of under the renewed hope, agenda. So I believe control, enforcement of laid down rules and regulation will help in curbing sharp practice from the side of the estate developers, and will assist in making sure that title are given and mortgages are highly secured in the process of origination.
Indeed, I agree with you. The problem is not that the rules are not there. The challenges are usually enforcement. And it's very important we get that right. Now, before we go to the last segment, I just want to ask this general question to all of you. The issue about FMBN recapitalization, what do you think about it? What are your proposals? What are your thoughts? Anyone can just jump at it. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Wa.
All right, I would strongly propose that the money being generated by MRIF, 100 billion naira, should be given to the Federal Mortgage Bank to recapitalize.
Very direct. And I'm sure policymakers present have noted that. So that is very clear. So let's wrap up then. From your perspective, what do you say in just 30 seconds or less? In your perspective, what do you think should be the focus of FMBN in its drive to reimagine, housing financing in Nigeria, in terms of opportunities, in terms of lessons? Okay, I see you want to take the floor, Mr.
FMBN, I think they're on the right path. We also need to work with them to ensure that they collect the NHF. For now, people who are contributing to the NHF, the proportion is very low. It's not acceptable. I don't know if they will involve other operators to ensure that every public and private company contribute to that pool. I believe in the recapitalization, but fund must grow. We must have a pool of funds. It is this contribution that will give us free fund that they can use to expand this industry. So they must have a specific formula whereby we will encourage every local government, every public company, and private company to contribute to this fund. Super. I've been to South Africa and I found out the NHF facility is the best in the whole of Africa at 6%. So if I can have enough fund to drive it, then we are home and dry in this.
Very super. Thank you. Dr. Ibike?
Okay, because I'm the only woman on the table, I'll still stay on that table of women. I feel that there's one of the major things happening in housing finance is the Renewed Hope Cities project. But I also strongly feel that women are already spectators in all of this. I feel that one of my propositions to Oga OCD and also to the Honorable Minister is, can we have a clear set allocation to say 20% of these transactions will be allocated to women developers? That is way below what we represent in the whole population. But to say that, and we're not saying that it should be handed over to us. It's basically saying that this 20% is allocated to you. We will bid, we will compete meritoriously, and we will take those roles. But it will help my girl child, your girl child, when she sees cranes, she already knows that it is not just for males, it is for all, and everybody can be involved.
Okay, next, Mr. Wa.
Well, I will encourage FMBN to add to the advocacy and reach out to other stakeholders. We need to engage other professional bodies, like the Korean, the Institute of Architects, the estate surveyors. We should equally engage with the local government areas, land registries. Through that arrangement, quite a lot of Nigerians will be able to understand and appreciate, the importance of what the Federal Mortgage Bank is doing, and that will challenge everybody, all hands to be on deck. But most importantly, I think the regulators, the Central Bank of Nigeria has a responsibility. Their responsibility should not only stop at supervision. They have the responsibility to nurture the growth of the mortgage sector. If you check the attention that is given to the mortgage sector by most of the regulators, for example, now what the MRIF mentioned initially, that about capacity, we are challenging them. How much of their money are they investing in the primary mortgage banks? They are not placing monies in the primary mortgage banks. We are regulated. We render return. If a primary mortgage bank peradventure to default in any of its obligation, the board, the management, they are responsible. Our license is also at stake. So we are encouraging, all the housing sectors to have the confidence to invest in the primary mortgage bank. Let them make placement in the primary mortgage bank to enable them primarily originate mortgages so that they can refinance at secondary level. And because, when you do that, you are encouraging liquidity to be retained, and that the primary mortgage banks will equally encourage you in making advocacy and sensitizing the citizens on the importance of the mortgage sector.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Yeye, please.
All right, I'll make 3 or 4 points quickly. I think the FMBN can champion the lead for digitization of land registries across the states. I know that Lagos State is already doing that, but I think that FMBN can lead it nationally. There is no reason why all states cannot create a database where they upload the title documents. So this part of what this will do is that it will make access and verification easy. I think they should do that. The second thing is that, as we are thinking about mortgage and we are thinking about funding, FMBN has widely acclaimed instruments on the lending side. So either they are lending to developers or they are lending for mortgage. They now also need to create instruments which they guarantee with private sector institutions so that individuals can put money in instruments that are guaranteed by FMBN. If we want more money, we can't only be funding the asset side. We must facilitate the fund sourcing side. The third is that over time, I think FMBN may need to rethink its role. I don't think we should push too much of government forward. No. What FMBN should do is to say in 25 years, I'll be bigger than PENCOM. But the only way to be bigger than PENCOM is to initiate things that will make the primary mortgage institutions under me bigger than the PFAs. That way, by the time I am supervising a 30 trillion naira industry, is much more big, is much more impactful than my 1 trillion balance sheet. So I think that it may involve over time that FMBN will rethink its role of being a strong regulator and being a facilitator of significant private sector growth.
Excellent, excellent point. Our time is up, but because of the importance of this conversation, I want to give the opportunity to only 2 people, only 2, to ask questions. Okay, Dr. Akiwumi and Dr. Yaitok, please.
Thank you very much. I
Please,
will ask.
I'll be grateful if we can keep it within 30 seconds because of the time.
No, I can't do 30 seconds. I can do 1 minute. No, it's going to be a combination of comment and then question also. Coming to issue of capitalization, that you recommended that the FMBN should be recapitalized. For me, as a previous insider, and now the song is being sung for over 30 years for the capitalization. For me, it's like a grown-up adult begging for mommy's milk. Milk in the bottle. You cannot be an adult and be begging for your mom to give you breast milk. The Federal Mortgage Bank was not established yesterday. The only solution to their financial issue is to go commercial. I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to sound like someone asking the National Assembly of Nigeria to pass a law to imbibe unicameral legislation instead of bicameral. That's a colossal waste. You don't need nothing else. You don't need a Senate and representative. What are they doing? What are they doing at both levels? If not, I will ask my brother here, Osidi, to champion, even though you are in the system, to champion the cause of going commercial. You have just told us that the accounts that have been in arrears for many years, you've been able to bring it up to date. Those are the elements that you need. We are in the ADB together.
Excellent point.
There are resources massively around the world that you can tap into if you are a commercial enterprise and be run professionally.
Very true. Thank you so much. Strong point there. Dr. Yaito, please.
Please, when you call Dr. Yaito, add associate.
Okay.
Associate Dr. Yaito.
Very well noted.
My wife is a doctor, so I'm a doctor by association, so I'm an associate. But to be more correct, you can just say architect Yaito. Good.
People will be very pleased about that.
For the sake of respect for my gray hairs, I will not talk because what I had in mind when you gave the 30 seconds, I realized that I will flout the law. So let me just keep it on my chest and rather use the little time to thank. I'm honestly, sincerely impressed with what is going on. I've been in this industry for the whole of my life. And what I'm seeing in Federal Mortgage Bank, I'm very impressed. What I've also seen from the minister, what he's doing, I think I can say this, and I stand to be challenged by anywhere in the world, that this is the best season we have had for housing since I've come to be part of the housing subsector. And I say this without patronizing anybody, because thank you. God bless everybody. If I start talking, you go tell. I just keep quiet, but thanks so much, sir. God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Architect. That indeed would have been a valedictory presentation. But I want to be gender sensitive here, just as we had on the platform. So I want to give a lady the opportunity to also ask a question, but please within 30 seconds. I'm sure you can keep to it.
Thank you very much for giving me the time. My name is Angel Oloni. I'm the founder of Mercy Homes UK, and we brought a developer from UK. So I noticed that on one of the mission statements, it said providing house for every Nigerian. But I feel that Nigerians in diaspora have been left out. I know that they said there's a mortgage for Nigerian in diaspora, but they've been saying that for so many years now. It actually hasn't materialized. So if it has materialized, I'm not aware of it, because my job really is to market Nigerian properties to Nigerians in diaspora, and then market UK properties to Nigerians. For the last 2 years, every Nigerian in diaspora who have bought a property in Nigeria, their fingers have been burnt because of the currency. And so we don't invest in Nigeria properties at the moment. When it comes to mortgages, the interest rate is ridiculous. It could be 15% today and 33% tomorrow. So it's not encouraging to Nigerians. And that's why we're pushing for us to have an NHF that is solely for Nigerians in diaspora, where they can get a fixed interest on a property, and we know how much we can then look for a property and market it to diasporans.
Thank you very much.
So that is my question. Thank you very
much for balancing the equation. Is there anyone any of us who wants to quickly respond? That's the only question I heard. Who wants to quickly? Yes, Mr. Dr. IBK, let's start with a lady.
Okay, thank you for that question. I can boldly say to you that the NHF diaspora scheme is currently in its final stages. It's been in the works for a while, but because you correctly highlighted currency fluctuation issues, and that had to be sorted very well with CBN and all of that. I would tell you that with the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, working with the FMBN has come at single-digit interest rates, and it's currently at its final stages. So stay in the news, stay focused on it. Very soon, Nigerians in diaspora will be able to buy homes at single-digit interest rates.
Okay, I think in view of our time, we just keep it there. This conversation will continue. It will never end. So I want to once again thank all my panelists for the excellent job. Please, can we give them a very round of applause, please? So to wrap up, I'm the Executive Director of Loans and Mortgage Services of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Yes. So please come up and give some remarks to close this important event.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and our wonderful panelists. Thank you, everyone that is here. I have been here early, and I've listened to all the presentations. And my remark is coming as a quick prose, which I've just composed for this particular day. And the name is Framework for Imagining Finance of Housing. And it goes like this. The housing market is huge in Nigeria. The mortgage market and stock sector is nascent. We are just beginning. The opportunity for market segmentation, vertical, horizontal, and tangential is real and available. The opportunity is there. The opportunities and demands are wide and deep for all stakeholders on the driving seats and the various shades and strata of the needy people, that is our off-takers and beneficiaries. Strategy, restructuring, and coordination of roles and actions is what the housing sector and industry in Nigeria needs. Housing is an unalienable human right and should not be politicized. Unfortunately, the insidious political tentacles have been creeping into the sector, which does need to be so, and it must be redressed. NMRC, family homes, MREF, each being rolled out by Murphy, with each emerging post-election new presidents, is not good for the Nigerian housing industry. While these are going on, the statutory organizations, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Federal Mortgage Bank, Federal Housing Authority, and our affiliated primary mortgage banks are asphyxiating and gasping for air. With due respect to George Floyd of America, of blessed memory, I want to say that these organizations are gasping for air. Please let them breathe. Let them breathe and let them breathe. We welcome NMRC. We welcome family homes. We welcome MREF. But they need to be properly domiciled, pigeonholed, and be more collaborative and synergizing with the existing statutory ones in the industry, led and controlled by the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The period for operation in silos, I think, from today. Or turn, I wish to acknowledge a catchword earlier stated by Murphy and MREF during their presentation, which I had, and that they will be investing in other housing like FMB and ETC. I think this is a welcome development. I am really that I say let them go as umbrella bodies and source both domestic and offshore cheap funds and broker them down for the benefit of all in the industry. With this, I say thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The end of this panel discussion. Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
I will now take a group picture for documentation to show that you came here. Please, let's clap for the panel. Let's clap for the panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a
pioneering platform set to redefine mortgage data in Nigeria.
Hold on, please.
Following the approval.
Technical crew, una go soon resume for FMBN. Thank you very much. Well, so for the panel, we'll just invite the MD to join. MD just joined them. Panelists, please remain. Panelists, we need the MD to join you for the picture. It's good. We'll put it at the reception. Anybody who comes to our bank will know that you are our panel for the year. May I especially welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Urban Development, Nasarawa State, Honorable David Moi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Here is a lawyer. When I was growing, they told me that if I have to win any land case, I must either know a good lawyer or know a great lawyer. So I asked the man, I said, what is the difference? He said, a good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge. Either way, you win the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, before we continue with this, we'll have a short clip, 2-minute short clip on MIR. Please go ahead.
We are proud to unveil the NMR, a pioneering platform set to redefine mortgage data in Nigeria. Following the approval by the National Council on Housing at its 12th meeting, the NMR is now officially established under the stewardship of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN. This initiative signifies collective efforts to create a standardized, centralized repository for mortgage data, one that aligns with key presidential deliverables and national development goals. The launch of the NMR app reflects our commitment to innovation, transparency, and progress in the housing sector. With this digital tool, we aim to enhance public confidence and foster growth across the mortgage landscape. We invite stakeholders, partners, and the public to collaborate with us in spreading awareness about this game-changing development. We hereby display for you to explore the features and capabilities of the newly developed NMR app, designed to transform how mortgages are recorded, tracked, and accessed. Thank you. This is the National Mortgage Registry Portal, NMR, a repository of all mortgages in Nigeria. To log in, input your username and password, then click Login. On the dashboard, you will see the number of mortgages created in each state being displayed. Lagos State has 2, Ekiti 6, Niger 1, Abuja 3, Kaduna 1, Bauchi 6, and Kano State has 1. At the top, mortgages are categorized by property type. Under mortgages, you'll see a list of all mortgages. You can filter by active, inactive, or by geopolitical zones. To view more details, click View, and you'll get more details. To upload data of mortgages created, click Create. There's also a report section for a report on submitted mortgages. On the chat box, stakeholders can chat with each other. There's also a public search, where the public can search for a mortgage. To search, enter your NIN or driver's license number and your email address. If there's no record, it will show no record. If there's a record, you'll pay a fee to access the. This is the summary of the National Mortgage Registry Portal of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together. That's the mortgage registry. If you are not in it, you are not in it. It's just like you have been in school for 4 years, and when it's time for graduation, you have a matric number. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a few presentations. And please, I want to appeal to us to be seated. Thank you. Thank you. If somebody is standing close to you, just touch them and say, please, can you get a seat? Just touch them now. Tell them, thank you very much. Get somewhere to sit down. And if you think they are a VIP more than you, you can cede your seat for them. Thank you. We'll have one who came all the way. I've been told that 2 very quick presentations, and then we'll have one from the national housing data. But first, let's talk about the diaspora. We have a woman advocate, an international realtor, one who's been defined as an off-taker, a Nigerian ambassador to the diaspora. Let's welcome the founder of UK Homes, Ms. Angel Oloni, to come and do a few minutes, to just do a few minutes presentation. Please put your hands together for her. Can we clap for her, please?
Am I able to use my slides? Because I gave them a slim. Eh? It's supposed to be 5 minutes.
So
but
tell
the
them
5
if you have. What you doing?
yes, sir. But I have a slide for that 5 minutes.
It's not original.
I gave it to them yesterday.
I thought you had prepped that.
I have now, but I still need. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Angel Oloni. I'm the founder of Mercy Homes UK. The reason why we're here today, really, is to market UK properties. But as well as doing that, we also market Nigerian properties. So the company is a bridge. I'm a British Nigerian, so I market Nigerian properties to Nigerians in diaspora, and we market British properties to Nigerians based home. And so today you would see us in a kiosk, E13, bringing Berkeley UK here to market their properties. So who is Mercy Homes UK? I thought they would give us our slide, but they're not. So Mercy Home UK are pioneers of marketing Nigerian properties. At the moment, like I said, we have challenges about marketing Nigerian properties because of interest rate. So because of the interest rate that is high, 33% at the moment, we are not encouraging Nigerians to actually buy Nigerian property. And so rather than doing that, we have a buffer that we encourage people to buy a UK property as little as £50,000. If you go outside London, you can get a property that is under 50,000 and you can use it to get equity. So in 6 months, by buying the property, you can then use it to get another equity, draw the money out and buy another property. So what we have been encouraging people who cannot afford under London, maybe you want to buy it in London, we're encouraging them to invest in London. And we're a property management company. We manage the properties for you. So you don't have to be in London to have a London property. You don't have to be in London to own a London property. How many minutes more? Oh, I have my, thank you very much. So like I said, we're into investment. So it's UK property investment to Nigerians. We've been doing it for 10 years. So what we normally do is you can sit in your house and you can own a property in UK. You don't literally have to be there to own a property. And you can get a mortgage as well to buy a property in UK. Right now, if you come to our stand, you will see Berkeley Homes and you will see Zenith Bank. We have so many banks, Nigerian banks in UK now, that the access to getting a property is very, very clean. And so we help Nigerians to buy, invest. Sorry, can you go back, please? We help Nigerians to buy, invest, and manage properties in the UK. We provide end-to-end service. We do property sourcing. So if you come to me or come to our company and say you don't have 350,000 to buy a property, you only have 100,000, we can give you options. You can buy a student property, you can buy a social housing, you can buy apartments, you can buy freehold, you can buy auctions. So all these are available for you. And the reason we're saying this is because we want us to start thinking about generational wealth, where you can hand it over to your family, to your children. It's just like when Nigerians go to America to have children. You can also, tie into UK land, tie into UK properties and build it. Once you have one, all you need is one. Within 5 years, you can amass 10 properties. It's very easy to become a portfolio holder once you own one. And so what we're trying to encourage you to do is think outside the scope. Once you have your property in Nigeria, the next one should be in UK so that you can have liquidity, so that you can have sterling. And so we are here today marketing premium property in kiosk E13. Come and visit us, come and visit me, and I will talk you through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. We'll quickly invite the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State, Honorable Moruf Akinde Rufatai, to do a very quick goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. The MD and your entire team, especially my Honorable Sani, I'm happy to be here. And I also want to thank the organizer of this event. We are partners in progress. Lagos is here fully represented because we see this as also our program. And it's also an opportunity to also network and see what is actually going on and new development in this sector. I just want to say that in the case of Federal Mortgage Bank and other federal institutions, we appreciate our relationship so far, but we wish that we collaborate more. One of the major challenges we have when we talk of housing, mortgage sector and housing sector is that we need to find a way to give the kind of approach, product. What I want to say is like Lagos product for Lagos product. Mr. MD, I'm trying to make some point here. We seek Lagos product for Lagos product. And we are always, that we are always ready to come over and collaborate. And you see, Lagos is the high network individuals are well served. But we have a very large population of low-income earners. And when you look at the cost of land and space, we want us to also further deepen that relationship that we have. Just as I said, what are the products you have for the high net worth individuals? We have LSDPC here that are ready to collaborate with you. When we talk about the low-income earners, we are here to collaborate with you. And the aim is actually, we have the same aim, bringing people into the housing ladder, which we think is very, very important, especially when you look at Lagos as of today, the numbers of people that are coming in averaging a day, approximately 1,600 a day, that do not intend to go back. We need to house these people, and we need you to join us so that we do not lose whatever advantage Lagos has. Lagos does not lose its prosperity. So when I look at mortgage, there are certain areas that I think we should also look at. When you look at the earnings of an average worker in Nigeria, even at 10% or less than 10%, and the escalating cost of producing houses, you will agree with me that we have a very big challenge, a very big one. I am a team. We work with, we were working with one of the financial institutions, and we discovered that despite removing so many parts to make it habitable, we still find it difficult to build a 2-bedroom apartment at less than 35 million. And when you look at take away now, what we take away from our working places, even at 70,000 per month, it will take a level 14 officer to be able to afford a house that is sold at 10 million. And we are now talking of 40 million, 35 million. So I think we should also need to see how federal government can intervene more in serving this part of the, either we decide to, federal government decide to bring in competition. You can do this and this, and we'll be able to sell to those who need it at why they cover that up. It's something that we can collaborate together to do. Because the way it is, unless we want to lie to ourselves, we are practical in our own system. As we speak, we are building about 2,500 that will be ready this year and early next year for low-income earners. None of those buildings we are building at 2-bedroom, we mostly consider 2-bedroom now. None is less than 40 million. But we are in 12.5 million. 12.5 million. But the challenge again, you now get those that need it. You see, after a while, you see them trying to sell. Even our rent-to-own program is running into trouble. Because people are now secretly selling it. These are the challenges that I cannot we will need more time to be able to discuss all these challenges. But I can say that the collaboration that we started, and you can also attest that we are also joining you to recover some of your bad debts in Lagos, and we will always be ready to continue to do that. MD, we thank you for the little support, but we want you to also in Lagos for us to be able to help the low-income earners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. We appreciate you for coming, Honorable Commissioner, Lagos, for housing. Well, Lagos is a melting point, and the MD has done so much. I'm sure the commissioner saying little is a way of saying, compared to the burden of their problem, the many things we have done for them is still very small. But thank you all the same. Please clap for him. We followed a man to his case, land case in Lagos court. We were waiting for the lawyer. When the lawyer came in that morning, he was drinking Odogu bitters. And I asked him, I said, okay, what is the problem? He said, my son, it's not every case you can follow with ordinary eye. So there are some land cases you have to come prepared. The next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is by a seasoned innovator, a mentor, a coach, an entrepreneur, and a youth empowerment expert with over 30 years of corporate experience in both globally and local engagements. He currently serves as head of ICT and business processes operations at the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company. He's also the chairman of the technical committee for the National Housing Data Program. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as I welcome Dr. Taufik Olatinwo. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. He's a man of data, he's a man of letters, he's a man of numbers. And today, he will share with us the experience. Please clap for him again.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the MD from Mortgage Bank of Nigeria and all the commissioners and all the people on the high table. I really appreciate, I can see my previous boss there, Professor Yangete, Reverend Gugo Chime and the likes. So I'm really happy to be here today. What we're presenting, okay, my name is Taufik Olatinwo. I'm going to be taking us through the National Housing Data Initiative that was put together by the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development last year. Slide. So, next slide. This is going to be very brief and very straightforward. It's still in the works. But last year, the minister said we should come together. We've heard from everybody right from when we started this conference, talking about issues about more brief, more money, and also FMBN this afternoon, and everybody's been talking about it. So what are we doing? We're not just talking, but we're also doing the walking the talk as we're moving on. So the Honorable Minister charged us to map out how we can bring all the housing data under one roof. We should have a housing data center. And this is something that's been going on for a while. So next slide, please. So we've got the background. People have been talking about the housing deficit. Is it 17 million? Is it 21 million? Is it 28 million? Now having that is working towards ensuring we have the actual methodology to measure how, the impact of data for housing. And I'm so glad I've got the MD of FMBN, who is also a member of the steering committee for this. Next slide. So we've got the participating organizations, about 12, 13 of them that the Honorable Minister put together. We've got the Federal Ministry, NMRC, National Bureau of Statistics, National Population Commission, the CBN, FHA, FHF, REDAN, MBAN, and all the organizations coming together to work on this. This is really extensive. Now we've been asked to even add more fit to this list and some others. I'm going to talk about them very quickly. Next slide. Now we see the names of the people on the steering committee. The permanent secretary of Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is the chairman of this committee, and we've got Usidi as a member. I've got some of us of the steering committee sitting here today, working that we report to on quarterly basis. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of the people, this is a very busy slide showing the list of the members of the technical committee. I've got some of them in the crowd. If you could please stand up for recognition. The technical committee members. Yeah, please stand up, yeah, so that people can see you. We've got all of them very quickly. Yeah, these are people that we're all working together from different organizations, nationwide, extensive work. Next slide, please. Very come up with a framework to establish the housing data center for Nigeria. I'm going to move very quickly, and because of time, please continue just scrolling on. We've got the goal data, next slide, and the deliverables to have the National Housing Data Center, technical requirements, the legal documentation, and the commercial terms, because we want to be sustainable, and that's why the minister called us to work on this together. If you want to move on, things around work, the distribution channel for the data, which we've all put together, just keep moving on. So we've talked about the distribution channel, financial market, very important. We're putting all of this together, and the stakeholders management, working very closely with the states. We've talked to about 5 state commissioners between yesterday and today, and we're going to be engaging Lagos State as well as Cross River today. So what's the roadmap? The roadmap is very clear. Next slide. So gathering data. We've gathered data extensively in the last 1 year, covering the total number of buildings we have in Nigeria, the prices of building materials on weekly basis that we get from the Central Bank of Nigeria. We now have a methodology or set of methodologies that we use in approaching the housing deficit in Nigeria. So we've got this data that we are going through the verification. I'm not going to share any data to you today. Don't expect a figure of the housing deficit, but I can tell you it's lower than what we've been talking about, because the methodology we are using is based on UN Habitat, as well as what we have from the housing crowded data, the affordable housing index, and the like. So these are the things that we have in the works going forward. So the list of all the data sets we have in the system, we have a portal that we're going to be launching very soon. Again, I'm going to be revealing it today. The status, we have the housing deficit, we've gathered data, we have the framework to gather it on daily, weekly, and quarterly basis. We have the portal in place, and we also have this as part of what the presidency is measuring every quarter to say how we're doing with respect to housing data. So we report these to the Central Result Delivery Coordinating Unit of the presidency. Next slide. So I talked about the housing deficit. Please, just going to scroll very quickly now, because this is more of technical information. The methodology we're using, the number of residential buildings we have in Nigeria, 65 million buildings, residential, commercial, institutional, and all the likes in percentage. And you can see the housing deficit. I purposely made this to look very busy so that you won't see any figure now. We have it down to the state level, to the local government levels, as well as the ward level. So you can tell if you're from, say, AMAC, you can tell the housing deficits you have in AMAC, and tell what we have in FCT. And that's what the portal that is hosting the data that we're going to be sharing with time. Next slide. And the total number of buildings, I talked about the residential, which is 38 million. Non-residential is 27, that's commercial and others. And institutional, we've got about 156,000 institutional buildings. We talked about National Hazard Registry. This is something that can be used between ourselves and MRIF and others going forward. Again, providing more information. This is going to be in the pack that's going to be coming to everybody with time. Next slide, please. So this is coming from FMBN. We have data around the financial housing market that FMBN has graciously provided, and this shows a lot of work and effort that's gone into what we are doing in Nigeria. Now we know Again, some housing data. Next slide. Next slide. From CBN, 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 another CBN, then the trend in the market. You can see the kink. You can tell how things are moving on in terms of the pricing market. And when there's policy change and when there are issues in the market, where you see the prices going up suddenly through the inflation. Next slide. Just keep on going. Right. So iron rods, softwood, and way forward. What do we see as the way forward? Next slide. Just stay on the next slide. The establishment of a program around the national housing data, whether it's going to be a PPP arrangement or an authority, an agency, or a commission, the organizational structure, the processes, the housing portal, and all the things, the financial details. Next slide. And the structure, having all the key players participating in this with the executive leadership team and benchmarking with other countries, USA, Canada, the European environment, and some countries in Africa as well. And the structure. Next slide. Next slide. And recommendations and conclusions. Last slide. So now talking about having these as a program to start with, working more closely with the Subject Federation. The national address should be worked with, as well as bringing some other parties on board and ensuring the sustainability of the special purpose vehicle for the National Housing Data Center. And the last slide. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please put your hands together for him. We are counting the number of applause because of data purposes. Please clap for him properly. Well, just before we invite our troop to come up, we have some very special gifts that we'll be giving out to some of our people. I have to just come down here to just do this. If we have given you a card before, if we have given you a card, can you just look at that card? Some of our ushers went around and gave you cards. Can you just look at it? The first surprise is that on the back. Did you really read what is on it? Can you just check those cards, please? Check it. Yes. Now, the MD has said he has some very special gift for some people. Our troop, I'm sure you should be arranging your stage already. So we are going to collect the cards in the gifts in this order. We are going to spell FMBN home. Okay, without the S. So F will be for a particular number. F is number 6. Who has number 6? Please, those with the gift, can you come up quickly? Those with the gift, can you come up quickly? Who has number 6, please? Check your cards. Number 6. Number 6, please. Number 6. Nobody with number 6. Or you need my glasses to check your card. There's a missing glass too. Somebody lost their eyeglass. And they say the person is looking for it. I don't know which eye you are using to look for the glass. Number 6. Okay. Okay. FM. Number M is 13. Who has 13? 13. If you have 13, just come. Madam is like your own is 300. I don't think it's you. Okay. B is 2. Who has number 2? 2. So you wrote that 2 by yourself. Okay. It has not entered into our registry. Number 2. All right, number 2, come. All right. Come and receive your. Please for him, MD. Thank you. N is number 14. Who has number 14 in your card? 14. 14. Okay, what do you say to FMBN?
Thank you very much.
Let's say you're not too happy.
Cool.
All right, number 14 is gone. H is number 8. 8. Please check your card. Don't write it by yourself. We printed it. You have 28. You want to cancel the 2? 15. You. 15. Number 5. 5. Who are 5? Number 5. Number 5. Come. Number 5. ED Business will do this presentation. Ma. Thank you very much. So I know you came from the Southeast, from Copen Group. So we'll include transport fare and freight money. Congrats. Number. Who is number 19? Number 19. Number 19. Number 19. He was. Go and show office. ED loans. We'll present this one. So, God, this gift may be coming to you as a loan. Thank you very much. Later on, we'll come and give you the gifts. But for now, let us welcome our troop who all right, I've been told that all the gifts are taken so far by men, but the MD has said we'll meet Dr. Ibu. We'll have all these gifts to present to women. Can we clap for the MD, please? Very gender sensitive. Say he for she. Yes, clap for him. Clap. You want to collect? Up. We have a short play now. Short in the sense that the title is short. It's short here, but just NHF. But for us, the idea is deep, far-reaching, and is very important, very close to the heart of our MD. Please, let's put our hands together. Troop. Clap for them. They are coming everywhere.
You have that place. This man is not around. Every time, so you know me on credit. Every time. I don't know why no one believes me. Customer, Allah, we have. Hope we go now. Hope we go make you see for yourself. I don't go there how many times. I'm coming back. Allah. Come now, make you see for there.
Oh God, I get the business.
Let's go there.
Since 29% the bank. I know they like this kind of work again.
Madam, Madam Rake, what happened? I don't come here 2 times. Come find you today, you know this.
As you come find me, 100K you want.
Well, last I see 100K from my account, they thought now my normal 2,000 I want withdraw back.
Now transfer.
How much be
100 naira now.
Madam Lake, me and you for this area, I won't collect 100 naira from my hand. I beg now, make I give you 15 naira.
Now because of people like you, now 90.
Madam Lake,
I know they like. I know.
You they do like say you don't know anything happen for this country. Just imagine. Yesterday, landlord don't increase my rent by 20% again. I won't take survive for this kind of.
Now we're two days the same compound. You not go blame landlord. Cost of living. Taxes is high. Yes. Everybody gas adjust.
If I don't blame landlord, who I won't blame? After they don't build 5-10 years ago, they go see they increase the rent for this 2025.
No be that the landlord can renovate something for your house. Instead go market. See, I don't want to talk landlord matter. Transfer this money, I beg.
If you like say you don't like this landlord, this side don't support this landlord. Like you don't like
transfer bill, no transfer.
Don't collect your money. You want to leave your money? I beg give me a money.
Neighbors. My neighbors all are there.
Chocolate.
Yes, my brother.
Madalake.
My friend, how are you?
Kai, the way they like this photographer before. Now you don't round like this. This is my brother.
You are looking good.
You are looking good.
Oh, this are where you dey shine. When you don't win visa lottery, give us this update now.
Wait. Me and you will do this area together. Which kind sharp business you do? Where give you this kind? Not because they see like this. And everyone here say you don't get house, Abi.
I hear am.
You don't get house. Tell me now. Which business you do? Where give you this kind of house and car like this? Sharp.
No, Chukudi. As long as you are not doing bad thing, I'm okay with you.
Yeah, Musa, you know me. Say, hey, you know me. Eh? I never hear of FMBN.
Okay.
Waiting.
FM is simple. It's federal football. Now then win cup recently. I just
Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. I never hear of them.
I know here.
I never hear. In America, I see the way those people they run their things. It's like magic. In fact, they sweet me for fella. I make my fella they big like this.
Okay. Wait. Come sit down. Better sit down. Give me this update.
You see better person like this. You keep me make I stand there. Go and buy malt for me.
Malt, I will bring malt for you. I will bring malt.
Relax.
Wait, no. Okay. Kusame should wipe you the Indomie. Can you?
4 egg.
I beg.
I don't chop 2 egg again. 4 egg.
Tell us this thing now.
See, relax. Now me they call it things because they carry hot gist. They come. You see, you see that time where I joined work for ministry.
Okay, after your NYC.
Yes, that time where I joined work for where me and you just did the chop the shine Indomie early. I mean they contribute small for the You see, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, they get within they call National Housing Fund. Yes. So I mean they contribute small 5% of my salary that time. Yes. Now I call after some time I call register for their rent to own scheme. Yes. Now I they pay for the house small. Like say I they rent out, but let me get out.
Now you don't get house like this.
I didn't get the house. You don't say life now.
Where done my sister?
Now you get cash. I get now. How much you want?
Tax is
now 200. 150. Oh yeah, now.
All you just register. Just to the housing fund. I mean like this. 9 years. You can apply for any. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
See, just 2.5% of
it. No vex, I beg. I know how they talk house matter. I beg you now they do arrest for this we say.
Who say?
And the place where I serve, they retain me and they move their accommodation.
My sister, welcome to the rent struggle.
You get big eye, you dey find affordable house for who say? You don't know Nyanya, you don't know Maraba.
Relax. My dear, you don't have to struggle anymore.
Atuk, she go struggle. You said that Atuk, she go struggle.
I want to listen to me. Not be me be latest. Let me come here to give you a gist. You don't anymore. You say. And why don't retain you?
Yes.
I said, don't retain you. All you have to do is find somewhere so that in that you can contribute 2.5% of your monthly salary or wages or monthly in national housing fund.
Madam POS.
After
Una good afternoon. Madam POS, thank you. I beg you get cash. I get now. I beg. No, you go help me wait small. Right. I like and wait. Help me wait.
Madam Madam Biko, just relax. Let me give her this.
Make I follow you the story now.
As I was saying,
they talk to us too now. Why they talk to only women? They tell us what to say here now.
As I was saying, you hear me? All you have to do is to contribute to the National Housing Fund. Yeah? And after 6 months, you go there eligible for any of their loans, whether na rental assistance, whether na construction loan. It means like this now, na the and you see, as they talk like this, friend. I won't go.
Village, go for anything. You don't get house for time, you won't carry you go village again.
Bros, it's easy to get house for Abuja.
I know, it's not easy now.
I shall not get house for Abuja like this. I won't go collect title. In fact, title we are go collect now. I want to room better.
Wait, my people. So you mean say you said we follow benefits for this NHS, FM? I mean beneficiary. So now, I know I don't get the house.
Maybe we dey get house for Abuja.
Tell me this thing now, make I know as I go.
Madam Alaket, come on. Abeg, come sit down, make you tell us. Sorry, madam.
Thank you.
Sorry, abeg.
See, my people, not wetin we go quarrel about be this. This na news where everybody suppose hear.
Yes.
I mean, that's why they be. When housing finance is reimagined,
yes.
I mean, when the federal government, when they step in like this, not be with empty promises, but with pathways to home ownership for everybody.
Thank you.
But you know say this kind of initiative only dey possible under the right leadership. Just like what the FMBN get, they get ogbonge people at the top. They make sure say things they go smoothly. The managing executive Usman Shehu Osidi, that man na ogbonge. And there, he gets all the correct people. They follow and work. Like Honorable Muhammadu Abdul Sani. Mr. Ibidapo
They got one strong woman. Mrs. Chideyano.
Wait. Even women too.
This one.
Chidedia, they safeguard the interest of Nigerian women. Make I tell you something. When the right people they for the right place, Nigerians go they see the right thing.
That's so. Wait, if I don't hear of these things, myself or don't get my own house, I for even don't get car and I for don't get husband.
You don't get problem now. Now husband be your problem. Even when they use 80% of my salary, they save and they pay for rent, and 20% for Indomie. Indomie is good. Now you don't collect the money now. You suffer.
See my people, I dey go register. First thing tomorrow morning.
Sharp.
You don't have tomorrow. I dey register today. Madam, abeg, don't show me this. Make I apply. You don't for tomorrow. Abeg,
you see, let me tell you. All the time you are talking all this, it's confusing me.
Okay.
What if somebody like me that is doing shy and Indomie over there? Do I have any chance in this kind of thing?
My friend, be shy. As far as say, you dey work, you dey and you fit contribute. Why not? Of your monthly wages, your earning to the National Housing Fund. After 6 months, you go fit apply for any of their loans. Any of their loans. Yes. Me na the whole one I do.
It's okay.
I say.
Chokodi, I'm okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
No Yahoo, no stress.
NHF is the address.
Don't wait till you are great.
FMBN shows the way.
No Yahoo, no stress.
NHF is the address.
Don't wait till you are great.
FMBN shows the way.
Oga Chukudi, if let's say we go celebrate this house when you want now. Yes, we celebrate.
Everybody. Hold it.
Yes.
I come here now to come show and say, God don't bless me.
Because of FMBN.
See, that time to where they go.
Yes.
In fact, You gotta hold my shirt for back like this.
Okay, take it easy.
Right. In fact, let us celebrate.
Let
us celebrate.
Hey! 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 Oh, nigga, wego! Oh, nigga, wego! Oh, God!
Well. You see, you don't have to be a millionaire to own a home. Okay, relax before you get me. Now, with FMBN, all you need to do is contribute 2.5% of your monthly income to NHF. Then you can access our home renovation loans. Guess what? No outrageous down payment, just single-digit interest rate. What are you waiting for? Now you can start up your journey with a simple register, contribute, and apply.
My brothers and my sisters. Say, where are we now? I'm very soon. I say, make I go with that gist. If rent still they choke you for this big 2025, take yourself, not FMBN.
Wow.
Because no Yahoo, NHF is the address. No until you are great. FMBN shows the way. No Yahoo, no stress. NHF is the address. No until you are great. FMBN shows the way. No Yahoo, no stress. NHF is the address. No until you are great. FMBN shows the way.
NHF is the address. FMBN shows the way.
Please let's put them. Thank you very much. Easy months results of research and full masterpiece. Please another round of applause for them. If it was a building, it would be a garden estate display. Ladies and gentlemen, a team of over 50 people in this country to try to verify if the statements of the MD the press releases and everything his team has been saying is true. We went round, we got almost 20 different people to talk to us about their testimony. But without the knowledge of the MD, and out of a random sampling, we have invited 3 of them secretly. We don't know what they want to say, but they are here today. And before the Honorable Minister, they will tell us whether truly what the MD has been saying is true, whether he's been sharing with us, whether it is true. So permit me to invite them quickly as we take that. Let's invite all the way from Kano, the Managing Director of the Kano State Housing Corporation, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Abdullah Rahim as he comes up. We'll also want to invite all the way from the United States, the Project Management Consultant based in the United Kingdom, Dr. Ayodele Edwards. Please put your hands together for him. We also have the National Treasurer, Food, Beverages and Tobacco, MBC branch. Let's welcome Comrade Makinde Solomon. Please put your hands together for them. They'll just take turns, 2 minutes to just tell us whether it's true, what is the experience, and if it is not true, whether we can go and verify. Please clap for them once more. So we can start with the consultant.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ayodele Edwards. I just came in from the UK 2 days ago to be a part of this session. And I really want to commend the MD for a fantastic job, because in the diaspora, we know that the mortgage system there is quite effective. But when you come to Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, the process is difficult. I just came in quietly and I went to the stand and I said, you know what, I want to register for the scheme. I was expecting to see a very long form and many protocols. But I want to say in less than 5 minutes, I was done. Please, a round of applause for. And I want to also commend the quality of staffs you have. This is the kind of thing they've bought into your vision clearly, and they're making a difference. And why this is important to us is many of us from the diaspora invest our funds in paying rents for our siblings, our loved ones here. So we are more than ready to key into the mortgage program. We have the funds to support it, so that rather than putting our funds in paying rents, they could help assist them to get their own home. And I want to thank you for creating such a unique platform. And with all the success stories we've seen today, the Diaspora Committee, we are behind you and ready to give you all the support to translate affordable housing to reality in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Kano.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I was a civil servant. I retired in 2000. My retirement, I was told that you cannot get your contribution till after a year. It happened, I went to our Brent, the Brent manager is here, Babayaro. I asked him, this is almost 3 months. I've not seen my contribution. After bringing all the documents, my salary slips and other things. What he told me was that, sir, have you checked your account? I said, I checked my account. Then he said, please go and look again. I went to my bank. After checking, he said, no, let me see your bank account. When I saw him, I thought the one number was missing. But when he checked his computer, he said, a month ago, your contribution has been settled. Go and check. So that was in fact, it's not a testimony I'm giving. This is a reality. I received my contribution just 2 months after retirement.
I think we can clap for that.
And so after just 7 months, I became the managing director of Kano State Housing Corporation. On the 7th, in Africa International Housing Show, I met the minister, who was then the MD, Federal Mortgage Bank. When I met him, he said, you are now, I told him about my testimony. He said, you are now the MD. What can you do for your state? Your state are no more contributing for almost 22 years. this is what you go and do for me. I will not speak to you. In fact, he didn't want to listen to me. He said he tried severally to bring Kano State back to contribution, National Housing Fund contribution. So my first port of call was the House of Assembly. When I went and met them, they gave me advice. I went straight to the executive governor. I made a memo. When I made my memo, the executive council approved that I should go and meet with the Federal Mortgage Bank. I went there. The first thing I met was then Mr. Hammond. He gave me all the support and what I went, nothing was going on. In fact, the committee was set up. We have to go and meet Mr. Shehu Usman Osizi. He gave us the courage. So if Kano State can come back and rebut the National Housing Fund, say, believe me sincerely, I will give loan to Kano State people within 6 months after the contribution. So what I did was, it was my staff in the corporation. In fact, from that day, what he gave me courage was all of them reported to, without waiting for the state workers. All my staff in Kano State Housing Corporation for over a year, they reported to National Housing contribution. So my thanks, I have now bring a goodwill. In fact, it's for the civil servant of Kano. What they say was that they want to thank Alhaji Shehu Osizi because he alone rebut Kano State back to National Housing Fund. I'm very grateful for him. Please, I want to all the people here to rise up for Mr. Shehu Osizi. Thank you very much. Kano State people are grateful to you. What other MDs couldn't do for 24 years, you have done it. Last week, Managing Director Mr. Shehu Osizi was with the governor of Kano State for a courtesy call, and he was the guest of Kano State. Please, thank you very much, Mr. Shehu Osizi. Kano State are grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. They said the MD has been given a boys' quarter in the government house. Please put your hands together for him. Go ahead, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon all. I was one of the
no, you didn't put the mic.
Good afternoon. I was one of those that doubted NHF in those days. And I'm a leader of the union. I was a leader of the union, the junior staff, and leader of the union when I became senior staff. I told people then that NHF is a national, just contribute and don't expect anything. But about 5 years ago, leadership used in Abuja, when I accused one of our leaders from FMBN, Comrade Mercy, that we contribute, but we don't have anything. So I challenged, and from there we started the process. We had a lot of issues, but I can testify today that FMBN is real. And as I'm talking today, I'm a proud owner of house in Abuja. I'd never expected it. I'd given up long ago. As of last year, I was testifying, but because the issue was not tangible, I could not project. But this year, when we met, by the time we meet the MD, he told me at the meeting that, comrade, you'll be our ambassador. And since then, I've taken the ambassadorship job to the western zone of our meeting. I work in FMCG. We have 70% of our companies in the west. Saturday last week, I was in Shagam at Nestle, and I addressed a lot of people that were meeting. So I had a provision to show them what FMBN is, and I told them a lot of things. The banking is a top notch. I really appreciate that. When I went through the iBanking and I saw my contribution, I was so happy. And I told, currently in NBC and in food beverage industry, every member that had gone out, I have about 30 of them say we are coming back as at that time. And I told them, register for the iBanking. You will see everything that you have contributed. But I know that I see opportunity on the iBanking. I want to see my repayment and see the balance. That will also enable us to check the PMBs also, so that I don't just keep repaying and my money is taken somewhere. It's a very good thing that I will encourage FMBM to improve on. And today, I can tell you that last when I was told I need to be here, I had to leave my home and send assistant this morning to be here. And one of the things I still told them is NHF is real. NHF is real and NHF is real. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we invite the MD to come and take a picture with them? Barrister Festus will also join this picture. This is a testimonial. I don't know whether we'll allow Barrister Festus to join this picture, sir. EDs, can you come and join, please? The MD says he doesn't work alone, he has a team. So our executive directors, please come and join. Barrister Festus has joined the team somehow. Corners not cut him out of the picture.
Oga Festus, you are outstanding.
Our Kano man, you can smile, it's good. More houses for you. You are entitled to 4. Thank you to our EDs. Can we clap for them, please? Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the next, of course, is a very important one. Permit me to invite all right, ladies and gentlemen, we will, for those of you who appear not to have eaten anything, I know you are not really hungry, but lunch is being served in this hall. But if you are not okay with that one, you can also approach our team to get a ticket, and we have serving points around. Please don't just go there. Make sure you have a ticket before you go there, because if you go there and you eat, you may pay Transcorp price. I don't know how much is this, but I know that I tried to buy water and they told me it's 4,000. And I told them for one bottle, they say yes. I say, how much is it to swim? They say 1,000. So I said, okay, I prefer to swim. At least if I swim, I will still drink water inside the swimming pool. So ladies and gentlemen, let's especially welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, FNI, who's represented here today by a writer, a media consultant, a PR specialist, a creative leader, and a trustworthy assistant. The Special Assistant Media to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Mark Cheshe. Please put your hands together for him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Please, can we clap for the representative of the Honorable Minister?
That's it. It is indeed my high honor and privilege to deliver these remarks on behalf of a high-performing, forward-looking, reform-minded, impact-driven, Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. I think he deserves a round of applause for that. The only reason why the Honorable Minister is not right here in person is because he had to attend the Federal Executive Council meeting. 2 days back, when he declared the event open and was heading to Kaduna, he told me specifically that he was going to make sure that once it's done with the national assignment in Kaduna, that he will come back yesterday to be a part of this FMBN day. And the reason is simple. FMBN is very important to the renewed hope housing agenda of Mr. President. FMBN is very important to the minister's drive to reform the housing and urban development landscape. And the Honorable Minister is a stakeholder respecter. He respects the opinions of stakeholders. He respects forums such as this because he believes that it is when you come to forums like this that ideas, initiatives can be fomented and implemented. So I'll start with the protocols. The Managing Director, Chief Executive, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Shehu Usman Osidi, Honorable Commissioners of Housing, Urban, Reverend Group, former National President of Redan, and Chairman, Presidential Land Reform Tax Team, my very own Professor Chate, the Managing Director, the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, Chief Executive Officers of Primary Mortgage Banks here with us, present, the National Coordinator, MRIF, Mr. Sani Yakubu, Executive Directors of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, the Federal Housing Authority, and other institutions right here present, other invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The voice is mine, but the words are from the Honorable Minister. So I'll start his remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you this afternoon for this special Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria Day at the 19th International Housing Show. On the opening day of this show, I highlighted a fundamental truth. The biggest barrier to home ownership in Nigeria is not only the lack of affordable and of adequate houses, but the inability of many Nigerians to afford them. Available that must all confront. Full progress the tenors of up to 30 years, flex regional housing fund scheme. Many Nigerians contribute to the national housing still cannot afford these products. That we boldly and one that requires fresh ideas, new partnerships, and innovative financing solutions beyond what we have done in the past. Here, the Managing Director of FMBN laid out the bank's recent milestones, from the number of mortgages provided, rent-to-own beneficiaries supported, home renovation loans disbursed to housing units delivered, new contributors to registered, refunds made, and deployment of a digital innovation to improve service delivery. These achievements are commendable and reflect the bank's commitment to fulfilling its statute to acknowledge and applaud the management, board and staff of FMBN for these results, which are helping thousands of Nigerians move closer to home ownership. But as I have said before, progress is not the destination. It's a foundation to build on. Importantly, once and for all. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria Act gives the bank a clear and powerful mandate. The bank, one, provide long-term credit to mortgage institutions to make homeownership more affordable and accessible. License, encourage, and promote viable primary and supervise and regulate the mortgage market and stability. Collect, manage, and administer the National Housing Fund sustainably, and conduct research and drive innovation in finance. As the leading force in building an inclusive, sustainable mortgage finance system. The challenge before us is to make better, which don't need. However, interest rate, millions of Nigerian FMBN mortgage product is that low interest alone is not enough. We need to think, look for mechanisms that will further scale down mortgages. Involve additional government subsidies or interest to lower rates further, using flexible income-based repayment models that match what households can realistically pay, forming new partnerships with development finance institutions and capital markets to mobilize cheaper long-term funds, and developing technical workers who make up the bulk of our population. Innovation in affordability must become the central focus of FMBN's strategy moving forward. At the same time, many Nigerians are aware of their rights and opportunities under the National Housing Fund scheme. FMBN therefore extends its ongoing media intervention. This must go beyond routine and wide campaign, digital platforms, billboards, employee unions, cooperatives, and grassroots engaged contributors stands and can access their entitlements. Earlier in the show, I announced the renewed Hope State-by-State Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign, an initiative designed to bridge the gap between federal housing policy and state-level taking home ownership solutions directly to citizens. I am directing FMBN to participate alongside other federal housing institutions. This is an opportunity for the bank to showcase its products in every state of the federation, governors, to unlock land and structure bankable housing projects, embed technical support teams to help states design viable home ownership roadmaps, and bring National Housing Fund products closer to the contributors, eliminating the knowledge and access gaps that persist today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, FMBN remains our strongest instrument of delivering affordable mortgage finance in Nigeria. Its message is clear. Its recent progress is commendable, but the affordability challenge is far from solved. We must all push harder, innovate more, and stay focused on the goal of ensuring that every hard-working Nigerian, regardless of income level, has a fair and realistic chance to own a home. Under President Hope Agenda for Housing and Urban Development, my ministry will continue to support FMBN with policies, reforms, and collaboration to ensure it fully realizes its potential as the backbone of Nigeria's affordable housing finance system. Thank you, and may God bless our collective efforts to make housing truly affordable for all Nigerians. That is the message from the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. Before I leave the stage, I am going to speak on my own, not the minister. I'll just make a quick remarks in respect to some of the issues that were raised during the panel session and some responses from the people within here. Number one, one recurring issue was, number one, the issue of data, credible, reliable data. The second component was the issue around land administration, titling, and registration. The third component was around housing finance, fixing the housing finance issue. And I think the fourth was around building materials manufacturing hubs, reducing the cost of building materials manufacturing. And I think another one around regulating the sector. If you paid attention to the discussions and the panel discussions, you will see that these were the key things that were pointed. None of these issues are new issues. If you've been in the housing sector for the past 10, 20, 30 years, these issues are not issues. These are issues that have been with us for a very long time. The problem has been the lack of a sustained action to fix them. If you go through the housing policies, it's always been there. If you look at the white papers, they've always been there, year in, year out. These are the issues that we talk about every time. The difference that we have now is that we have a government that is committed to taking action. We have a government that is committed to moving forward. We have a minister that is ready to drive that. And if you look at the housing policy of the Honorable Minister, there are initiatives and programs that tie to fixing each and every one of his problems. Number one, the housing data problem. You just listen to the presentation from Mr. Taufik about the National Housing Data Center. They've done fantastic work, and I'm sure that within the next 1 or 2 or 3 months, they will be giving us an exact, credible, and scientific data regarding the housing deficit that we have in this country so that we can own our numbers. That's number one. Number two, around the skill gaps area, we have the Honorable Minister has a program called the National Artisan Skill Acquisition Program. Under that program, it's a whole sector approach. The program aims to, number one, train skilled artisans. The second component is to ensure certification of the artisans. And then the third component is to onboard them onto a digital artisan marketplace, sort of like an Uber for artisans, so that developers, individuals who require services of a skilled artisan will know that they have a trusted place where they can get certified artisans to get them to work for them. And just like when you use an Uber, you have the option to rate the experience. If you use somebody that you've gotten from that platform, you can actually rate it. So that over time, you know that, look, the people you're bringing to your house to fix your issues are people who are certified, and there is a place for them that you can go get them. That's for the skill sector. And then for the housing finance component, honestly, when the Honorable Minister did the statistics around housing affordability, it was clear to us that for a level 9 to level 13 officer, none of them can have and afford a 10.8 million naira mortgage. Because typically level 9 might end like maybe 90,000. Straight down to level 13, you're talking about 170 on the max. None of those people within that category can afford to own a mortgage, even at the 6% interest rate that FMBN is charging. None of them. So he has brought up another strategy an affordability-linked pricing model for homes that are built by the federal government. Affordability-based linked pricing model. So that people are only to pay 1/3 of whatever it is that they are earning. Right? 1/3. So if you're earning 90,000 and you're supposed to pay for a 10.8 million naira budget, you just pay 30%, that's 1/3 of that. So that everybody has access to decent housing. That's number one. For land reforms, the Honorable Minister has the National Land Documentation, Registration, and Titling Program that we're trying to roll out in collaboration with the state governments. The plan is to formalize up to 50% of the land in Nigeria within the next 10 years. And the plan will unlock over $150 billion in dormant and dead capital. So time is fast spent. I don't want to bore you with a lot more of the details, but we have a president that is focused on making change. We have a minister who is driving a renewed hope agenda for housing and urban development, and we are making progress. We have challenges, but we are taking action. And with the corporate, I believe that we shall get very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. We appreciate you, the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Development. You've delivered his message, so appreciate the last paragraph that came with it. Thank you. Well, there is a special surprise here today, and this is coming from the MD. It's a simple task that will be done by the ED for FHA in many, many ways. So there's one person in this place who has sat quietly, who has watched, and the MD said, look, I am captivated by the way this woman has been listening. She has been listening from the time we got in here. She sat quietly, and the woman is somewhere in this hall. But I'll just announce there is a special package for her, a small gift to say thank you for being such a committed member of this audience, for also doing very well. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the founding president of Open BIM. Let's welcome Professor Ada Fong. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We are honored. The MD has said that you meet the executive director for FHA. This is a gift. If you go to your hotel, you can check. No contraband. You can take it back when you travel. The other things are consumables. They have been cleared by NAFDAC. Thank you very much. Please clap for her. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, just before we take the next session, I know that our friends from MREEF are settled and the others are ready. But here we are. There is, in every organization, there is that one person who you call upon when you need things organized, when you need things to happen, especially like a fire brigade. Call her in the night. Anytime she will respond to you. She's one that we respect so much. She's the group head, corporate communications group for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Let's welcome Madam Jadeshola Babu. Please put your hands together for her. She comes over to deliver the vote of thanks. She's been there, walking all day. I say, Madam, won't you come to the front? She said, help, things sit in the front. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being committed.
Ben 2000, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Federal Mortgage Bank, I would like to say a big thank you, first and foremost, to God Almighty, who have preserved every one of us. And see family from last year. Uncle Chime, I see you and every other person here present. On behalf of the management and staff of Federal Mortgage Bank, I would like to say thank you to the organizers, AIHS, ably led by Mr. Festus Adebayo, representative of the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Mike Shese. Forgive me if I didn't call that properly. MDCE, Federal Mortgage Bank. Thank you very much. The executive directors of the Federal Mortgage Bank. Honestly, I'm not being political when I say I will work with this team again and again. Without your support, this couldn't have happened. I'm not being political. I know how many nocturnal texts my MD and the EDs were receiving, and I'm saying, view this, I want your comments on this and all of that. God bless you for the massive support we received. The panelists, the distinguished panelists, DG National Youth Service Corps, distinguished guests, FMBN colleagues nationwide. You rock, you rock, you rock. Thank you very much. The media, members of the Fourth Estate, we know you are going to go loud with this. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Distinguished guests here present and online worldwide. We thank you for joining us. My committee members, please, where are you? The young men and women I worked with, they were fantastic, believe me. And I need to acknowledge them. My committee members, where are you? Come very quickly. Come very, very, very quickly. As many of you as around. Come. If it's only 2, 3, please come. Please come, please come, please come. All of you here present, I know some are still behind the scene, but those of you who are here, please come and let them see you all. Let them see you all. If we've done well, it's this ones. I take responsibility for anything we've not done well. But if we've done well, they have worked tirelessly, closing 2 a.m. in the morning, driving around town, ensuring that this happens. So please help me thank them. Thank you guys. And I would like to invite MJ. MJ, where are you? For everybody here, I think we deserve an Atama clap for this beautiful day. It is our day. And we're glad that we had a hall full celebrating with us. Let's continue the good works. And let's thank our guests, our distinguished men and women who are here with us. Please, FMBN staff, wherever you are, please be upstanding. FMBN staff, wherever you are. This is for us all. Let us appreciate our stakeholders. Let us appreciate our stakeholders. And I'd like to hand over to MJ at this point. Thank you very much.
Our distinguished guest, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, today is our day, FMBN Day. But particularly, today is the day for the great lion of FMBN. day, ladies and gentlemen, is for all of us. Like I said, we thank all our executive directors here that have done well in making this occasion a very successful one. To our participants and distinguished guests, we have a very important gift for you. And this gift is coming from the FMBN family. As you can see them all, they have all standing. And with that, we'll give them the new Atama. The new Atama, ladies and gentlemen. Atama, Atama, Labako. Atama, Atama, Labako. Labarina. Labarina. Atama, Atama, Labako. Labarina. Oh, Atama, Atama, Labako. Labarina. I say Atama, Atama, Labako. Labarina, Labarina, Labarina. Atama.
Please put your hands together. That special Atama even has slow motion. Please put your hands together. We appreciate them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, well, I have been told that the MD has insisted that Mr. Obinna Melody will do his thing. If Obinna is here, can you just approach us? Can we just have him close by? Is he around? Mr. Obinna, can you just approach? Please put your hands together for him as he comes, as a parting message from the MD, please. Obinna, are you around? Mr. Obinna Melody, are you around? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have done the vote of thanks, but we still need this house together. I've been told that we have Mr. Haruna Alamin, Deputy Commercial Director from Palton Morgan Holdings, who has a short presentation before we go. We don't have another program. All right.
The MD, FB, FMBN, Executive Directors of FMBN, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Alamin Harna. I'm the Deputy Commercial Director of Palton Morgan Holdings. This reminds me of some time when I was in secondary school. I actually came last in a 400 meters race, but at the end of the day, I was celebrated. So coming at this particular time, I'm looking at this as a good thing. So Palton Morgan Holdings is located, our head office is in Lagos, and we also have offices in Abuja and also in Ogun State. Basically, we've been in existence for about 18 years right now, delivering real estate projects, not just in Lagos State, in Abuja, but also in Ogun State. So I've heard a lot of what has gone on throughout this whole event. And for us as a business, we've delivered projects. As you can see on the screen, over 7,000 housing units delivered. In Makun, in Ogun State, Alagbado, in Ogun State, Lagos, and Abuja also, Lokogoma and the likes. We have low and medium end real estate projects. What we have at the current stage, in Abuja, in Lagos, and Ogun State. One of the projects that we have ongoing is this particular is located in Victoria Island in Lagos. And basically, I was actually hoping to get an audience with the MD to discuss what luxury actually means, because you hear a lot of people say luxury or affordable luxury. It would have been nice to have an avenue whereby, as a business, you can leverage what luxury is, in the sense that luxury is supposed to be for everyone. Everyone should be able to afford luxury as it is, just like it happens in other climes of the world. So what we have here is Paramount Twin Towers, a 13th-floor twin tower located in Victoria Island in Lagos. 160 units of 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms units overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. So it serves as a very good investment opportunity for individuals or corporate bodies who are looking for investments in real estate in this angle. Currently, we are on the 13th floor of this magnificent building, and it's scheduled for delivery next year. That is 2026. So yeah, a few partners on this particular project, some indigenous, some foreign also. Fantastic project, if I might say so myself. So I'm hoping the video could actually move on a bit quickly. So yeah, so you have valet service, 24 power supply, all that lovely stuff. This is another project that we have ongoing in Ikoyi, Lagos. This is basically also Rockhampton here in Abuja. This is in Katampe Extension. A magnificent structure with 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms semi-detached, and also 4 bedroom terrace triplexes. Construction is also ongoing on this particular project, as it were. So for us, one of the things that has kept us going over the past 17/18 years has always been the fact that we have delivered projects and we have stuck to quality delivery of this particular project. So this is basically what we have. This is actually our 5th estate in Abuja. A lot of people do not know that we have gone ahead to deliver projects here in Abuja, but this is our 5th estate in the Federal Capital Territory. So yeah. Features like you have swimming pool, basic features, swimming pools, you have gymnasiums, all that lovely stuff. So one of the other things about Paulton Morgan Holdings is I hear a lot about the mortgage plans. We also have put into cognizance payment plans that are very conducive and relaxed. So you can spread payments when you purchase or invest in any of our projects. You're looking at 12, 24 months payment plans, depending on the projects, however. So that is what we have in terms of conducive or convenient payment plans. This is L5 Banana. This is a bit of a project we have, fantastic project, by the way, in Banana Island in Ikoyi. It's a natural lagoon front project. So basically you have access to the lagoon. So for individuals who are looking to buy a boat today or tomorrow, already own one, this is a fantastic project that basically to reward yourself, if you know what I mean, after working so hard over the years. Another thing about Paulton Morgan Holdings is a lot of real estate companies do development, but for us, we ensure that we renew the leasehold of our title documents. So if a leasehold has got 99 years, Paulton Morgan Holdings ensures that even the product stays over 99 years after renewal. This is some of our other projects in Banana Island, Clarence Gate. Clarence Gate, Clarence Villa. Good product. So this is basically one of our strengths. That is the board of directors of our company. If you can see on your screen, Femi Olubanwo is the chairman of Paulton Morgan Holdings. We have Adeyinka Adeshokwe, Professor Chris Ogbeche, Misan Areyenka, Obafunke Ayinde Adeyefa, and Kunle Ogumefon. These individuals actually stand strongly behind us in terms of the decisions that we make, and also management, ensuring that the company is true, legit in all their activities. So thank you once again, AIHS, for the opportunity to be here. It's our first time being here, and we thank everyone for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Can we do something quickly? Please just step forward and sit in any empty seat in front of you. Can we do that quickly? Please, can you just sit in any empty seat in front of you? Let's do that quickly. Some of you are not smiling. Have you had lunch? Have you had lunch? We're getting that ready for you. Thank you. Very important. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be on unlocking capital for affordable housing, the roles of government and the private sector. We'll be calling on our panelists at this point. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Sani Yakubu. He is the National Coordinator of MREEF. Please, a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Also joining him on the stage is Olutade Oleagbe, Vetiva Advice, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Agboyega Fatimilein, Dia Fatimilein. A round of applause for him. It's not here. Mr. Wala AM Investment Managers. Wale Odutola, please a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Fumi Ekundayo, STL Trustees. Fumi Ekundayo, is she here?
we asked one of the big 4 consulting firms in the country to do a study for us. In this 20 and 28 million, foundation for said it to take about 60 trillion to now I think these are the out boundaries. Policy issue important. What is not of putting trillion. Me if we to solve the movement and the private what they 150 billion from government and a private with a low cost with a full at least at the beginning cost or is a possible. So these are the creation memory and then structure that at level of so management committee that has the public sector properly ensure the high of accountability, transparency, compliance, purchase need standards and so on. With and others make
yes.
the broad.
Thank you. Very. I think the cause of and thinking establishment of the fund and how we represented by presentation. So you are manage these funds. Plans the commercial returns is RM planning to balance the commercial returns that private sector investors as Mr. Yakubu need with the development goals of the Emirates and have been your biggest engagement engine so far?
Larry.
Yes. So the answer to that lies in where raise federal government missionary rates. That is what to the runs all private sector. That means is that but sector returns is priority over the return. So it is until the benchmark return of the before the response find it generate. And Trust further provides where returns matches the private sector return. Any excess return is split between both parties. To the extent where the fund income, the private sector is right. It's in terms of the major phase of getting the parties. It's send the private into a non-familiar structure with level of issue. Okay, a lot of to convince them
sure. This level of our is of one I've just mentioned, subordination of the investment and also ensure the enhancements of the sector will be provided to a certain extent. There are also certain exit mechanisms that have been put in place they are operating. You and of the committee governance is there. Major challenges of what trying to achieve and the approach to but good enough. We're able to do a good work with the team here. It's in Emory of
Thank you. I think I think you learn on from that. I will be who was with Vetiva Advisory Services in the structuring and the fundraising. So we've had the kind of fits in terms of types your perspective of capital or housing finance. Do you think are most suited to our area with fundraising, the engagement with investors, and the iteration to get it right?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the earlier speakers have partly covered the answer for this. Bonus is in partnership. We have a bit about housing of amounts required to bridge that on an annual. And the truth is, government alone cannot do it, and private sector is so there has to be specifically with interest environment, which has lingered for quite some time now. Reality is set to stay. So we hope that in the coming year we are within where rate calm down. What structure is that Kofi has taken that boats between 50-50 to de-risk private as much as possible. As you have still start to taper down, we expect that the kind of involvement that we see focus investors would start to reduce, whilst the private sector will continue to push the now it's still going involve points of sector comes into support and who has interest during the near term see that towards the private sector.
Okay, thank you, Tade. And I'm going over to our who worked very hard and to make sure that we crossed all the I. So Ogechi, what were some of the legal innovations or safeguards to ensure invest confidence, and how see relation thing to instrument.
Thank you. So question around legal innovation. I think that B already touched on it when he spoke about subordination. That was a great incentive to boost investor confidence. And that had in the structure a put option. So basically, investors have the option to sell their units to MOFI. The current of right. So that in itself is also an innovation or a safeguard. Also back the units in accordance with SEC rules, right? Minimum page. The units the least recognized it helps to stimulate liquidity investors that can sell their units on an exchange and invest. And that point, the store is in such a way that the risk of the home buyers does not go to the financial institutions in the store. Now, this necessary save the will not tax any bought by the eligible home buyers. Now, on the second question, how we see regulation evolving of just so on it's structured to allow stability of mortgage is in relation cost of this property transit now especially in respect of perfect the process involves strict to start your documents. You have to obtain governor's consent and you have to register relevant land. All of the first. Now, when you put them together, they may then become exorbitant for so it's to Land Use Act again and see how we can amend that to reduce this cost. The states themselves have stopped subsidy legislation to cater for this, which is very fundamental to foreclosure. Currently, we have an and just want to be assured that obtain of the property and sell the property. Courts will take a really the model judicial law it's have said and have and so it will be others to adopt this law so that we can have an adequate foreclosure system everything before. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The took us together was quite big over again today to opposite confidence that stakeholders and investors needed. So now I'm moving over to the trustee. Adeola Adeshola. So on this about maintaining confidence for investors and other stakeholders, how do we to manage risk? There's balance discipline in a fund like you're paying day to day now, along with ARM. So what is it that you do?
Okay, so ARM to ensure that the fund aligns with all the trust. What we do is that we have an oversight function. The fund, right? So what the SEC, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission will not be able to exist. We ensure that we protect all the interests on the fund. For example, the unit holders that invested in the fund, we ensure that we work with the fund manager, fund then distributed as a the objective of the fund is very, very crucial. That is federal government indeed put this together so that it get user through commercial banks and no. So we want to that is true. That's true. So very enough, and it gets to the end user. So we work with the fund manager and we ask them to send us reports on the onside cost. how it's being managed, the current rates, so that all the parties, the unit holders, the end users, the
together with what we've also spoke about, the different panelists that are nation, coupled with the potential impact into the to the beneficiaries, make it available to so far hundreds of mortgages, developers and access mortgages for their property, which will provide safety for them build and financial institutions are lining up to get enable them support the housing sector. I believe the fund is positioned to into the economy. If you look at housing statistics, believe as more and more mortgages are originated are sold.
Thank you very much. For investment should capital return one lessons or insights that you got which might shape raising rounds.
Thank you very much. The road shows just to we have months of banks with all the fees, a number of the big banks in Nigeria, and others the investment spends. We need there are some fees, one small. The is stands in a watertight structure, and a strong it's a rate in a few that guarantees that they able their returns. The governance features also risk management, just all of these bolts and pieces to make sure that pages of any. And I think second point that I'll just quickly have the importance of important for investors. As much as we shade the skill that the investor universe has, it was very to break down the structure, break down the uniqueness product in bite-size. Make sure they're able to understand it and present it internally to their investment committees, and at the end of the day, to 100 resorts to raise from them.
You have answered this in the last round, but I'm hitting yours. The risk. What next that you encountered in putting funds to enabling funds like this to scale efficiently? You've just mentioned again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At the part, but the second part. So for the first part, I wouldn't be it is because of support or from the sense. So what we had to do was to situate the structure, the ambit of the existing regulatory framework. Regulatory changes that Ashwika said earlier. So the first thing would is reduced, especially in respect of perfection, and the second would be for the pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogechi, for that succinct answer. Deshola, from our trustees, how to show accountability and transparency transparency, particularly in this situation with the MREF, where there are multiple implements. So how ensure that accountability and transparency?
I'd like to also say that also what people that want the fund to succeed, that want the objective of the fund to be realized. So it's not too much a demand. You have other people on the team trying to hide things. So everybody is working to give the best, and also to ensure that they protect their names and their licenses. That is what Mr. Yakubu said earlier about private sector. So we all have our names to protect. So we work with the fund manager. We ensure that we get reports on a monthly basis, on a questions from time to time. They cannot do anything without the trustees' approval. We also the SC also monitors the fund. So everybody wants Nigeria to work, wants young people to be able to access the fund. And we are also the young people that we are talking about. So this is an to ensure Nigerian body has access to this fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lamu, next, technology has a very powerful tool, but there are risks. The use of the platform. They know, okay, we're coming to this thing. This thing is working efficiently.
Okay, thank you. For anything that comes to the platform, that we must secure their consent. Consent. After they pick a particular mortgage bank and not serve with the service, and they want to change. You have to send. I'm no longer with this of a particular lender. Please, can you move me to another lender? That means that before I can move your document to any lender, I have to secure first as home buyer. Then secondly, when we are relating with developers, what developers is a property offer letter. So some developer will ask us, no. Because the customer has not authority to release our detail. What it is, prepare offer letter in this name with this address. Is that wants to call and it's it to you. The customer can we use AWS, and all our data are well encrypted to ensure that the platform is okay, and we conduct regular tests on the platform.
Thank you, sir. And I'll call the panelists. So for one or two questions. Should that fine? Okay. Are there any questions from the audience?
I want to thank all the panelists for their expositions. I also want to thank MREF for bringing this fund on board. Also the fund managers, Mr. B. Okay. So I think in terms of adoption, I work with. In terms of adoption of PMIs, I'm sure we'll have that discussion offline. I know MREF is doing their best to bring as many players in the game admit the fund, right? Because you want people that have the requisite knowledge in the market, people that have the right systems in place to actually make the fund successful. So that's one aspect. A question I have that explain maybe Emrif and the fund managers to clarify is I think the MD of Mofi was here earlier, and a lot has been spoken about recapitalization of some level of comfort and trust to be able to admit on. But the question, if a utilizes, you seek fund from the capital market, right? They'll be expecting some level of returns, right? And you are competing with some of the commercial banks, also to the market for recapitalization purposes. The question I have is, if you get capital from some of these investors, they will want some rates, right? And we're looking at bringing affordable housing to Nigerians, right? So the question I'm trying to ask is, does that pose something like the MREIF and other fund because you're giving specific with low margins, rate 9.75 with low margins, right? How can you compete to give investors returns on investment if you collect their cap and you're going for affordable, you're still giving out affordable mortgages, margins, interest? So that's a question that I throw to the panel to kind of help us understand.
Okay.
And then lastly, just some further clarification on the I think offtake guarantee for developers, right? Just to clarify how it will be administered. If you have a developer today doing 100 and already 100 subscribers potentially that will buy his units, right? So does the guarantee give them security for the loans that they're taking from banks, right? And what is the exit plan, right, for such developers? Because you've collected Sean bill at maybe a high interest rate, and you're looking at an 18 months, 24 months exit. So what is the exit of those developers when such construction finance is due? Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the absence of any other questions, we'll just move to the panel. So who would like to volunteer? There are two questions. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Tarela, for those questions. The first question, I believe, I mean, if I understand you correctly, I touched on during my initial, while I was answering the first question. MREIF is giving interest rates at single digits. How to achieve that over the tenure of the mortgage is that there's concessionary investments from the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, which blends the financing from the private sector. As also mentioned, the Murphy's investment in the fund said to the private sector investment, which means that funds the private sector is prioritized over the investment of Murphy, which ensures that return can be paid. So irrespective of movements in the interest rates in the market, or the funds that are raised by other mortgage banks, the funding that MREIF will provide remain due to the structure that has been created. To the second question on if a developer is building 100 units and there are 100 applicants already who want to buy it. In that instance, MREIF will be able to provide mortgages for all the 100 applicants, provided that they meet the criteria to be able to access the mortgages. The offer kick in where for example, there's obligation to be paid to the construction lender, and the developer does not have housing unit, has not sold sufficient housing units to be able to clear their interest rates. right? Then MRIF would have provided, so the guarantee have come at the beginning of the project. That at the end of the project, if the construction is completed and the construction lender is due, MRIF can step in, subject to certain threshold. MRIF can step in to buy certain units, create the developer or for the construction lender to be paid off, while MRIF continues to provide mortgages on those housing units. And what that would do is it gives the construction lenders comfort to know that there's an exit route for them to finance the project. And it also gives the developer comfort knowing that interests will stop accruing on the project.
Okay, thank you, B. Are there any questions from any ladies? In the interest equity, I can sound intently. No? Okay. No. You have a question? Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. All right, I'm Mohammed Mustafa, and my question is very straightforward. Great initiative, having a digit interest rate. But you see, we operate in a dual financial system where on one hand, we have the conventional system based on interest, and then we're having a growing demand for the non-interest based finance. My question is there alternative for those whose faith does not align with interest-bearing instruments? Thank you.
Okay, I think we have an answer to that, but I think there was a gentleman that had one final question. I think that will be the last question.
My name is Jeff Pello, co-founder of Rethinking Cities. We're an advocacy group, so goal of housing advocacy. So this is good, this is lovely, this is fantastic. But the big question I've met with the panel. The big question for me is that where is the social hand? We put together a fund to make life easy for the private sector, for the developers to deliver housing. I hear something around 40 million, etc. Now that you have made life, or you plan to make life easy for this group of people, are there anything in terms of demand, in terms of social housing from these guys to do intervention for the very rock bottom, low income group that we have? So that's basically my question. So is there any social face to this?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to have both questions to answer.
All right. Fantastic question about non-interest based transactions. I want to amplify you and tell you that as we sit here today, we have completed a strategic on non-interest mortgages to come on stream for the same amount of 200. And we are currently making presentations across the country and across the world. We made presentations on this non-interest base to the Saudi Fund for Development, to the Islamic Development Bank. Recently, we paid to 5 leaders of thought in academia, in supervision, the CBN, and so on. The last presentation was to the Murphy Executive Management team. So we're looking forward before the end of the year to do another 250 billion that will be completely non-interest based.
Sir, I thought you would give a round of applause.
And I want to say to you that we're running the interest-based project side by side with this other one. So it's not been easy. And as you agree with me, implementation in Nigeria is a hell of a difficult task. Now, my brother asked a very interesting question. What is the social angle? When you look at the total amount of housing shortfall that Nigeria has, you'll agree with me that we need to throw everything we have at this elephant. But should we attempt to solve the entire problem just from one angle? All over the world, there are indigent people that even if you sell a house at 250,000, they can't afford it. What were people like Gaddafi, right? The Russians, the Moroccans, even the English, what did they do about a problem like this? My brother, they debited the national budget and built houses for the poor. Full stop. But can you debit the national budget and build houses for the poor for the entire country? So what you do is you segregate. There's the mid-tier, which is actually where the bulk of the problem is. So you find both public and private sector initiatives that can resolve the mid-tier. You use the extra cash that you have as government to look at the very low level, and you know you're going to debit your budget and solve that problem.
Thank you very much, sir. I think I will hand over to you for some closing remarks ahead of rounding this session up.
I just thought that there's some very points that need to be made before we close. The first of these very important points is, what is our relationship as MRIF with Federal Mortgage Bank? What is our relationship with FHA? What is our relationship with the Mortgage Bankers Association, the Real Estate Development Association of Nigeria? Our relationship with all these institutions is one of collaboration. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. The MRIF does not give mortgages on its own. It funds institutions already granted licenses by the CBN to provide mortgages. So it will not replace, it will not remove, it will not compete with any entity that is currently in the market offering any kind of service. The second important piece of information is, what about the diaspora? So we're currently working with players in the market, Nigerians, for example, that have licenses to practice in North America, in Europe, so that we can set up institutions that will allow us to be able to gauge using Nigerian-based institutions for the benefit of Nigerians in those parts of the world. Finally, really, what was the MRIF set up to do? It was set up to provide mortgages for Nigerians at scale, at price that are close to affordable as possible. It was set up to provide offtake guarantees for institutions on the supply side of the market, so that we can continue to increase the number and quantum of housing stock that is available for Nigerians to obtain. A third aim that came out of these two is the digital platform. If you're in Maiduguri, Sokoto, Lagos, wherever you may be, can you see the house in Abuja that you want to buy? The digital platform will make that possible, so you can do that. So these three key objectives are very important to bear in mind. If you're here at the AIHS, are you a developer? Is it mortgages that you need to support the work that you're doing? Bring through a PMI your development so we can look at it. And take guarantee. Come to us with that project that you want to finance, and we can look at it and say, we can give you a mortgage, an offtake guarantee for X amount, to make it easier for you to find your fundings are very important points that at the end of the day, we need to take home. Of course, these are all below the great big thank you to everyone that has sat down quietly to listen. Typically, this is the graveyard session. But you know what? The people that cause real change persevere till the end. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. So once again, as we bring this to a close, I want to thank all the panelists who are the advisors and people who put this, the MRIF together, for your commitment to transforming Nigeria's housing landscape. I think there was one panelist who could not make it on stage. So I think we're going to take a picture, and I'm going to invite Mr. Fat as to join that picture. So Mr. Fatimile of Dear Fatimile was also an advisor for the fund. Okay, thank you all very much. Please, another round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make it louder for them. A round of applause. They will be taking a group photograph. Thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. It has really been a long day. And like the last speaker said, this is the graveyard session. But those who persevere to the end are those who make great changes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session. And this one is called Slum Upgrading with Local Innovation and Ownership. The speaker for this session will be Professor Timothy Gbenga-Nubi, Director, University of Lagos Center for Housing Studies. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. The moderator for this session is Estate Surveyor Olufemi Oyedele, MD and CEO of Fame Oyster and Company Nigeria. A round of applause for him. Is he here, please? Joining them on stage will be Town Planner Nathaniel Atebije, FNITP, immediate past president of the NITP. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, Town Planner Barnabas at TIA, FNITP, Principal Partner and Vicon's Team Consultant. Is he here? A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Town Planner Steve Onu, FNITP, former president of the NITP. Please, a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Builder Lawal Magaji, former managing director, Abuja Property Development Company, APDC. A round of applause. And also Estate Surveyor Bashir Oladuni, MDCO, Wema Board Estates Limited, Lagos. A round of applause. Like I always say, please, can we occupy the seats in front of you? Please. Please, let's sit at the empty. Deji Adikpemi, please, can you come up stage? A round of applause for him. He'll be doing the presentation with Professor Timothy Gbenga-Nubi. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for staying up until this time. Thank you.
all protocols duly observed. Many years ago, as we are trying to project the slide, I can assure you that we are out of this place in the next 10 minutes. I can assure you. Many years ago, my housing teacher asked a very emotional questions in the class. He said, who will defend or who will make case for the homeless? To make for the homeless. You can't be a tenant. Because if you are a tenant and you are making case, say the landlord will victimize you and eject you. Who will make case for the renters? But he said, immediately for you to make case for the renters, you need to have a house of your own. But immediately you become a homeowner, you join the landlord association, so you can't make case for the renters again. What we have seen in the last 2 days is a discussion. Next slide, please. It's a discussion around the 30% of Nigerians. 70% of Nigerians are living in slum. Next slide, next slide, next slide. Just keep on going. These are beautiful projects and beautiful estates that we are building across the world in Africa. Next slide. At a presentation, keep on going. Just keep, yes. At a presentation, at a workshop like this. No, go back to this slide. Yes. Stay on this slide. After a woman has listened to all we are saying since morning and saw beautiful pictures and models that we see in this our fair, she has a question. She said, beautiful. All these presentations are beautiful. She said, the new city is good. But who are they for? Where are the normal people going to sleep tonight? Like I said, most of our discussions, they were around, they are beautiful. But the normal people, this person called them normal people because these are the everyday Nigerians. Next slide. It's on record that Africa is the slum capital of the world. Continue. In Nigeria alone, 60% of slum dwellers, of urban dwellers, they live in slum. Next slide. Slums all over Africa. Next slide. Next slide. Slums in Lagos, slum in Nairobi, slum in everywhere, slum in Lagos. These are around the University of Lagos, Ilaje Iwaya. So they are not places that are hidden or far. Continue, please. Continue. Yes. It is expedient. Hello. Last slide. Last slide. Yes, move forward. Backward a bit. Yeah. Just go. Yes. Yes. They said slum dwellers are pawns in the hands of political. So it's not surprising that politicians, they don't really think about slum dwellers because they are natural habitat for them to meet them. You don't need to pay transportation to the stadium to campaign to them. Just come and meet them where they are. And every 4 years, you come back to meet them. So it's expedient not to do anything about their life. But it's dangerous. Continue. Some school of thought believe that let's keep slum for tourism. Let the white people come and see it as tourism. And this is what's going on. Don't do anything about the slum. Keep it. It generates income for us in form of tourism. That's a school of thought. Continue, please. But here came COVID. After the COVID, what followed? Next slide. They were rioting all over. Answer. We escaped it. And it should be a big lesson for us to think of the people that are living in slum. To think about low-income housing in this country. Because if nothing is done, 1901, the London fire was a wake-up call when England was set ablaze. The investigation was led to that. We have to keep what they have. They have to take care of the have-nots. For us to enjoy all these gated cities, all these gated 20 billion, 50 billion, 250 million houses, while we're increasing the number of people living in slums, it's a recipe for destruction. It's a gunpowder. We are sitting on gunpowder. Continue, please. So, there are so many efforts in the past. What we are saying, continue. What we are saying is not a rocket science. Continue. Continue. Other nations have done it. Stop at this. No, stop there. Anyone that see this picture and they were used to Lagos, where does this place look like in Lagos? Any one of us from Lagos? It looks like Makoko. It looks like Makoko. But this is exactly the way Canary Wharf, the Docklands in England, looked like in 1981. So nations have their slum problem that they dealt with. Chicago was a big slum during the time of Martin Luther King in 1986 there. They dealt with them. They are big monster that every nation must deal with. We can't sweep the issue of slum. No nation can survive where 70% of the urban dwellers are living in slum. It can't work. It can't work. But this was exactly Docklands. But between 1981 till date, see what Docklands look like today. Next slide, please. It was a conscious effort to develop Docklands. There's no time to go into all this. But every regeneration process is intentional, it's deliberate steps. So we can't say that let us resolve the problem of mortgage. We can't say that when we resolve the problem of those who could pay for houses, after 20 years, we come back to slum. It does not work like that. Especially a nation who ignore the cries of 70% of its populace. It can't work. And no market, like the Murphy man told us now, this process cannot be driven through the market forces of demand and supply. And if that is where we see a majority of the urban dwellers staying, then we still have a problem to resolve together as a people, professionals. So, this is a lot of money was put into that place that looks like Makoko. A total sum of 500 million pounds was invested. And they brought about complete turnaround. That today in England, go to steps taking. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Today in England, we see the Docklands being one of the most valuable parts of England. Assets there has changed. The place that looked like Makoko in 1981 is now the next slide, please. Let's have this complete slide. So it's not a rocket science, and it's not a business for the other day. As we are resolving the problem of mortgage, resolve the problem of land, the need to consider urban generation. Next slide, please, so that I can hand over to one of the solutions that are coming up in Nigeria. It's not moving. Just go. Yes, just keep on scrolling. Yes. So, a place that looked abandoned 1981 looks like this today. We have London City Airport. We have the University of East London campus. So many things were brought to that dead zone. And today we have a great part of London in that abandoned and run down community as at 1981. So it's better, it's the right time. And I will yield, just keep on strolling. I am from the Center for Housing, University of Lagos. We are working with German government. There are researchers that were researched into how do we resolve this problem of slum? How do we resolve the problem of abandoned building? And let me yield the floor to you as we look at, because what we are looking at this session is actually innovative housing and situation models and sanitation models. So he will talk on this, their efforts to see how we can address the issue of abandoned building, which is a major part of the cities that we need to regenerate. Then the issues of slums, how their efforts in the last 2 or 3 years, what they were focusing on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. For the reason of time, I'll just barely show like 5 pictures. Just back to the slides, please. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, this is one of the pictures. This happens to be, there's one picture that is not a war-torn country or a war zone, but they all look very similar. That is Gaza, Lagos, and Nairobi. This is the situation we found ourselves. We are now having communities in the city of Lagos who pretty much look like war zone. The picture that you saw there earlier on, part of it is where it's called Oworon Shoki. And it is important that we begin to act and begin to do the necessary interventions that needs to work. Like Professor Nubi just said, these are some of the innovations that we are looking at. This is a women-led innovation in a particular community where they are doing intervention. This is a public toilet for the community that involves it's just purely dry waste. Part of the complaints of government about slum communities is about sanitation and toilet facilities. This is an intervention that has been done in a particular community in the city of Lagos. Next, that's for the toilet, but there is the housing model type that has also been designed. Next slide. This is what it looks like. Because of time, we can't really talk much about them, but this is how the design is done. It's a housing model that can also be collapsed. So it's temporary. It's also something that you can put up. There's a roof extension to accommodate shade management and also to incorporate their commerce into that community. This is just a typo or a type of a model for our slum communities that we can do pretty much interventions in. For reason of time, I have to move on. In terms of abandoned public buildings, which you can keep going, I'll just keep talking. In terms of public buildings that we have in Lagos, we strongly believe that we have an opportunity to turn them into low-income housing estates for the city of Lagos. Next slide. And next slide. And it's pretty much the concept of what we call from vibrant to vacant, rethinking abandoned public buildings in Lagos, a case study of Federal Secretariat Ikoyi. So we threw out a competition to young designers in Lagos to say, if Federal Secretariat Ikoyi were to become a low-income housing unit, what can we do? What are the opportunities that lies within this? One of the proposals is one of the things is the design you are saying called Tiwa, which pretty much took out the realities of urban poor people and incorporated their lifestyle into the design, basically. Incorporating things like urban farming, shared space apartment. This is Open City Ikoyi. They say another proposal. Open City Ikoyi comes from a social justice perspective, saying Ikoyi is a low density area, but let us open Ikoyi up for low income groups to also be able to dwell in this community. Designing a governance system and structure that clearly takes into cognizance the livelihood of the people and also their integration into the community of Ikoyi. Within that space, they also being able to contribute to the economics and the commerce that goes on within this within Ikoyi. Eco-cultural center is what their own concept, and the idea was basically looking at the Federal Secretariat from a cultural perspective and retaining its cultural heritage as a home solution. Like I said, for the reason of time, we'll not be able to look at all of this. But where we stand is, in terms of the challenges that we have in terms of slums, these are some of the things that we, in terms of design, that we can begin to look at and we can begin to incorporate. And that was why also the question that I pushed to the MOFI team is that where is the social angle to all of this? Federal Secretariat Ikoyi, for instance, goes to MOFI. Lagos State government has ceded, and they are supposed to undo that property. What we are advocating for is that this should not be another luxury property development. These should have strong consideration for the 60%, 70% of the informal sector of this nation. This was a place, a building put together with taxpayers' money, with people's money. It is not another building that should go to the high and mighty, the 1% of the 1%. You already have your Eco Atlantic, you already have Banana Island. Why can't the urban poor, through governance structure, systematic management of those facilities, have access to those public buildings? There are over 2,000 of them in the city of Lagos and several thousand spread around the country. These are existing facilities that we can take advantage of, that we can begin to seriously begin to do something about low-income housing. Sorry, there's not enough time, so we just have to make this short. Thank you, thank you. God bless Nigeria, and God bless the show. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by appreciating your resilience and the patience to be in this hall till this time. We are going to round up very soon because we are after 6 now, and I'm sure that since almost 10 a.m. that we started, everybody will be famished by now. I thank you, Mr. Presenter. Mr. Akinpelu.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, and I can see Mr. and the name, sir. Mr. Ono. Okay. Town planner. Ono. Yes. Okay. I think I can remember that name. So I thank you very much. I will just ask one questions each from them. Then ask the audience to ask 3 questions, and then we will be done. Now, the first question, we go to Town Planner Ono, because he's the nearest to me. The presenter, I'm sure you are aware of the Federal Secretariat in Ikoyi. The presenter just mentioned something. He recommended that it be turned to housing for the poor. It's a social housing for, which I also support, because it will still be a public project. It has been abandoned for so long because people believe, especially the legal practitioners, believe that You cannot take a land to execute public project and then now turn it into a private project. So what will be your recommendation, having in mind our maintenance culture in this country? What will be the recommendation to achieve that social?
Yeah, thank you very much. There is what we call in housing adaptable reuse. That those structures were built for institutional use and have been abandoned all these years. The first thing to do through adaptable reuse is to convert them for residential development. And the process of converting them for residential development, you look at the people who really are in need of housing and tell those things to meet their needs. Unfortunately, in this country, when both those who are in real estate development, what I found out lately is that all of them get engaged in building houses for those who can afford to build their own houses. They are not making any attempt to address the needs of the poor. For us to change the character of those living in slum areas, I think converting or remodeling the federal secretariat over 1,000 units of buildings to meet the needs of these people who are in need is the most appropriate thing to do at this time. If you leave them as they are, and knowing the mindset of our people, those who can afford to build those houses and own them will repossess them from government, thereby denying those in need access to affordable housing. Because if you remodel those houses to meet the needs of those in need, we'll be addressing affordable housing in this country. Like I said, the issue of slum is not limited to housing alone. There is a problem of lack of potable water. There's a problem of electricity. There's the problem of good access roads. And UN Habitat tells us that where any of these three attributes is missing, the slum. So while we remodel those buildings, it's a fraction of those in need of housing. Also for us to go and rebuild those areas where these people were brought up from and provide the necessary infrastructure to make those settlements livable. Like you said, if 60% of Nigerian population are living in means that the necessary attributes that livable not there. And we begin to think in the direction of providing those services so that those who you think live in decent houses, but they are congested and lack electricity, lack potable water. Unfortunately, today, individuals are providing themselves. The product of the boreholes may not be potable. So we find that people are poisoning themselves, drinking which underground. Services are not there. The institutions that supply service are more or less moribund in some parts of this country. Doing well there. You may be doing well in Lagos, but I bet you, if you by the time you go to some other states, you find out that little or nothing is happening. So there is, I agree with the last presenter that we should adopt adaptable reuse model in converting those abandoned government buildings or public buildings into residential houses for those in need. Yeah. Thank you so much. Just a quick one. The truth is that the number of abandoned buildings in Lagos alone, 1,000. Federal sector is just one. Federal sector, we can get about 500 to 1,000 units. We have several of such. Nitel building, 35 floors. They were there, abandoned. So my own standpoint has always been, if you can't build a new one, why can't you fix the one you have? If you can't buy a new car, for heaven's sake, fix the one you have now. It's low hanging. When we talk about slum regeneration, the land is already there. Like past president Nigerians of Town Planner said, they don't like, where do they call a place slum? They don't have accessible, they don't have access, they don't have put them there. The cost of regeneration and rebuilding abandoned building is a fraction of new build. And unfortunately, most of these slums, they were in the centers of major cities across Africa. They were the coastline, the Adekunle, Kokoro, to Iwaya, to Ilaje, to Oroshoki, to Agboyi, the of Lagos. These are slums. So it's expedient for us to clean them. It's not a rocket science. The value of the land can really fund the cost of regeneration. So it's a low-hanging fruit. The number of abandoned buildings are many. If we convert them to social housing, we will produce within the next 5 years about 10,000 units from them. This low-hanging. Not as expensive as traveling to Ekpe to acquire virgin land, and it's already there. So there should be the preoccupation of this government so that we bring to the mass abandoned and wasteful prime land across our cities and across the nation of Africa. Thank you.
He's asking for different questions for different. Sorry, no. Everybody can, all of the panelists can be too much. So I will go on. Town Planner Atebije, before I come back to Professor. And the question is this: I will still come back. Mr. Kimpelu will talk last. The question is this, sir. Professor Babatunde Agbola stated that house loved, that there is no person that will build or buy a house that will not be happy. The happy. And Spyro Kostov, in his book City Design, stated that housing is a political statement. Why is it difficult for our government? Because I remember in a forum, Professor Nubi said we have more than 260 but 260. I'm comfortable saying that. Slums in Lagos alone. So why is it difficult for our government to do something? You know, in the past, in the traditional method, our communities were owned by the and they organize themselves to clean, to renovate, to organize. But why is this so difficult nowadays for the government, especially to maintain our habitats?
Thank you very much, sir, for this question. Perhaps we need to shed crocodile tears because government also is the author of slum creation. Government is creating slums. Let me take Abuja for example. Before Abuja came to be, there were settlements in this place, informal as though they were farmers, and they were managing themselves, and Abuja came to be. Initially, there were efforts to make sure that we worked by the master plan. A point came where there was a dream for accelerated development, and parcels of land were given to people, cutting land like toilet paper, and they were given to developers because they wanted accelerated development. If you are accelerated with caution, I'm sure you know that you'll have accidents. And that is where we are in terms of the environment that we have created for Nigerians to live. As across the world, you infrastructure to a place that you want to develop. Government has the responsibility of bringing in infrastructure, like has been mentioned. This morning, when we will do the Murphy, Federal Mortgage Bank, and so on and so forth, that even a layout that was created by the Federal Mortgage Bank, people have built on water lines and other service lines, and so on and so forth. Infrastructure was not installed before development, and that is many times, when we discuss it, we call it development by destruction. Because at the end of you want us asking the possibility of being helped, so science will be recreated, and that means down the buildings that have been done with public funds. That is on one side. Now, beyond it can become if you look at many of the states government, what they are doing is slum has become part of us. They are creating ministry for urban renewal and some other thing. A state was going to create, they said they were going to create, and then town planning will be part of that ministry. They asked for my advice. I said, look, help, it is wearing pants on top of trouser. It's a misnomer. Because we are not thinking, so many other things to get to this. The things that make are political support. There must be political support, and there is no political will from the governments of Nigeria. It is only written in paper, it is not actioned, Then we know of issues of funding. We know of issues of, even the design. Many times we don't want it to be designed. We just want to work in situ, and it's more costly. We have always made the politicians to know, because they say they want to do what they can do now and realize tomorrow. Now, if you want something that is sustainable, you don't run over it. You sit down to think, and until the government of Nigeria decision to say that we want develop, we want an effective development, the development that can produce safety, that can produce good health, that can produce, better economy. Until we make up our mind to do that, by involving or by accepting to plan before we develop, then we are not making any headway. So, for me, since informal development and unauthorized development has become the norm, let us do the new normal, and that is the innovation before we develop.
very much. We have to do the new normal and plan before development. I think that's a catchy one. I will go to Mr. Akinpelu, and the question is this. You are an advocate of social housing. I can see the government in collaboration with private partners developing federal secretariat into a social housing, two-bed apartments. Professor Nubi said we can get like 1,000 units in that place. Two questions from here. One, as an environmentalist and housing expert, how do we manage that scenario? And then the second thing is cultural. When Mr. Honorable Maruf Akinteru Fatai, MAF, the Commissioner for Housing Lagos, was making his presentation, he talked about the challenges of people on rent to own. Renting out, a tenant becoming the landlord and getting rent of higher tenure, maybe 1 year, 2 years. Social housing, to me, is a how do you manage that, considering the culture, especially?
Thank you for the question. I think sorry, I couldn't go deep into the presentation, but governance and management is one of the proposals that has been put in place. The governance structure pretty much follows a cooperative housing maintenance structure. So it is not for individuals, because, okay, I'm a low-income person, just to walk into the facility and have access to it. It is maintained and ceded to cooperative housing cooperatives of low-income groups. So the housing cooperatives are the ones that design the rules and maintain the facility. So multiple housing cooperatives of different artisan groups, different to manage, which is pretty much the model that I've also seen in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. It's pretty much the way it's also done. It's also pretty much the way the governance structure is done. Creative that actually maintain and gives and regulation. Also, we are very, very much strong on it is not home ownership. They don't own the homes. You rent. You move. You transfer into another place where you can acquire of your own. So it is not. We haven't done a lot of studies. We've discovered that let us address the problem of rental for the people. And also the way the building is going to be structured is that it is live, work, and play. Within the same facility, the artisans who live in this same structure have workplaces, carpentry workshops, recycling facility. Even some of the business structures or businesses that we have there, the people who live there actually now work as, there's an office. One of the designs has a shared working space for young professionals. So the low-income groups actually work there. They work as cleaners. They work as so they're also very interesting models. People even pay their rent using their sweat. So there's what was called what we call the sweat rent. So from the management, the more you work, the money actually pay your rent. So it's not, we are not saying federal secretariat now and some group of low-income people now own it forever. It's a transition plan. So that's how the management pretty much works. Maybe also is to speak to the investment. And maybe that's also one thing I'm passionate, the sector. You know, we've spoken about government. I've tried to deal with government a whole lot. I've tried to speak to commissioners and co, you know, but the truth is there's no political will to see these things through. But the appeal for this panel and the reason why I'm here is to speak to the private sector and say, we need your support to necessary. These things are useful. this group of people are very necessary for us. Imagine somebody who sweeps the street of Bodilon coming from Okokomaiko, or it doesn't work. Budget house for the cook, the driver in Aja. You need that. So we need it's a building that now houses these people and service the community. So it's an exchange. They receive from the people receive from them. So it's nobody's against. We're not against your luxury housing development. We are just saying that also make provision for this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Akimpelu. While we are discussing, town planner Barnabas came in, and I think I need to brief him on what we are doing here. We are discussing about slum upgrading in the country, slum upgrading, and Mr. Akimpelu did in collaboration with Onubi, did a presentation to question because of your background as a town planner. Anna, don't need be told what we discuss before you can answer this question. And the question goes like this: that initially on master plan, Abuja was planned for maximum 3 million people. Abuja municipal, not the FCT as a whole. But since day before yesterday, that came, like has now become a high density area. What is your advice, especially the slums that are accommodating all these people? How do you think the slums can be either turned into habitable environment or cleared, if it is?
Thank you. Thank you so very much for this opportunity and privilege. I'm sorry I'm coming late. You see, slum, as it were, I cut two. I have what I call formal slums and informal slums. And the formal slums are such slums that are more like in a planned zone, but they have turned out to be so congested that life is no more bearable. And any typical police barrack, then you'll know what slum is within that particular setting. Now, and that is really giving me a great deal of the second is what Templar Atibiji was trying to say. There are settlements that are existing. Because of the function of the town, they have been like, incorporated. And because they have been incorporated within the city, then we have now described that particular settlement within the city as a slum. Meanwhile, they were not from beginning. Formal slums. And they are in 3 different places. The first one is that they are on undeveloped government lands. The second one, they are on undeveloped lands. The third one is that they are living in a plain that is prone to flooding and other, vices that can really destroy their lives. I undertook a research, and we actually did it for Lugbe. Lugbe here, on your way to the airport. And it was initiated by the people. We went and we had very good discussions with them. And we realized that most of them that is being owned by somebody living in the city itself. So they're paying for what is a slum. They have agreed. They have agreed that let us make an integration of that slum. When we that's there are some people that will be affected by our road and other things. Others had bigger lands, and they opted that anyone that is being affected, they can give him an alternate land. That's one. I will not go into details. I'll just bring some points so that we really take home. The second thing is, of the living in slums can build if they have title to their lands and made them to really slow down upon making developments. When we made that Lugbe plans, we saw that the government was trying to build a wall so that when people are coming from the airport, they will not see them. Then we now came up with a decision, and we agreed with the Lugbe people that the first 100 meters or 150 meters away from the road will be given to private developers. They can create shielding them. Meanwhile, work towards getting titles to what they have. And they said if they have titles to what they have, they have the capacity to build. So not everyone in a slum area is a poor man. Truth. There are some of them. If person selling akara, if given the opportunity, that person can develop his own house. So what we are saying therefore is ability, and we brought this to the meeting, Bala Mohammed. Nothing happened. We took it to the Foreign Ministry of Housing. Nothing happened. So the community initiated, but there was no government backing, and that has completely died. I therefore believe a lot of people are here in the town coming in because they want to also make life better for themselves. But houses can be created if we are able to give titles to our slum dwellers. We may generate 50% of the housing deficit in this country. That's my position. Thank you.
I'm coming to Professor Nubi, and it has to be, yes, Landino. Is on the urban regeneration finance. In Lagos now, I think I can see 2 or 3 places where there are urban slum clearance. One is at Costain. The other one is at side. Assuming you were appointed as a consultant, how do you think the two dimension turn into?
It was because we were rushing the presentation, like DG said. It's not a rocket science. It's not a rocket science. We did a regeneration plan for a lesson. UN Habitat gave us a commendation for that project. Ilasan is an island of poverty surrounded by affluent neighborhood. Ilasan is sitting on 60 hectares of land. Big. Did the mapping. We calculated the value of land in that bare land. As at that time, we got 19 billion. The value of land us per square, the value of land in Lekki today, the per square meter of land. So we calculated then 19 billion. And we look at 2,000 people. We did the enumeration. 2,000 people were living there. The evictees from Makoko. I was 60 hectares of land. So the 60 hectares of land, because these are built floors, scattered all over the 60 hectares. Said 20 resettled them. Still without eviction. 10 hectares is for political settlement. All government land. Let's clear the place. Let's give them 10 hectares, which is substantial. The remaining 30 hectares, The value of it, we calculated then, was about 19 billion. I'm saying it's more than enough for the developer that will come and buy 19 billion. 19 billion land is now offered to you. It's enough for the developer to build houses to resettle these 2,000 people. So that's why I said that and actually that's why we started the Center for Housing. It's inform deficit. Is self-funding. Doesn't rocket science. In my elementary school, in the planning school, they taught us about betterment and worsenement. Whenever there's a government project in a place, houses were demolished to expand road. Those houses, they will be paid compensation. It's not for government to go to World Bank to borrow money for compensation, because every action of government that worsened a man's situation has bettered another man's situation. Your plot off the road before. Now your plot now increase. But we just wait, government will be struggling for compensation, and the people whose property has been bettered, that should be taxed to compensation, they were just so governance is big technique. You don't need to break the bank. You don't need to take loan. Action of government leads to betterment. Some people gain from it. That's where government tax in. My friend was living in Magodu. Was paying land use charge of 250,000 or 7. Develop this road flower, and the value he was collecting 500,000. It jumped to 1.5 million that time, and government slammed him with 1 billion. The man is still better off because his income has increased. Only God knows how much rent from that improvement that that's a good. So for every finance, regeneration is self-funding. Like we saw from the Dockland, 500 million pounds was spent. But within a short time, look at the investment that came to them within time. And this also applies to individual. If you are sleeping rough, you are a drug addict, you are homeless, you see people, you shelter. This is a drug person, this homeless that is useless, a liability to the system. Shelter. Immediately you must trade. After 2 years, that was treated as a liability. He gains skills now. He's now employed. He's paying tax. What government on you under 3 years to pay. So it's win-win. I said beginning. The problem that we are just postponing. As long as we are aggregating, as we saw after the COVID, there will be unrest. They have, we keep what they have. We all know the implication of all this. After the COVID was the 1 million boys, 1 million, that they were just 1 million boys that they just moved from house to house. Insecure. Better will be this thing. Closing a party note is a low hanging. The 2,000 units of of Nitel building built to refit. You see key workers all over the world. They are workers. We can't exhaust the discussion. For a man to be working as a and believing in Tokokomaiko, when we and this we notice when we secondary teach Nikeja. The teachers in Nikeja, they were living at Ota, and they don't get to school until 10 o'clock. Between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, there are no classes going on. And the performance of the students kept. So it's cool. That once you know your address, somebody is teaching English or is teaching mathematics. Courses that be taught early in the hours. But the teacher is in the track. By I mean, when I was at Alagbado, get to me, I will sleep for 3 for tired. Go to me, research. The low income people, they require social housing. But do you know that all the leaders in this country, they are living in social housing? I'm living in social housing. The Mr. President is living in social housing. The militaries, they are all living in social housing. But housing that are and who could pay for them? Somehow understand. As we keep this discussion on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can go. I can see Aide here and the builder. I don't know if you have questions. The only two and then the man behind.
Thank you, sir. Honestly, I shouldn't be asking questions. I think I should just make comments. We know cheating because living in share housing.
A house that is on 1 acre land. It's and I'm paying 70,000 naira per month. Less than 200,000.
It just explains what my sister here, who is a BBC correspondent. It's all of in waste human, because we do not understand the concept of value. It's just a concept of value on the human being of a life. It can sleep under the bridge, can sleep anywhere. What's the value if an American woman announces she's pregnant? What does it mean to America? They begin to because the potential president inside her must not. So the hospital must be good. The house it must live must be structured. So if we understand the concept of value, maybe we will begin to organize ourselves. I've always said, there are formal settlements and informal settlements. I was lecturer in Iraq. Said we're living in informal settlements. And I said, no, not you, sir. I said, yes, in Lagos State. And I said, it's a government estate. But I said, why is formal? I was saying, why? Government lay out we individual. The moment individuals are introduced built in UK or so different build en masse and not able to afford. It lessens the slum collapse because corporate organizations are building. So the conversation continues. Who is in?
Now, let me now, particularly about the federal body was given the very took the case was given by the federal government Lagos and that they are telling that you the residential project. It's not just they've gone to court, they've fought for the past 20 years and nothing is happening. I'm so particular about it. We together and the Lagos and the federal government. Now concerning the Niger building, I had a meeting with the Infrastructure Concession and Regulatory Commission, and they are saying they claim the for something else, maybe no. Are you make just sit down here, we talk, and the people are supposed to be federal government box in front of BP here. So what efforts are you making to get across these people? Because you can't just sit down here and be talking and address it. Thank you.
Who is going? Yeah, directed the question to me. Yeah, thank you so much. Us 2 weeks to look at this session organization of the don't build how don't them around. I told them this story at that gathering because about 2 years ago I spoke to one person that really matters in Lagos State concerning that project, and I asked. I said, I was placed, and his place was not too far. This bill. I am particularly attached because that was my first place of. So I work in that. Yes. So, and I know that it's one of the monuments of this country. Seeing it, very, very emotional about it. So to mention him, yeah, but you have God sold it to Babalaki. It was an act. The land where that secretariat is seated today belong to people. Made right from them. Or override interest. Land. But you took it away from me, said you use it for secretariat. You don't have for it. You don't sell it. You can sell what belongs to you. Right. So that's why I say this we need to take. I started talking to people since last 2 weeks that look, this we are tired. We are tired. I'm 64. In this the last 34 years. And I started spoke that several workshops and that there were questions that are really coming up. All the seminars. Because how can you resolve projects that have been sold and the case court until you bring them back to table. If the situation is from court, money you pay for it needs to have your money back. As it is now, Babalaki is saying I've bought. Government said I've sold. The federal government that sold has no. Yes. And those that are saying nothing will happen to it in their lifetime, that building will collapse one day. Nothing will happen on it. Saying that let those of us that really knows that we have entered a cul-de-sac. That is one of the several that try that expert forum. People part is field that knows the complexity of this and really accept and confront the government that be and this problem forever. You this afternoon, sir. Must be they are think tankers and they can only university setting because universities are not to be they will say it's also belong to. They will not. We are thinking passionately know that this situation. But if bought area at Ikoyi, who bought Nitel? Was Abuja just it's a nation that has no value. But all these things are going to mobilizing experts from different sectors to the issue of land. Look at your finance and we'll solve this problem.
Think on this note. And I want to who has contributed and who has listened to the panel. Thank you for that. Thank you.
He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them, please. Thank you. We really do appreciate you. And especially for staying up until this time. It's to 7 p.m. and we are still here. Dogged, resilient, dedicated to ensuring that we get the best, get the value that we need to change the narrative in the housing sector. Please, a round once again, ladies and gentlemen. This to the of the sessions for today. Tomorrow will be another day. To one more. As there are sessions that we've not been able to cover. So we'll be fairly through with the speed of light, and by the grace of God, we'll be done with all the sessions because we why come here and they are not able to do their presentations and don't in the set. Do that by the grace of God. Thank you very much. Safely I got in one piece tomorrow morning. For now. My